As in the inventory, ready to put them to good use. Also a DMR in hand, continuing that trend that we've seen throughout this match. Does have the dashes as well, but he does not have a teammate, Jacob, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, not just yet. Well, everybody else has the luxury of rotating in towards zone, finding a more comfortable position. Kind of has to stagger it all out. You see him kind of trying to peek for information, even accidentally using one of the dashes, but this isn't too much of a worry. You see the river sticks not too far off in the direction he already has to go to kind of replenish those underworld charges, and now that he's going to get his teammate back, at least it's going to give him a refresh feeling, you knowing that there's nobody else in sight. But from a comfortable feeling to very uncomfortable, you see a sporadic fight already breaking down with a couple players already weak, and you can see they're just trying to attack from multiple angles so their opponent doesn't know exactly where they're coming from.
I mean, if I was cloning his duo partner here, I was going to say I'd be feeling comfortable having the HP and shield advantage, but quickly those tables balance out as now both duos have been hit quite hard, forced to pop that slow berry fizz, which is also one of the main items in terms of mobility this season. As you haven't seen the wings being put into play too much. You have the bananas, you have the dashes if you're able to get into a river of sticks, which is that water that gets you those underworld dashes, just like the Cerebus Medallion. As we look at Oogway here, also known as Chapix, alongside his duo partner. So far looking healthy.
Yeah, you can see them fighting for everything. No heals, very little loot left in their inventory. Carmine Corp is actually very little HP and shield as well, and that's something that they're going to have to fight through this season. Their drop spot, unless the couple of chests or the drop force spawn gives them a good loot, they're going to have to be on the lookout for it. And already a knock onto one, leaving Oogway, aka Chapix, all by himself. 1v2 situation, and even though the zone is just right there, there's more players nearby, but he is just landing haymaker after haymaker, bracking down his opponents each step of the way. And you even see the loot being swapped around, his down teammate dropping the extra shields, making sure that he has enough to continue this fight as long as he needs to.
He can get it done here, as it's the 1 versus 2, but if I'm confident in the player, it's going to be Chapix. As maybe I spoke a little too soon, Jacob. Chapix is going to be going down quickly.
Swapped around, his down teammate dropping the extra shields, making sure that was just one of those unfortunate circumstances with Vaughn going down so early in that fight. Even though he was able to pass the loot on over, it was no HP heals. There was only so long Chapix was able to last either way with the amount of shots he was landing there. He just needed bandages, floppers, med kits, anything at that point. As we check a replay, Venom and Tayson dropping Nebs into their box, making it look almost easy, but they still have that fight up against iDrops.
Yeah, iDrop left alone now, as his duo partner Nebs has been taken out. I wonder if Tayson is going to be able to clean that up, as now we go back to the Reckless Railways. Quite a few duos here based up. Maybe just looking to see if they can get some damage done on the teams rotating through, even refarm a little bit of the buildings to get a good position to get that field of view. But now Kovacs trying to make an escape here. He has the banana in hand, which could grant him that mobility boost, but it's going to be Stormy as well being a part of the chase, as now he's been cracked and he's been taken out. Stan Kovacs, quick Elam on the board.
Yeah, he needed to be able to pounce on the Kovacs while he had him weak. And you kind of saw his inventory. The more time you give Stan and Kovacs, they're going to be able to heal up. They had splashes, they have the legendary bananas, they have fizz, they have everything that they needed. So the longer that one took, the more chances they're going to get back on into it. And you can see with the zone pushing over in this direction, with that elimination, with the damage, that gives Stan and Kovacs some time to work with before they're forced into another rotation.
Mythic DMR in hand. Destro Dragons seeing if they can connect some shots here. Could be huge damage if they can land a headshot. It is difficult though, as these new projectile shots, not so new anymore to be fair, can be a bit more difficult to land, but if you do it, especially with the DMR, you will be rewarded with the amount of damage that it does. Being on the edge of zone though, it looks like they want to do a rotation where they're not as likely to get tagged by these players already in zone. So with being so far away, both duos, all three duos actually in this area, I think with the same plan in mind, get the zone, do a bit of damage. It's still only third zone, so you're not really going to get punished too much.
Yeah, you can see them scrapping together. as much of the leftover foraged vegetables and fruits. And even though they do have the banana, they could use it for the speed boost. You kind of want to wait, use it at the perfect time. I do expect them to use it eventually, but with Destru already having that medallion as well, he has the speed boost. He's going to make it there to zone first and give him and Dragon a spot that they can work with. That's going to be pivotal. But from team to team, you see the different strategies going down around the lobby. Some forced to rotate, box up, others just using the plain old bush strat that we've seen so many different times. But with Destru already having that medallion as well, he has the speed boost. He's
Coming a one-to waterbender here.
Give him and Dragon a spot that
we'll see. I haven't seen this item being used too much.
You see the different strategies going down around the lobby. Some forced to rotate,
but you never know, Jacob. Maybe something can happen here.
We've seen so many different times. I haven't seen it used too much myself, but I've been hearing more and more rumblings of what it can do with distance. It's not necessarily the best weapon in close range for box fighting. The Thunderburst, the Harbinger, even the Warforged would be better for that. But in terms of distance, especially if you're not able to get your hands on an AR or one of these DMRs, it might be one of the next best things that you can kind of find around the map. See Kyrie, Gripe, just kind of positioned outside of the zone, knowing players are going to have to rotate nearby just like this. And you can see this is where they're going to get as much of the attempts as possible, so that way they don't have to worry about surge later on. And with a nice body shot like that, 55. And that's the thing about the DMR. It deals so much damage with each and every one of those shots, and that's not even including a headshot, that it does help you so much when it comes to surge, especially if you're able to position yourself well.
Rift Island has appeared. So now once again, like all the previous seasons with this Rift Island, there are going to be rifts appearing below this island, and the players can choose if they want to box up around for future mobility, or they can go on the island, capture that flag. You can have some launch pads up top, and also that visibility of the surroundings being so elevated. And it's going to be Tekka and his duo partner, which are going to be the ones that claim this. No longer gives points like it has in previous seasons. But Lucia now wanting a piece of that pie. He's going right into his opponent's box. Duo partner, though, is heavily tagged. Good idea to recuperate some shields here before continuing with that aggression.
Yeah, the strength in numbers as they position themselves on the low ground. They know they did enough damage to Lunex to at least back him up to where if they are going to get aggressive, you have that opportunity to hit the one pump or know it is going to be a 2v1 situation. Lunex just trying to breathe. Winner granting them that opportunity. Lucia and his teammate just trying to do the same thing, but the later this game goes, you're seeing players and teams kind of position closer and closer together. This is going to be zone 4, so within the next couple of zones, it will push away from Loot Island. So you see it in the mini-map now. All these players that are positioned around this side of the map are going to have to think about what's next, whether it's now or later.
You can see how many duos, too, are positioned around here. You do not want to get in a fight, as it's just going to be third party after third party, taking shots from every angle. This player's now getting close to bunkers here. Blaster and his duo partner, 2 Flowberry Fizzes, 2 bananas, ready for the mobility alongside full dashes from the River of Styx close by. You can see, once again, that water that gives you those underworld dashes, just like the medallion does, although you don't recharge them if you don't have the medallion. Of course, unless you're able to get inside of the river once again, which luckily enough, with this zone, you should have that opportunity. Ready for the mobility alongside full dashes.
What I'm doing liking what I'm seeing here is the Chain of Hades. There is a lot of different loot that players like to utilize. The double heals, the snipers, maybe even triple heals. You don't see it very often this season. Teams carrying the Chain of Hades from early game all the way into end game. And it works very, very similar to the old Harpoon. You can scrounge together loot. You can see Pixel just trading together shots. Over peak, Soul Pix takes the brunt of that last one, forced to back down. And you can see only 4 splashes left. Not a lot of heals to go around the both of them. Now they have to start making those conscientious decisions, when to heal, when not to heal, and eventually when to go for a refresh.
Could be getting a little bit more desperate here as time goes on and the rotate has to come through. They did have 3 elims to their name, though, so they've started off pretty strong. As we go back to Veno and Payson as well with 2 eliminations, but a lot healthier in terms of shields, bigs, minis, and even that Flowberry for healing and mobility. You can see, too, positioned around Lavish Lair. They have, I believe, a surge base already built up as well on that mountain that they must have used earlier on, but now the rotate must come through. Will they just play edge zone? What's kind of their game plan here? They don't really need to do too much, to be honest, with already those 2 eliminations of the loot they have, so I don't think they want to take any risks.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially since you know they're one of the teams that predominantly look towards the high ground, whether they have it or not, in towards the end game. They have a sniper in their hands, so you know that's going to be a viable option later on. Zas is just trying to scrap together as much loot as possible, looking for Surge. Even though he is 16 above, he know in a split second things can change, and then he might be forced to jump into a box when he doesn't want to. And that's why you see him trying to get as proactive as possible. That and the fact that he does still have some ground to cover before he's safely inside of the zone.
I'm looking for a headshot snipe here, Jacob. It's what I want to see, especially when you're playing as a solo. You need those impact, those game-changing shots. 39 below Storm Surge. Gonna get a bit desperate here shortly. He could even bait the peaks. If he can just get opponents to take shots at him, all it takes is one quick headshot. He has 8 opportunities. Will one of them land? For a headshot snipe here, Jacob.
It's not like he's a duo where they can just kind of box fight or even jump into a box altogether. That would be really risky, but he's hoping that he can catch somebody off guard, possibly a solo. There is going to be one person right beneath. Storm Surge is now taking him down. This is where he's being put on the clock, and it runs out just like that. He did land a shot to go above Surge, but the 2v1, he went down immediately after.
Out of time, at the disadvantage. We're talking about advantages. So 1v1, both players are, well, both duo partners are knocked down here. As right now, all it takes is one good shotgun shot to connect as the splashes come through. Now HP advantage. Onto the coup. Oh! Has he done it, Jacob? Got the finish on the duo partner, but still one player to take down who does not want to let him pick up his teammate.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, just because of those early splashes, even though he's using them on himself, it's affecting and healing his teammate, which means he is gonna last longer while knocked. And you can see with his opponent no longer being in existence, he's gonna be able to get that revive back on up. But in comes Teeny, in comes Chap. They heard all this noise, and they possibly saw the revive come out due to the audio visuals and let the next fight begin. 112 above the damage threshold. Chap and Teeny are trying to be proactive in a situation like this. Get loot, get heals, get a couple shots, and continue to move forward, knowing that the zone is pulled a little bit away from that.
They were hungry for it, but as that zone appeared and they realized that their opponents were healing up, it was no longer worth it to take that risk. As now we take a look at where a bit more of the congested action is at here. You can see how many duos are currently rotating into this east side of the zone, boxing up, trying to get in. It's going to be Hen, though. And his duo, they're 75 below. Only 3 shots in the chamber for the sniper rifle. Good amount of SMG ammunition, but is that what you want in this situation? 99 below, as Storm is 1 second away from closing, and there it is. They have pulled it, but they need damage.
Yeah, you saw them when we first tuned in, slowly slipping down. A couple shots gonna land there, but still not nearly enough. But it's the patience that I like what I'm seeing out of this team. They're trying to calculate, formulate the strategy, possibly out healing it as well, giving themselves options and flexibility to work with as they look off into the distance, seeing a couple players in a fight, and this is their chance. With the distraction already being had, they're just trying to land a few through those builds to get them above the threshold, but instead of climbing, they're slowly falling. With a knock just like that, they finally have done enough to get above the threshold. Bonus points for the elimination and the match that they're trying to get, but now they just put themselves in a spot where they're stacked around so many other teams.
Fringe Noms looking to see what they can do to stay up here. Incredibly far from the zone, all the way up north, and they need to go south. So many duos in their way, blocking their path though, and being 66 below just makes it that much more difficult. You need to get some tags, you need to do some damage. They're forced to pop their heals, pop their medkits, minis, anything they can to out-heal this Storm Surge damage. As all the players now begin their rotates, they should have some chances to take shots here from the back as loot is recuperated. 20 above now, but that's just a breath of air for what's to come.
Yeah, this is just one of those tough zones when it comes to Surge. Not only are you forced to rotate, especially if you get a max just like this, you still need 11 players to go down before Storm Surge turns off altogether. Crimson Noms knows that time is ticking. While they're rotating forward, they still have to get damage because now they're 91 below, continuously falling. Not even a chance to heal up just yet because they don't want to continuously fall down below that threshold even further, and it costs them. Josh go hard and Bimbo get the elimination, and they survive.
3 on Josh now, as all the pressure from the duos already boxed up are now getting applied onto him and Bimbo. The shot's coming through, looking to see if he can kind of take an alternate path here, but he's not gonna be able to. Goes down to zone 10 now. 24 bullets, recuperated that ammunition and putting it to work. Quick little headshot. Is exactly what Hen wanted now. 302 above. The damage has been secured.
Yeah, that headshot basically tripled his damage altogether. It's not even necessarily about the elimination and picking up all that loot. They're just trying to have a consistent game. Top 23 placements have just now begin to set in for this lobby. So it doesn't matter how much work you've done up until this point, you have to double it up and send it back.
Double or nothing. Teeny Chap not looking as healthy as Hen now at 17. They have made it into the zone though. Pulls east once again. As now being 16 above, they're going to choose to get a bit more elevated. This is good both for looking at opponents and also looks like he does have spare materials, so not even going to cost them a lot. 10 damage, not enough. Need to land more SMG shots as now he's forced 14 below. Storm Surge will start ticking shortly. 25 seconds until this zone closes. Flowberry for the mobility. And the rotate coming through.
Yeah, even though there's only 3 players that need to go down for this zone in Storm Surge, the next one is 10 right after, so there's no feeling comfortability or a chance to breathe at all for Teeny unless he keeps on climbing, and it's almost a daunting field that you're staring at, knowing that you're solo. High ground is one direction, low ground, there's a whole mess below, but he's being patient, and that is the biggest thing. Peeking through the cone, he's spotting out his biggest threats, which is highest ground. The next one is 10 right after.
Will they be able to hold on to it though? Holding it in first zone. First moving zone, should I say. Can be a little risky. There is 35 players up, 21 duos. But they do have that medallion, Jacob. They do have those dashes. You can see them splitting it. So both of them get charges. Both of them have those options to stay ahead and conserve materials on the rotate, which is going to make it significantly easier to hold on to height. As Tayson and Veno now 547 above with only 2 elims. They have been hitting their shots.
Yeah, and you can see right now they're just causing destruction around the lobby, staying ahead of the curve, so they don't end up in a position just like this. Even though Teeny is going to be above the threshold, plenty of loot, plenty of materials. He might have to risk it all in order to get the damage he needs. Now he's only 6, jumping above, trying to figure out who he can catch slipping as he continues to move forward ahead of the zone. Boxes above Veno and Tayson, but as soon as he does, he gets ahead. He drops below the Storm Surge threshold. They don't end up in a position.
Shots looking to come through. It's 37 above. That's not what you want to be at. 14 below, even worse. Raban now for Strokey, seeing if they can creep on behind one of their opponents here. Blaster might be the one getting blasted here. Shot comes through, it's 80. Is it going to be enough to get the elim though as he gets cracked? Another player close by, 44 white, gets the knock onto Lucia. Will he have the heals that Raban wants though? As now shots come through, 5 builds only. Banana pop, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that shot that damaged his HP. Could have popped the other one. Spicy goal, aka Vasquez, knows that Hen is down. He has his own legendary banana popped as well. That's where you see him gaining health, moving quickly. Flowberry Fizz, this is going to be the last charge and the last attempt he really has to keep himself going in this game. He's hoping for a top 10 or better.
Oh, taken out, sent right back to the menu. As up top now in the clouds, duos with those underworld dashes and the medallion are still holding strong. Meanwhile, the players down below looking to scavenge anything they can. 6 HP, no builds, no materials. You need to connect the shot here. You need to find a solo. And it's a duo that hunts him down.
Yeah, it was just tough. One of the few solos left in the game in a world full of duos. Knew it was going to happen eventually. 11th zone, Tayson, Veno, target towards the high ground, but due to those underworld dashes, they're not going to be able to get it right on back. So it is going to be Various and Velry on top of the world now, trying to see if they can solidify this game. Top 6 position, but it's Tayson who's now by himself. Veno's going to be lost along the way. A huge shot's going to weaken him, and he goes down all together, but Tady's still popping off.
Still has a solo as well, holding on strong, has that refresh of materials now, 10 builds to work with, Flowberry coming through. A little bit of mobility, but is it going to be enough? As now shields fully recuperated. A lot of solos close by, not even too much HP to their name. This could be an opportunity for a bit of impacts, a bit of refreshes, but the shots from above still coming through. The pressure is on.
From down on Surge as a solo to just making things work here in this game. He still has high ground above, players below. He's the sandwich, the meat in the middle, but he's still figuring out a way to traverse through all of this. Top three secured. Nice shot onto a player on the low ground. Teeny could make magic happen.
7 E-lives. Teeny looking unstoppable, but the shots from above could be what stops him. It's a duo close by. Akira hits the first shot, 43 HP. Second shot connected as well. Teeny goes down.
Holy heals. He has 5 medkits, 4 floppers going up against the high ground. Gotta think he has this one in the book, especially if the only heals on the other side are going to be those 2 legendary bananas. So it almost leaves one choice to Kata. They have to drop down low. They have to disrupt and not let this go to the heal off if they don't have the heals themselves.
Right, they don't know what their opponents have. They could have medkits, they could have not, and that's what's on their mind right now. And it looks like what they're going to do is one player goes down, disrupts the heal off. Is he going to be able to, though, as he gets taken to the ground? Akira now, 5 medkits, 4 floppers, 3 splashes. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Various.
He is just looking all over. First bananas pop, and he also has the medkits that he was just able to find. He just found a treasure trove of medkits with the legendary banana, but we still got splashes, we still got medkits, and we still got floppers on the other side. This will come down to Storm sickness. Who has it and who doesn't?
Who was in Storm longer during this match? That is the main question. Akira, in terms of healing, wins it out with the 4 floppers and 3 splashes, but if he was in zone longer, Various could take this home.
Yeah, we might need a flop or splash onto Akira, just get that HP back on up before the next medkit. He's definitely cutting it close, but the last couple of medkits being used on the other side. Floppers, splashes, seconds left for Various to see if it's gonna be enough. Akira down to the floppers, it's not going to be enough. Now he has to go on the hunt. He does have the dashes, but the storm sickness on the other side. Takata, I called it was gonna be a big play in this one, and it costed them everything.
Various takes it home. His duo was unable to disrupt, but with those 4 medkits he found from his opponents, he was able to outlive and take that VR.
Probably one of the longest heal offs that we have had in 2024 FNCS, and it really came down to them finding medkits while the legendary banana was popped. This was the moment here where you just think everything is coming down. I ran out of heals. There's nothing left to go.
What a way to start off the qualifier, but so much went on, Jacob. I want the desk to break it down. Frankie Levin Mini, what do you have for us?
Petco's got you and your best bud covered all spring long, no matter your vibe or budget. Petco. Shop us in-store, online, and on our app. Petco's got you and your best bud covered all spring long, no matter your vibe or budget.
Well, I have a lot of, well, actually not a lot of shock, because it turns out having the medallion of agility will help you come out on top, Levin. I think it's just that there was so much low ground in those final couple of zones. It kind of took me by surprise, I have to say.
I mean, I was shocked. I mean, the heal off there, I thought to myself, there's no way you can lose with that many heals. But then again, FNCS always shows that, you know, you never really quite know until the victory hour pops up on your screen, innit?
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. We were talking about how high ground dynamics work, how people are going to go about winning games, and that's kind of like a framework as to how we expect these games to go. We expect teams that are going to be on high to have that dash medallion. We expect the games to go to heal off, and we expect those teams to actually end up coming out on top. Of course, we have Velry here and Various Bro Clan, who's Fire Hunter, who's actually just been able to save a lot of those heals, and of course find those heals later on. There was a moment there as well, Levin, where actually Venno and Taysom tried to chop them down, but because they had that dash, they were just able to dash all the way back on top. It didn't affect them at all.
Yeah, no, it's so hard to take height from a team that has the dashes. It's if you're the team taking height and you have dashes, easy. If you're the team on height holding it, easy. It's a challenge.
That was one of my favourite things from the endgame moments was Venno and Tayson going, hang on a second, we're not contesting height. We can totally contest height here. Let's just shoot above us, chop them down, and you just see Clan like kind of flying out to the side. And then moments later, he's back up there again. There's nothing really that Venno and Tayson can do about that without just taking him out completely. And obviously, Mini, they were not able to do that. However, a really good start for this duo as well, and making the top 10. It's the start we want to see from them.
Yeah, solid start from this duo. We talked about them at the beginning of the show as well. They were one of our duos that we want to see do good. We always want to see Tayson and Venno doing good, whether they're together or whether they're not. They're two players that have all the ability, and you saw that in these end game moments. We saw their surge was really, really good. They were able to get eliminations when they needed the refreshes, and they were playing the mid-ground layers really well. And just, of course, this was the moment where we saw them trying to take that high ground, and then they discovered how difficult it really is when the team up on top have dashes, particularly when they've actually dropped it to each other and actually shared the dashes as well. So for Tayson, wasn't quite able to do enough here at the end, but a solid performance and a good start.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough in that spot.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the leaderboards after this one. Don't forget, guys, there are over 300 players playing tonight. So there's a lot going on, multiple lobbies at any time. We're going to try and show you as many games as possible. That's why you can't just see our previous Victory Royale winners at the top there. Clearly, CZB and Nathan having a really good start today, Mini.
Yeah, really good start for those guys as well. Teeny even in that last game as well, clutching up so many placement points. That gets them inside of that top 10. Really nicely done from him. And there was a few questions about why did Teeny and Misha split? Why are they no longer playing together? Seems like Teeny and Chap are doing very well. As we have a little look at the next page, you see Seti and Cammy, another duo that we spoke about at the beginning of the show, starting off pretty strongly as well.
I want to know what's going to happen, though, to that play style that we're familiar seeing Misha and Teeny cause terror with. Because they're so known for zipping about the map and keeping people guessing where their drops for, right? Do you think that's something they're going to take to their new duo partners, Levin?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you know, that's one of the things that excited me the most when I heard these two are playing together. I mean, the prospect of the sort of teamy strat, but with Chap doing it, right? Like, because we know how crazy of a fighter Chap is. I mean, yeah, it is really scary. The fact that at any given moment, these guys could be somewhere near you and you're not really sure. I'm sure we'll see that come grand finals time. And yes, I do expect them to make it to grand finals.
I do as well. I do as well. I'm excited to see what they can do. What more could be said? You know, they're an exciting duo. I know we like to see how different teams work. Of course, particularly splitting at this point in the year as well. I was expecting a little bit more teams to actually split and actually change up because, of course, it's a little bit different sort of format to last year where it was kind of like a last chance major, of course, sort of series points format. So I was expecting some teams like that maybe didn't have as good of a start to the year to actually split and come together with new players. So it's a duo that I'm very excited about, and particularly when Teeny's on the form that he is right now, particularly after that first game. Very, very exciting stuff from this duo.
We've got some more exciting footage to show you. Producer Mikkel is going to roll right now. We want to talk about a few more of the duos that we saw in-game just now. Definitely a really chaotic start, at least the lobby that we got to see. Very excited to see some of the new items as well for Season 2 as well. Here's Izrumi. You can see quite the loadout already there, Levin, this point in the game.
Not really. Until that elim, like he was pretty shambles.
He's got a banana.
No, he was pretty shambles, but that snipe did save their game, you would say. Irizumi, again, a veteran of EU, really. Like, he's been around in EU for so long, and it feels like we haven't seen Irizumi's name in these sort of lobbies doing well in a while, so it's good to see him there, strutting his stuff a bit with the sniper in hand. Of course, again, when you're able to pick up some eliminations and keep your team ticking in the game, that's always going to be a useful trait a player can have.
Yeah, and especially if you're one of those players that has had that success before, it can be quite difficult to sort of pick yourself up again and say, right, let's go again. Someone like Chapix in the lobby there, we saw someone that has had so much success, be able to pick up the game again and try and find some of that same momentum that you had, because a lot of Fortnite, a lot of these tournaments is momentum. We see a lot of players that have, some really good periods of time and then kind of not do so well after a while. So I'm hoping for players like that, players that haven't maybe performed in the last few seasons, to actually try and pick up that momentum a little bit and try and get back on top.
I've just realised that there's three of us. We're like the three-headed dog of the analyst desk. And you know who guards the River Styx? It's Cerberus. And he's a three-headed dog. And I think if we head down into the lobby with Mestash and Malabuka, maybe we'll get a peek at him.
I am Dr. Leandro Mena, and I'm here to talk all things STIs. In an ideal world, you shouldn't have to ask to get tested for STIs because this will be part of your routine care. But the reality is that this doesn't always happen, and it's important for you to talk to your healthcare provider and tell them that you want to be tested for STIs. If each one of us will go to our healthcare provider and ask them, I want to be tested and treated for STIs, overnight all STIs will decrease. So we have really good tools out there. We just have to access them, and make sure that we can benefit from treatments that we have available.
Well, this is it. Y'all got your wish. Malibuca and Mustache. And honestly, it wouldn't be an FNCS broadcast if we didn't bring in the reigning, the defending, undisputed champions of EU last season. Whether if it was an inch or a mile, a win's a win. But that's one thing that I like about this team. Malibuca is yet to win an FNCS. He wins his first one. It's only by a point. Thanks to Reese Hub, got a little bit of an interview. He said it didn't even feel like a win. Now, I'm scared this season for every team going up against a Malibuca that feels like he didn't even win yet.
It was a close game. I mean, it was 1 point, Jacob, that separated Malibuca, Mustache, and Queasy Thomas HD. It was literally half an elite.
This is just what they do best, though. Malibuca and Mustache, we've seen them off spawn, contested or uncontested, over towards Grim Gates. They've set themselves up in this game to continue to push forward. Now that they've gotten everything under their control, they're just sitting themselves up, getting some surge, while everybody else, just like Vortex and Belusi, they're stuck on the low ground. They're not in zone. They're not even close. So now, whether they have to worry about surge or not, they're going to have to start to figure out where this next rotation is going to come in at. And you can already see they're going to try now just a little bit of a white line as they use their dashes to try to make up some of that time that they're going to be losing with the distance that they have. But this is what I like about these lobbies. Kind of never know who you're going to drop into, who you're going to drop against. And we've seen already just one lobby so far, but just kind of take a look, backtrack. CZB, Nathan, they've won a game. Sammy and Thun, they've won a game. Naku and Kiri, they've won a game as well. So just a lot of action going on to really set the tone of this FNCS qualifier. And something that I kind of said to start the show off was the top 10 for FNCS Finals, Major 1 Grand Finals, had a great start here in this qualifier.
Refsguard Hellfire, 53 above as they start off right into a bit of action. Will they be able to hold on, though?
You see 53 above, Refsguard and Hellfire continuing to rotate towards zone, but they know they're also down on surge, 13 below that threshold, and they know Axe Force and Cloudski are rotating behind them. So typically you would see a team try to beeline their way to zone so that way they don't stagger themselves too far. They're stuck in a position to where they have to rotate to zone and simultaneously get this damage, and that's where you're seeing the elevation and the way Refsguard just used the Flowberry Fizz with that elevation to get damage. Barely push himself above the Storm Surge threshold, but at least it's enough to where he can focus on making this next rotation a success. So that way him and Hellfire have a shot on this next rotation right after that. Just see everybody really taking notice that these guys just came from the backside of the zone. They know the HP is weak. Hellfire even getting knocked. And this is where Snazy and Podesai are the ones knocking on that door. This might not be Halloween, but they do want to go trick or treat. And right now, with the knock and elimination onto Hellfire, they got themselves a bag full of treats in terms of loot. Refsguard doing a good job, though. He knew that his teammate was about to go down. Instead of trying to play hero, it's about disengaging, creating space, and letting everybody else that's battling on that low ground figure out what they're doing. And that way, he can just plan the next rotation. Ref's guard, this moment, everything is going to slow down. 44 players still left alive in the 7 zone, so Storm Surge overall not going to be too much of a worry in this zone. Only 4 players need to nuke down, and since he is a solo, if he can find some heals, in theory, he could out-heal it. Fremont and his duo just rotating forward in towards zone. They got a little bit of a free rotation as it continues to open up. That full left side, the west and the north, will have so much space that they can work with, but ironically enough, there is one duo that they're rotating in that direction that could try to play gatekeepers, and you can see in the mini-map they are looking in that direction, so no surprise attacks at all. Fremock's the one to try to hit a little quick scope with the sniper to try to get their position. It's up to them. Now that they've elevated themselves up their opponent, zone coming to them, do I fight this? Do I not? Choices are going to be made here for Fremock and his duo, and it does look like they just continue to rotate. They prefer to have a little bit of safety, some space, because placement points have just now begun to set in. Zone closing in. You see Fremont just waiting to the last possible moment. They do get a max pull this time around, so as easy as this rotation was, it may not be easy this time around.
The 3-headed dog must have got me for a second, but I think we're back in business. Jacob is Fremont now. Playing a bit slow, seeing if he can connect any shots here.
She likes Chicho. Very, very disappointing to not be able to watch them compete in that last major, but the amount of disappointment, you know, that I have, you gotta imagine they have felt that 10 times more for themselves, and this season I'm gonna be looking at them to really set the tone in terms of redemption, revenge on this season, show why you won multiple games in the global championship, and figure out a way to channel that momentum here this weekend.
Already close to first moving as these players have to prepare their positioning depending on how much damage they have done throughout this match. Will they want to play up in the action? Will they want to go to a spot that's a little bit less congested? As Banyak, though, and Swizzy, they're feeling happy. They're feeling confident. Already 7 elims to their name before first moving has even begun. Good amount of heals as well. 100 in the Flowberry, as they're just going to look back and see if they can connect some shots.
And they have the luxury to do something like that. They're one of the first teams to find that comfortable position in towards zone. And now that the KU's struggling, staggering too far behind, great awareness to watch the low side of their builds. A few seconds later, they could have been caught off guard and possibly pushed into their box, but Malibuca Mustache, front side of the zone, and they're looking stacked like pancakes right now in terms of shield, in terms of heals. Nothing used on the Flowberry Fizz, and because of that, that gives them so much material and resource to save as they jump from one zone to the next.
Looking to see what they can connect here. The ones up above, though, it's going to be Fremont and his duo partner here. Taking shots with that Thunderburst SMG, connecting quite a few, but one below. How much above can they get? As they do have that positional advantage, trying to get a bit ahead here, but the Storm Surgers just keep getting at them. Only 63 above. 1 banana to their name. Prodoxy Trip gonna be rotating on top of their opponent's builds as they quickly switch layers, though, looking a lot more healthy now.
Yeah, it almost looks like they're giving themselves options to challenge the high ground if they want. They do have the Flowberry Fizz. You talked about the medallion. They have the mythic loot all the way from Grim Gates, and that gives you the best chances not only to go up for the high ground, but sneak up on them as well. Pablo and Bevy, they've been progressively getting better almost every season. Elimination leaders throughout the last round as well. They've heated up. They just need to execute. And it does look like Fordoxy and Trippin have found a way to solidify that high ground. The tables have turned onto Freewalk and his duo, and they're just trying to force him lower and lower into that mess that's down below.
For how long, though? Because if the players up ahead of zone now look back, they could take some shots. They could try and drop down as this battle looks like it's not getting close to ending here, as Trip has been knocked. Fordoxy now left alone. He's still up above as he slowly drops down now, looking to connect these shots. He's cracked, though. 49 HP, 52. The banana looking like it's going to be a savior here, recuperating that HP by the second. But for how long? As the chug splashes are forced to come through. Flowberry Fizz now for the mobility alongside that banana could be enough to get Fordoxy back into zone.
Yeah, the reason why it is going to be enough, and you see him staying maybe just a little bit too longer than some would hope, but he also has the dash medallion as well, so he's going to be able to cover distance in the blink of an eye. Mixed with the banana, he is looking like Usain Bolt out here, just speeding through the lobby, and there's going to be another opportunity for him to try to survive. There's so much mess going around, but the dash medallion yet again saving the day, much needed, because also low on builds. A huge knock and an opportunity there, but so many players catching up to the pace. He's going to be unable to clean it up, but finally taking down Podesai with much needed loot.
Dash shot for Doxy, back and forth, taking shots, flying around. He's like that annoying mosquito you get right before you're going to bed. You just can't take him out. As Della now up above. 4 elims to this duo, continuing to rain down shots from above. Merstash Malabuka still up as well. 200 effective HP and shield for both players. They're looking incredibly strong.
Yep, better not count it too soon. The champs are here. Merstash, Malabuka, 5 eliminations. Double healing towards the backside of the zone. Instead of playing for heal off, they're playing for a strength in numbers. Now, because they did just that, they're going to be able to sneak up on the high ground. The attempt is there, but Druxy and Della spotted out. They're trying to defend it, but Merstash is persistent. They chop everything down. The first knock's going to come through. Second shot's onto his opponent, but it's a sacrifice, a trade. Malabuka has fallen, so it's all up to Merstash.
He can make it happen, though. If there's a player I'm confident in, Jacob, it's Merstash. 3 elims to his name, but he wants more. The solo right below is cracked, but so is he. Good news is, though, Flowberry Fizz going to be used to recuperate a bit of that shield, and one quick shot is going to be enough for the elim. Now just 3 players up. All solos. It's turned into solo FNCS.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. 70 at the bottom for Doxy. Still has that dash coin, but no heals. It doesn't look like anybody really has the HP heals needed to survive as Doxy drops onto his opponent, misses the shot needed to get that elimination, and that's the only player we don't know what the heals look like, so this could be huge. Finally, he goes down. 11. Still no heals as Merstash tries to take advantage. Doxy with the turn and burn to take him down and take the game.
Ferdoxy, are you kidding me? 11 eliminations just for Ferdoxy, taking one out after the other. Merstash being the last one alongside that win. That is a strong way to start off your second match.
I'm not going to say I started to count him out the moment Trip went down, but the dash coin, the mythic, the moves Ferdoxy was able to put on. A nice elimination towards the backside of the zone, and even though he's fighting here, Merstash, look at him, full HP. Full shield, but it just wasn't enough to stop Ferdoxy. 25 HP, back-to-back shots with the Mythic. He really made a statement in that game.
What a way to get the job done. But I want to see what's going on. Frankie 11 Mini, what did we miss?
Well, you didn't miss anything. You've got it all, boys, and I absolutely loved it. And yeah, again, Mini Miner, that medallion is proving absolutely essential in the end game.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Fredoxy. I mean, I did not expect that. Let me be real here. I did not expect him to solo clutch that whatsoever. Losing height for that team was a big shock to me as well. They were a team that had everything that they needed to retain height. They had the dashes, they had the bananas, they had the Flowberry Fizz. They had everything to not get height taken off them, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them there. But we have to talk about Fredoxy. What a fantastic clutch that was. With that mythic Gatekeeper shotgun, he really put the damage down. It's actually how they got height as well. They just used the dashes to their advantage, Levin. And of course, Fredoxy, what a player.
I mean, this is just everything you expect to see from a coin player, right? Someone who is absolutely just popping off. Give them that mythic Gatekeeper shotgun. It does so much damage. It's so powerful. And one of the small little benefits, again, of that sort of coin, right, is the fact that in a lot of these instances where he's getting these refreshes, sometimes he's only getting siphon mats in some of these, right? But he's able to stretch even those few materials because he has the ability to just sort of dash around in the zone, right? But even with that being said, coin or no coin, let's not take away how incredible of a clutch this was. I mean, as a solo, to get this many eliminations, look, Trippen's my guy, but he did put Trippen on his back for this endgame, and 11 elims all by himself. Wow, what a game for Fredoxy and Trippen.
It's absolutely no surprise that they are at the top. So many eliminations to their name in that one. And also, we talk about the fact that, you know what, you've got this medallion in the end game. If you therefore do not go and take the victory royale, then how? But actually, they had to fight for that medallion in the first place. They have to fight for it early in the game and then hold on to it. So absolute kudos to these two. But of course, also fantastic to see Murstache and Malabuka taking it to the end as well. I loved watching that final four, the solos trying to clutch it out in those last moments, Levin. And I did question Murstache and Malabuka, are they just going to be doing target practice and not trying too hard in the lobby this weekend? But oh no, they gave it their everything.
Well, I think the coolest thing about this endgame was just sort of seeing how things sort of transpired for them in their attempt to take height, right? Mini, right, of course, they sort of scouted on height. They saw Della up there and they thought, okay, you know what, we're stacked. Let's just go fight for it, right? This is what we do. And they go up. And I mean, at first you're thinking, okay, they're cooking something here. They sort of play Storm a bit. They got the bananas, right? We talked about how useful it is for that. But they got spotted, right? And that's where sort of things went awry for them. So they get spotted. Malabuka gets taken down. Murstache says, nah, I'm committing to the bit. I'm taking height. Whether Malabuka's with me or not, I am taking it. And he sort of holds on to it as a solo pretty well, I guess. Again, he doesn't have to do it for that long because the game's coming to a close. But you know, again, a nice attempt, and good to see that these guys are still going to be competitive in these lobbies. They're not settling for anything other than trying to, you know, take it all, get the win from height, and that's a good sign for this duo.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they've been doing. I've been watching a lot of their games so far this season, and that's exactly how they're trying to play. They're trying to take the high ground from the backside. What I've noticed is that when the high ground is spraying, then when the height team just keep on spraying, they don't use that as an opportunity to drop down. A lot of teams are like, right, height is spraying, we're on second, we should just drop, we should just play our mats. They actually use that as an opportunity to actually take high ground. A lot of their ammo, of course, is going to be used by that top tier team. They're always going to be jumping up there, using those bananas. They're going to use that opportunity to buy themselves a couple of extra seconds and catch that team off guard. So really nicely done from that duo. Of course, not quite able to come out with a win this time. Of course, the high ground take didn't quite work out in the way they wanted, but nicely done from them. Second place is not too bad at all.
I think the only thing I maybe would have changed they probably should have tried to take height from two different angles there, right? Like with how small the zone was there, it's like if you get spotted, you're both just getting sprayed and chopped out. Maybe Murstache went the other side. Maybe you can help Malabuka a bit more and they both stay up as a duo and the game goes a different way. Either way, again, it's the start of the season, right? They still got a couple weeks until we get to grand finals.
And they're already looking insanely good. Let's take a look at the standings because we want to find out how our other duos are going, how they're doing in the several lobbies that are taking place. CZB and Nathan clearly having another great day in the lobby. Any other names that are sticking out to you there, Minnie?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Benno and Tayson there moving up some places. We saw them have a very good start, of course, as well. Pink and Vico, a duo that I'm excited to see how they can continue to develop this season as well. They're inside of that top 20 as well. So solid stuff there from some of our big teams. We get to see some other names on the list as well. Iras and Chari, of course, another big name that we see. Cami and Seti actually moving down after that first game. The difficulty is we don't actually know whether they've played their next game yet, whether it hasn't actually gone on the leaderboard. So I'm sure for a lot of these players, the leaderboards are not really going to be their main focus. Just playing as well as you can in every single game that you can is going to be priority. And at the end of things, see how things shake out and see how you end up.
You know who I'm missing at the moment, guys?
Who?
I'm missing me some Thomas HD and also some Queasy too. So let's check in with them, with Takata and Jacob.
Not gonna lie, I thought she was gonna say she's missing us, Jacob, but it's, no, it's all right. I also miss Thomas HD and Queasy, and this is exactly why. 3 E-libs on the board, and we just got into the game. They aren't even done cooking yet. It's Thomas now, 6 splashes, 4 bananas in hand. Queasy already knocked down another 3 E-libs now for Queasy. It's just a solo trying to escape, seeing if he can get away, but it's not gonna be possible. Another one on the board.
Wow. What a treat tuning into the match. And honestly, if we have Malabuka and Murstache being the undisputed champions of last major, this would have to be our #1 contenders, Thomas and Queasy. And they're showing us exactly why yet again. Immediately taking advantage, pouncing onto a team. Diox and K trying to have a little sneaky advantage on their side, missing the crucial shot. And now that puts them at a disadvantage if Queasy and Thomas want to take this fight.
I don't think they will, though. That's the scary part. If he were to land that snipe, especially if it was a headshot, could have turned the tables instantly, but with no shot being connected, just some pop shots with the SMG coming through. Both players now, both duos going to disengage. We can see a bit of what happened exactly before we entered the match here. It was just Queasy taking out both players. I mean, this is an incredible start in this match for the duo. As Marius now playing it a bit safer here, farming up alongside his drop spot. Has already a mythic in hand, full materials, good amount of loot. Like, this loadout they're perfectly set up for this stage of the match.
No, it is. And one thing about Marius, him and his duo have been just surpassing expectations, I feel like, almost every single time, setting records in solo cash cups, being somebody that I feel like everybody has their eyes on each and every single time. And they had 21 elimination game in round 3, the most single game elims and points, 107 in EU during round 3. So the thing about this team is, okay, they might mess up one game, they might mess up another game, but they will always have that pop-off game in their match history that you have to watch out for.
As a reminder, this isn't your usual set lobby finals. There are 250 duos competing today, so 5 lobbies being played out at a time, which is why we're getting straight into the action back to back to back during these matches. As we got Pink and Vico now taking some pop shots with the DMR, both players back and forth. They are close to the River of Styx, so they do have those dashes stacked up, as Misha and his duo partner, on the other hand, are kind of looking to see if they can get themselves a bit more damage. Only one shot as well in the sniper rifle.
Luckily for, I think, everybody in this position, the River Styx that you were talking about is close by to either direction, whether they move towards the south or the north, so disengaging might not necessarily be the bad thing here in terms of survival. But Misha just trying to hound them. You see them following, almost rotating parallel, but now they've become a focus of Loot Island all the way off on the side. And Loot Island is safely in the zone for now, which means the position that Misha and Lucia are in, it's going to get worse. In the next zone, it will pull away from Rift Island. So if they don't start acting fast about where they're going to rotate to, they're going to have to use those heals a lot earlier than they would have to hope.
I mean, yeah, they have the medkits, the floppers, but we saw how it came down to a heal off in game 1. Those are incredibly useful later on if they're able to make it to those last moments of the final moving zone. Volko and Vortexers, on the other hand, in an incredibly solid spot here within the zone. Even choosing to get into a better one, they can replenish those dashes instantly by landing in the water, recuperating that little material that they needed. Now back again, full mats, nice position, opportunity to refarm brick. Looking really strong for this endgame.
That's a little bit of a thesis I'm thinking of right now. They already had prime position at the top where nobody was at. They rotated into enemies, and the only reason I'm thinking why you would do that is because you might have forecast tower getting ready for the next zones. We'll figure out in a few minutes once the zone does pull, if it does pull in that direction. But that is going to be huge for their game, especially since they're next to the River Styx to get those dashes again. But Razumi just becomes a target, trying to reunite with his teammates, dropping down from height. He loses so much shield and HP, and he doesn't really have any to regenerate, and now he's being aggressed onto.
Split up from his teammate, as now it looks like they've been able to regroup, but is it going to be enough? As the shots come through, it's going to be 61 below, but it quickly changes to 393 above as it updates. Grape Cat and his duo partner wanting to do a bit of damage, but Irazumi is going to be able to get out of this situation.
Yeah, much needed. Not only they don't really have heals to continue fighting this, it's the damage. They are 300 plus damage above that threshold. It's almost a moot point unless you can get the eliminations to scrounge together those heals. But you see action going down all around the map. Bettis just 37 below, becoming focused. He does have some heals to attempt to out heal it, but there's so many players that do need to go down, it's almost not even worth it.
Fico and Pink in the same position as we saw them previously, right above the River of Styx, with some duos close by, as we'll see right now. Jacob, if your thesis was correct, as the zone has pulled.
What is that? Oh my god!
Towards
Yeah,
the literal name of the POI in the Grim Gate, which I believe is where Volko and his duo partner are based up at, if I'm not mistaken. So either they got really lucky, they do have that forecast tower, which would make a lot of sense here. But for Bettis, no duo partner, no HP, and now back to the lobby.
it's just tough, especially when you're these guys and you know he's healing, backing up, possibly weak. Great timing there to really take advantage of that one. very, very close to Grim Gates already. They don't have much distance to cover. And you can look at their inventory. The double Flowberry Fizz. One of them is used just a little bit, but both of them close to max. They have plenty of charges. They're going to be able to save a lot of materials as long as they play their cards right in this next one.
I believe. I was going to say, I think this is the base that Volko and his duo set up, but it is not. It's another base incredibly high up. Unfortunately, not in the zone, but do have those dashes, so they will be able to make it on in here. Flowberry is popped. Dashes come through, flying through the sky now. Will they land on top of a duo is the question. Looks like it's going to be on top of a solo. Could be quick pickings, but they put themselves into the focus now as the solo has escaped right onto another duo. And Skies now, they have enough damage, but look at that loot, Jacob. Gray hammer pump shotgun, blue thunderburst, no shield, no HP. They want a refresh.
Yeah, and that was a sound play. I give him a 10 out of 10 for thinking of that one, trying to drop onto Sandguild. He was separated from Marius as a solo, but now that they finally reunited, they become a focal point in this lobby. But I think just going up one layer has done enough to kind of stop the focus. Shots coming in their direction, but now they have to worry about what's next. 43 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. With this next rotation, they have to start getting information where players are at, where you're going to need to rotate, and where you're going to get surge from. And just like that, Sangula Marius dropped down, instantly getting a knock onto one player. They see his teammate nearby, but it wasn't much, Takata. It wasn't much in terms of Storm Surge.
Not at all. 36 above, about to be below if the opponents continue to do damage as it keeps ticking lower and lower. Not only that, they have to rotate fully south here. But the good news is you can get those dashes, although every player most likely will be able to get the dashes, seeing that this whole zone is on top of that river of sticks. So these rotates should not be incredibly difficult, although getting the damage might be.
I'm gonna go out on the limb right now due to the mythic Harbinger SMG that Marius might also have the Underworld Medallion. It's not very useful for a team situation, but if Marius does end up as a solo, you know how prolific he is in those situations. It could come in handy. Shots coming in as they continue to dash forward, replenishing the Underworld dashes with the River Sticks. And just like that, they are in the front of the zone without using materials. This is amazing for Marius and Sandguild.
Once again, recuperating the dashes. Taze now going to be the one getting the pressure as Marius continuing to rain 462 shots with that SMG is now even some rifts coming through. It's Thomas HD Queasy, though, who are looking incredibly healthy, almost 900 damage above, but still looking at their surroundings, seeing if there's any opportunities close by. It's Irezumi that's caught in the action. But as the rotate has to come through, I'm not sure how much longer this aggression is going to continue.
Yeah, I say we'll get tricky there. Rift Island is going to be in the picture. A couple teams up there. Volko and Vortexers again playing their cards. Z-Andy going to be right on top. And this is the thing. Even though Z-Andy and his teammate might not necessarily know where the next zone is, if they have spotted out and followed Volko and Vortexers, they might have some sort of a clue to figure out this might be the team to lead us to the promised land, but you can only stay so close. They also need to get them out of the way because zone is pushing off of Rift Island. So last to use that jump pad will be the advantageous position.
Non-stop pressure from Z-Andy, looking to see if they can force them off the island as Caden Diox now getting ahead of zone, but be careful where you box up. It's another duo with the wall. Quick edit, quick elim as Diox now is left alone.
Yeah, getting a little caught off guard. Sometimes that happens here in these end games where there's so much going down. Marius, a little bit of elevation, looking down, looking back, the awareness. He's trying to keep it at an all-time high as he continues to put down damage, which is needed. 23 below the damage threshold. And there's about 10 players that need to go down before it turns off. There's a lot of work need to be done still.
14 below. Flowberry will be coming out once they want to begin the rotate here, but they're just looking for shots. They know how much they're in need currently. They don't want to have to be using their chunk splashes, their minis early. They want to conserve them if it's possible, but if they continue being unable to connect these shots, they might just have to, as now forced to rotate as zone gets closer and closer to their box. But they're still constantly looking at their surroundings. Where's the opening? Where's the shot? Nice connections from Marius, 66 above. Now a bit of freedom, a bit of time to breathe, get ahead of zone. But right as they make it, they need to start getting shots again.
Yeah, perfect plays to stagger themselves just enough, and immediately as they do to get to the front side, but Zandy's duo still at the top of Loot Island, and it has bounced back. They're the only team up there, and they will not be contested just yet as Queasy, Thomas, they're trying to move forward, stay ahead of the zone, but give themselves opportunities to look back when they present themselves. Push back in the zone. They have already built their tunnel and a path that they can use that very little people can contest.
Zone finally pulling away from the Rift Island. Going to be forcing the players down as Vico and Pink pick up a quick one on the edge of zone, now up to 4. As they've got a nice safe rotate, actually. You'd think they're second high, but with Rift Island height, it's all the way in the stars right now as Queasy has been knocked down. It's Thomas HD now.
Legendary Banana, that's going to help him in terms of the heals. He did pick up the Mount Olympus medallion as well. It's going to get him some speed, a little bit of boost on the jumps, negate a little bit of that fall damage. But the bananas, he's using them as much as he can. Top 11 situation here. He's just trying to skate past everybody else. Top 10, more points in terms of placement, but he's running out of resources in terms of heals. He's going to have to start moving forward. But I think with the zone pushing back, that gives him a couple extra inches in terms of where he needs to be.
A bit of time. Marius, Sangild, still both players up, still healthy after they were able to get that damage. Now with another knock. 4 splashes in hand, still have flow berries, still have ammunition, even materials. They've got it all. Duo partner as well. They can't take any huge risks here. They just want to survive as long as possible, as Zandy has actually chosen to just tarp out directly from the Rift Island, and now it's even pulled back as Thomas still alone takes some shots on Volko, gets the knock, turns it into a 1v1 against Vortexers. But can he close it out? Finish comes through. Another player, though, in the action, taking out Thomas HD.
Not giving him a chance to use the bananas, the rest of the resources he has left. But Marius passing on over the heals. Even though he is going to play Disruptor, Sangild might try to heal off whatever he has left. Remember the Underworld medallion that'll get siphoned as Zandy dashes his way back towards his zone. Legendary banana pop. He just needs time to get the HP back on up. But Marius is now on the hunt for eliminations. And a big shot, but the siphon goes through. The siphon back to back for Marius. He's staying alive on the low ground. The legendary banana, Marius is making an impact.
He is not done yet. Banana dropped for his duo partner. He said, I'm going to disrupt. You heal off. Takes a shot onto Pink. It's enough to crack him, but not enough for the elim, as Sangild now has that extra banana that has been dropped from his duo partner alongside the splashes. But is it enough as the heal off is coming through?
Romanian has been almost uncontested at the top of Rift Island throughout these last couple of zones. As Sangild trying to go for the finish. He thinks it's over, but it's not. Pink goes down, but Romanian is still alive, and he's dashing forward. He's dashing to safety. He makes it happen. Almost uncontested the last couple of zones. He takes that opportunity and runs with it.
From the Rift Island, staying in the clouds throughout the whole end game, basically just letting the players battle down below. Zandy in the last moments dropping down to try and cause disruption, but his duo partner up top healing off, playing it slow, and taking the clean victory royale.
And look at that angle right there. He's off of Rift Island. He's watching everything happen. Dashes towards the action just in case, but Sangild wasn't able to hold on. He goes down. Huge win for Zandy and his duo, and that's definitely going to move him up the leaderboards. But what do those leaderboards look like? Well, let's throw it on over to Frankie and our analyst to find out.
I think at the end of that game, we are going to see quite a lot of duos move further up the leaderboard because so many eliminations under the belts of those final duos. I have to say, amazing to see Vico and Pink doing so well, but we've got to start with our winners, 11-2K, Zandy, and the player I'm calling Romanian Turtle.
Yeah, Romanian Mafia in-game is his name, but he's known as Turtle, an up-and-coming Romanian talent who has decided to pair up with the most veteran, most well-known Romanian player we've had in the scene, Zandy, and they're looking pretty good. I mean, that endgame did play very favorably for them mini-miner, I think we'd say. We don't get to see these types of zones often, but they just sat on the islands, the whole sort of moving zones, and nobody could really do anything about it, and it sort of put them in a really good spot towards the end there. But I mean, the rest of the players in the lobby definitely made it close.
Yeah, it was lucky for them that Ireland got into that end zone, and of course it saved them so many materials. They were able to heal up there as well, but they had to make the play themselves. You saw them rifting up there at the front side of the zone. They had to get there. They had to make that play. So you saw the experience of Ziandi there. We talked so highly of him previously, to come back to the game and try to grind again with an up-and-coming player, as you mentioned, Levin. It's nice to see those plays really being made and not just sitting back and letting all the other teams make those decisions. So nice stuff from this duo, of course, as you mentioned, up on the island. It's going to be a little bit easier from there. You can save materials. You can get all the heals that are there as well. They just tarped over like they were on height, which they were for that end game. So for the teams down low, it made things a little bit more difficult. There was no real high ground takes or anything. So for them, nicely played.
We've got to talk about Marius and Sangild as well. So many eliminations to their name, definitely racking up loads of points. I believe that they may even have had a medallion under their belt. They definitely did have some kind of medallion, because I think they have the Zeus medallion, in fact, I should say, Mini Miner.
I think it was the Siphon medallion that Marius had, because whenever he gets those eliminations, he's getting that Siphon. You can see it right there on that elimination from Luna, and that's exactly what Marius is sort of known for at the moment. He's known for high eliminations. He's known for landing over there at the Underworld, claiming that Siphon medallion, which just allows him to keep that momentum, keep that control throughout these endgames, Levin. It just gives him the freedom just to do what he does best, and that's just completely frag out.
I mean, I used to be the guy that was known for just hyping up like EU players, and more specifically UK players. I might just become like the Danish guy. Sorry's rule, step out of the way. Like, I am now repping Denmark for life, because these Danish players are just putting on a show. Last game it was Fredoxy. This game Marius was really strutting his stuff. And I mean, the fact that they were able to get second there was just super impressive. I mean, at points in that endgame I thought, oh, okay, look, this is going to be a bit of a stretch here, right? Like, if Marius is going to really show that he deserves all the hype he's been getting on TikTok and all social media right now, he's going to have to put in a really good performance. And he did. And yeah, the Siphon coin obviously coming in clutch. Like, he doesn't survive those situations without Siphon, right? And so it definitely came in huge. Sangild, even at the end there, I thought Sangild, okay, third place is going to be enough. He doesn't have any heal off. Takes out Pink. These guys on a roll, man. They got serious momentum right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how well they can do. I think we're ready to look at the leaderboard now and see how far those eliminations have got them. And as you can see, shooting up that leaderboard, Sangild and Marius, even though they didn't get the victory royale, Mini Miner, they had definitely got themselves into a very favourable position.
Yeah, nice game from those guys, of course, as well. In there, in 6th place, it's Vico and Pink as well, who've had a very hot and cold day so far. 3rd place, game number 1 for them, 45th in game number 2, and of course they're coming in 3rd place. What a fantastic game from them. We hadn't seen them before, I don't believe, so it's a nice way to see these guys, how they're playing in the end game. And this duo have always had potential, Evan. They've always had the right ingredients to perform, and it's nice to see them doing it now. Hopefully that can continue for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm really high on this duo, man. I really think these guys have the potential to be an FNCS winning duo. It's just a matter of, you know, the right things falling in line for them. Whether that will be this season or not, it's left to be seen. But if this game is a sign of what's to come, it's very hopeful. Moments like these, right? They're just so composed ahead of everybody else in the end game, right? Set teams up well for refreshes, and Vico and Pink are always going to be, you know, a team that has plenty of firepower at their disposal. But, you know, I think part of the evolution of this team is that they have all the firepower, but they're very disciplined, right? Vico used to be this sort of unchained fragger who really sort of wouldn't always make the best decisions. Now, sort of Pink's reined him in a bit more control, and so they will just continue to consistently make it to these end games. Again, about delivering a bit more there. Pink maybe will be let down a bit by the fact that he didn't quite, you know, pick up Sangild at the end and get a 2nd place, but they're still looking good overall.
They're looking incredibly good, especially as this is only our first qualifying weekend of the major. And the way that they're playing so far, it seems like semi-finals are an inevitability for these boys at this rate. I can't wait actually to see that semi-finals format come back, where that victory royale is a golden ticket, because I have a feeling that Vico and Pink are going to be very good for snatching that free pass to the finals. But that obviously is in quite a few weeks' time. We've got to still talk about what's happening in the lobbies today. And Thomas HD is very much happening, Levin.
I mean, again, it's just the Danish players just putting on a show. I mean, it's getting tired sort of bigging these guys up now, man. Look, they have absolutely got to all put their respect. Fredoxy, Marius, all these guys, they got to put respect on the OG. When you talk about Danish players, there is one man, and that man is Thomas HD. And in this endgame here, look, Queasy goes down. He sort of drops that sort of a medallion for him, right? The one you get from the Zeus one, the one you get from Mount Olympus. And you know, Tomasic proceeds to sort of just keep himself ticking in the end game a bit longer again than you would have expected a solo 2. Queasy did well to lead him up to that point, right? But this is where he went down. Yeah, he goes down here, drops him the coin and says, look, take some loot, take the coin and cook. And that is exactly what Tomasic will do. This situation here, Vortexes just didn't see it coming. Unfortunately, gets taken out there, got a bit overwhelmed, a bit of an overheat, but still, Tomasic, man, what a player he is.
Yeah, what I liked about
Mine
Thomas
was-
right there was just to say it quickly, was actually just his like ability to stay composed in that moment,
Yeah.
right? Just the heals. He had the bananas, he had 4 bananas, he had all those splashes. A lot of players were just going, right, okay, I've got this medallion, I can easily make it into zone, I can quickly get there and save all of these heals. But he thought, right, you know what, I'm actually gonna use them, invest them to make sure that I can get into zone and keep these materials going. And that's what Thomas HD does. He's got that experience, he's got that ability, and we know what he can do when he gets in those solo situations. Not quite to the extreme of we're used to seeing in that particular game, but nice game from them nevertheless.
Yeah, nice game for Queasy as well. 5 eliminations. Boys, do you know any Polish?
Tiny bit. Dzień dobry.
Come on, give me your best Polish, Levin.
Yeah, I gave you it. Dzień dobry.
Polska
Dzień
Góra.
dobry.
Yeah.
Dziękuję, Polska Gurum. Let's head over to Cami and Seti if you hadn't guessed what I was trying to do there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could follow that up with any Polish for myself, but we do got the Polish powerhouses, Cami and Seti, to grace us here today. And I will say, Takata, before we kind of watch anything that's going on, Cami, Seti are kind of known for a little bit of a slow start in some of these tournaments. It's usually toward the second half they begin to pick things up, and we're now inching into the second half of the day.
Starting off slow, but staying consistent is what we like to see from this duo. The Polish Panthers, as Adam would like to call them. Currently, like you said, taking more of an uncongested rotate around the edge of the zone, as they already have 2 elims to their names. They've done a bit of damage. They've gotten a good amount of loot, and now they just kind of want to make it to zone, get based up, and maybe even take some shots with the players who are also rotating in these angles. But so far, nothing too risky for Tayson, though, and Venno closer to the Rift Island. Much more of a popular location, but as zone has pulled far away, all the players as well are starting to rotate away. So far, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too exciting so far. You see them just trying to look together, see.
Oh!
Ooh, about to say anybody else looking to use a rift, but he gets sniped before that's a possibility. And just the aim with the Thunderburst. Tayson and Venno just strike again. I feel like that duo had no idea what was hitting them, what came coming. I just have no idea.
I think they still don't know what just hit them. Like they're like, what just happened? Both players taken out in an instant headshot snipe from the laser, while his partner, I mean, he was just trying to zip line up. Didn't have to do him like that. Come on, Venno. Both SMGs. Looked like another snipe shot hit him. This Bimbo inside of the bush, looking to see if it's gonna open up any opportunities. Can conserve materials by not building your little base. Can surprise some opponents, but when you're in this tier of lobbies, nobody's running into a bush unchecked. They will take shots at it. They will make sure that it's clear, even when they're rotating past it. But it doesn't hurt to stay in one. It's a bit relaxing, you know?
They just have to be careful because although they do have the zone pretty open on their side of the map, it won't 50-50 all the way up there towards Rebels Roost. So a lot of their options are being cut out, and they could potentially position themselves with a max zone pool, but only time will tell. Psycho Cool and Voltiax, not too far of a rotation for them, but just like everybody else nearby, there is so many players getting stacked up on this side of the zone. It is going to start to become congested. So you start to wonder, is it worth it to take some store damage, go around everybody else, try to get in front if you do have the heals, or do you just try to want to brute force your way through? Decisions for a lot of these teams, especially considering Storm Surge has been playing a huge role in today's games.
Nako, Kire representing Spain here. Currently, I believe, top 7, top 8 on the leaderboard. Not doing too bad so far in the first qualifier. Can they maintain it, though? As they've also opted to rotate into a bush here. Edge of zone, though. They need to keep going. Looks like they were kind of planning their rotate, looking around, seeing what options they have, as now, as the shots came through, forced to place that metal brick builds, and now going to stay here and be the ones taking shot on the other players that are rotating on in.
Just a kind of a tough position with everybody kind of congested on this side, and whether you're 10 above or just below altogether, you know you're not necessarily feeling comfortable, and you have to start being proactive of where you're going to get the shots at. And you see them looking towards the backside of the zone. Now they're looking towards the front, seeing if anybody is trying to pass them up on this next rotation. And this is the moment right here. You start to get a little nervous now that they have fallen and continue to fall below that damage threshold.
What can they do to get out of this situation? They're a bit elevated, but to be fair, inside the forest here, there's so many trees, there's so much kind of natural environmental blocks where they can't really get that much vision on their opponents in the surrounding areas. So they're just going to choose for a straight-on box fight. They don't need to get eliminations from this. Just a few shots, one big pump could be what they need, and they get it. But with that advantage, they might be hungry for more. Gets the knock now inside of the opponent's box, but Waze is going to get knocked as well. Now, both duos left as a solo. They might be able to pick up their duo partners, but with the third parties coming through, the shots, the pressure being applied, it's going to be incredibly difficult. 1 HP. Can he make it out of here?
Wow. Storm literally forcing him inward, and that was just a tough situation. They're trading shots back and forth, getting each other low. But then everybody else around him hears all that commotion going on, and they begin to spray in that direction, making what could have been a dream for some into a nightmare. Now they're forced to kind of scrounge together. A lot of the materials being expended. And you see half of Flowberry Fizzes on each one of those. So a lot of the charge is already going out the window before the rotation even comes in.
Waze got picked up, though. Duo partner was brought back into the match, although not with a lot of HP to work with. Hopefully they have some medkits or something in hand that they can use. Nathan CZB, on the other hand, no pressure at all. 375 above. Good loot. Can't even replenish those dashes that they're going to quickly use here to get into zone. Zipline to get up. Is that the play they want to do? No.
I will say, I like how Nathan and CZB has started the day. You know, they have a huge VR, 8 elims, second game of the day, 7th place, 3 elims. They are finding themselves and finding some consistency in these games, but it's still the early start of the day. Things could get better. Things could fall down just a little bit. I mean, look at Cammy. Last time we saw them, him and Seti were looking strong, rotating around, and now he's stuck as a solo. I would say luckily for him, he does have a lot of material, a lot of resources in his back pocket, and he's pulled very, very closely into this next zone. So even though it does look tough for him, things are working out, but it looks tougher on the other side. Veno's down, Tayson being pressured. It does look like some of those shots might be bleeding through, and it's just going to be tough to see if he can survive all that onslaught.
2 Titan duos now with no duo partner. Tayson left as a solo. Cammy as well has lost Seti. Forced to see what they can clutch up. Good news is, I believe they have pulled zone, so they do not have to make much of a rotate here, although Tayson doesn't even have to do damage. 924 above. Even with Veno being eliminated, you can just see how dominant they've been throughout this match. But with so much placement to be achieved here, with 22 duos still up, 42 players, there's a long way for Tayson to go in this match.
And only about 6 players do need to go down in this zone, but it's going to go jump to 10 right after. So Tayson, it's all about just surviving. You said it yourself, almost 1,000 damage above the threshold. It's all about just jumping from one box to the next, essentially. Finding safety where you can, as Cammy. 141, not as comfortable as Tayson is, but he still does a good job of using that to his advantage, especially that he is a solo. He doesn't have to wait for Seti. He doesn't have to time it right. He goes when he feels comfortable, and so far it's working out for him and Tayson.
Yeah, great position, to be fair. It all depends, though, where this zone pulls, because there's so much elevation on both the east and west side here, and it looks like it even might pull a little south, so you can still play in the river, even with this upcoming zone. But if it ends up pulling fully east and you're in the river, it's going to be an incredibly difficult rotate, as you'll have to climb that whole mountain that you can see here, the whole ridge. So it's that decision you have to make. As a solo, it could be possible, especially with the dashes. But for the duos already based up there, it might just be safer to stay on top.
Yeah, this next rotation is going to be telling for a lot of teams, whether you're above the threshold or not. With a lot of dashes and a lot of players needing to go down. It is going to give opportunity for a lot of chaos to ensue as Voltiax and Psycho, they immediately push forward, take some of that high ground. But the question I ask, is it too soon? They got a couple zones to go and a lot of opportunity for players to dash up and contest it.
Only one banana in hand. As now they're kind of deciding, you know, what should we do? We're so high up. Flowberry popped, trying to get ahead here to rebuild on up. As Tayson now rotating along the edge of zone. It's dangerous though. He has picked up an Elim, but there's so many duos close by, so many players battling, and still with 93 builds, he doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah, doesn't really need to either. 756, does have the bananas, can stagger himself, instant HP plus HP gain. Huge elimination for Cammy. Even though he's in zone, he gets a good amount of heals, but focus, that's Arcadian on the backside, getting the elimination and stealing together those heals, but Tayson still finding a way, tooth and nail, all the grit to stay ahead of the zone and get these placement points, because remember when Venom went down, nobody was granted anything.
Banana plus Flowberry, good rotation combo, but if you're in the air for too long, it opens up that opportunity for your opponent to take shots. As high ground has been overthrown. All the players now trying to scale up as the zone did pull back east. No more River of Sticks for those dashes unless you have that medallion.
Very, very little resource in terms of ways to gain HP and shield for Tayson. Running out of build as well. About 200. That's enough for him to work with, but also knows he has to try to find something. Peeks towards the left, lands a couple shots, but nothing that gives him the confidence to continue moving forward. But the zone pulls back yet again. Another blessing for Tayson to continue to try to stay alive.
33 builds. He's getting closer and closer to needing that impact, needing that elimination. Nathan, though, connecting nice shots, but his duo partner's up. He wants to tarp it, make sure he can get regrouped at CZB. He's back now, ahead of the zone. They can just look back here, maybe even find some free pickings. As players start running out of materials, opportunities start opening up, and for Tayson, he's gonna capitalize on that. Now back to 30 builds, but only 12 HP. He's just one shot away from getting eliminated.
Yeah, at least he got elimination points, placement points by taking down the full team. And now he has to really dig deep to figure out what he's going to do next. Another team going down, top 11, pushing forward. Nice shot towards the backside. Cobra is going to get knocked, but it's in the zone. Tayson cannot pick up any of that loot, so he has to continue pushing forward with nothing.
Still getting a good amount of elims. These points are massive for Tayson, already at 112, which is 2 takes away from being eliminated to Storm. He's forced back up a layer, 3 builds now. Pressure is on, 1 build now, 0 builds. He needs to make something happen.
Yeah, he was almost second height. He became the focus. He can't even pause here to use the Flowberry Fizz and get shield. It's from one fight to the next, and it's Nathan and CZB who take him down as soon as he reaches the low ground. And Nathan and CZB could be the first team on the day to have 2 victory royales in this qualifier.
It's going to be difficult, though. The high ground team could have heals. I have not seen their inventory yet. If they have enough med kits to play it, it could be what grants them that win. As Nathan now continuing to top ahead. They do have 28 builds. They do have the Flowberry Fizz. Are they going to go for the aggression? Are they going to play it slow? There's just 3 duos up, 5 players. Can they hold on?
Yeah, they cannot let this go to heal off, though. That's going to be the biggest thing. They have no HP in their inventory if it does come down to it. And this is where disruption starts. One opponent's going to go down. He drops into the palm of his hand. CZB strikes. Back-to-back eliminations. 2v1 situation, though, with no heals. They're trying to chop everything down before he goes to the backside of the zone for the heal off. No success just yet. His opponent has just been able to escape. Down goes Nathan. Down goes CZB. No 2 victory royales for you as it gets snatched away.
Vitorid up top on the high ground with the med kit in hand. Didn't have to take a single shot at his opponent. It's just ran away on back. Used the med kit, got the heal off, and got the VR. Easy way to close it out.
Yeah, only time will tell what that does to the leaderboard, because again, there's already 1 win on CZB and Nathan. Even though they got second, they're going to move up. You can see Vitorid at the backside, he had more than enough heals because of the fact that he had high ground for so long. He was able to pass everybody up and save those to the perfect moment. But another game down, another game out. Let's throw it on over to our analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much, boys. And we saw Fatoid and his partner just heading for that high ground. As soon as that zone pulled away from the river, I was slightly chanting boo at my desk because I just wanted to see everyone dashing about the place. But kudos to him for taking that one. I have to say, I was watching that and thinking to myself, Nathan, you know, if you were in a trio and Archie was with you still, then maybe this would have been your victory royale. What do you think, Levin?
No comment. Let's leave Archie out of this one. Yeah, let's give credit to Nathan and CZB where it's due. They've been super consistent today, and I feel like in general the past couple of FNCSs, like they always seem to cook up something, make their way into grand finals, and have a couple shock performances here. But yeah, of course the winners in that game holding on to height super well.
Yeah, they did. And of course, I mean, Archie's in the finals today. So if you want to see Archie, Frankie, then maybe we'll see him at some point during the day. But yeah, nice high ground win. Pretty typical stuff, you know, getting the heals there, of course, holding on to hype for so long. Nathan and CZB, although they had a lot of eliminations down there, were very consistent on that mid ground to low ground layer. They just couldn't find those heals, right? They couldn't find those refreshes with the heals. So didn't quite work out for those guys in the end. But pretty solid stuff on high.
Yeah. Also pretty solid stuff, we have to say, for Tayson as well, because the way that he was solo trying to clutch that one out was quite impressive. But we've got to talk about the winners as we're seeing them right now. Mr. Cow just moving around that final zone like an absolute pro, as he is, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to now to speak that language, but I will say...
say moo! That's how you speak, Cow.
He sort of did the job you expect everyone to do, right? In terms of just dropping down as that fragger, try and stop anybody from having any heal off potential. They all sort of did the work for him, really, because they didn't have any heals anyway. But, you know, job complete, and they move into the next game.
And Tayson, as I just mentioned, doing so well to get as far a placement as he could. I think he maybe made it to 6th or 7th in that particular lobby. Managed to get himself a couple of eliminations along the way, Mini Miner, as a solo.
Yeah, I mean, to solo clutching this early on is such a feat. And I know a lot of people would have expected it to be Venno was the one that would be solo clutching in the situation. But no, let's put some respect on Tayson's name. Throughout this entire end game, I know, Levin, you were thinking the same. There were so many moments for us. It's like, he's done. Like, that's it. There's no chance he's going to get a refresh here. Look at it. It was this moment here. 12 HP, no chance of refresh, no chance of eliminations, and he just kept proving us wrong, Levin.
I mean, it was just sad when he gets the one here. He can't even go get it because he takes any damage to Storm. He's a goner. And then he exits the box and there's one just sitting there for him. I'm like, the luck on this man. I mean, honestly, though, really, really good player. Of course, you mentioned, right, you know, people expect Venno usually being the one to solo clutch. People sometimes, you know, forget that a lot of Tayson's FNCS wins have come from solo competitions. He is one of the best solo players of all time. And, you know, sometimes he does like to show us what he can do when it comes to that. But look at who's in first place on the leaderboards right now. CZB and Nathan after that second place. Again, they've been really consistent today. That was a really big game for them.
I was about to say, we've just seen them in this top 10 the entire broadcast so far. And Nathan is just going from strength to strength. It feels like every lobby we see him in, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really nice from this duo. They had a first in their first game, 7th in their second, and now a second in this game. They just seem to have the low ground chemistry, the mid ground chemistry just on lock. They seem to be performing very well as a duo. We've seen these guys performing in the past as well. They're not a brand new duo that we're used to seeing. Look at that from CZB. He knew it was over for him, but it was still a good, solid performance from those guys. And of course, rightly so, being in the first place position, getting some eliminations there as well to go along with it. Just a solid, well-played game so far. And it's quite difficult to find that consistency when you're in the ever-changing lobby, I think, as well, Evan, because you just never know who you're going to get with.
Yeah, but these guys seem to find it. Of course, looking at some of the players who, again, are sort of in good spots right now, like Vico and Pink still doing well, Andalex and Sato in 19th. They're an interesting one, right? They're one of the few French teams of late who have really looked like they are sort of, you know, going from strength to strength, and they recently got signed to Valiant. So you see the Valiant in front of their names. Congratulations to those guys.
Look at that, Mr. Savage.
Yeah, I was about to say, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both just looked at it at the same time. Our eyes lit up. It's like, they're inside the top 30. And I'm excited about this duo because a lot of people would have written them off. You know, they would have been like, yeah, okay, they had their moment in the grand finals last season. I know I certainly didn't expect them to make the grand finals last season, and even less so this season. I was like, yeah, surely not. They can't do it again. But yet again, they're proving us wrong. They're proving me wrong. They're proving a lot of people wrong, I'm sure, as well, by just consistently putting up performances that we just don't expect. A lot of that's down to Mr. Savage. He's playing incredibly at the moment, and Mongrel is there too. So it's going to be a great one to watch this season, I'm sure.
I mean, Mini Minor, it's Mr. Savage. There are so many believers out there, and hopefully their beliefs will be well-founded. We're going to jump back into the lobby right now because there's a duo we haven't had time to talk about so far. So let's see what's going on with Jacob and Takata.
That's right, Frankie. We're right back with Vidil and Resin. And it looks like they might have just cleaned up a quick engagement here, Jacob. Curious to see if they were able to pick up some elims. 2 on the board. It's Vidil who got them. That's a good way to start it off.
Not perfect way to start it off. And look at the rewards for their efforts. There's 9 bunkers that do potentially spawn on the map, but it's 6 that actually get activated, and it's around this 3rd zone. You start to hear this alarm sound off, and it's not about 115, 110 that you can actually access these vaults, and they're all ready to go in. Not only you get a plethora of actual loot, you get gold, and there's one of those mod benches. The only place to get those mod benches is in these bunkers, so now they have so many options to work with in terms of picking the perfect loadout for them.
This is a huge start, honestly. With the 2 elims, the bunker, you said it yourself. Not even too many duos close by. Now the freedom to kind of choose how they want to pick their rotate here. It's only 3rd zone, so they have a lot of time to kind of plan it out. Even see if they want to pick a path where you can get more damage from afar, as they're not going to be forced to take those risky engagements so early on. We were talking about them as well. Mongol, Mr. Savage. They've been performing very well so far in 29th place, 114 points. I mean, we talked about it earlier on. To have a good shot of qualifying to the semis at least, I believe you just needed around 120, maybe 130 points. And with that, you will not have to do too much work in the next qualifier. So definitely a strong start for this duo.
And if you guys are at home wondering who is who, 009 is going to be Mongrel. User is going to be Savage, just in case you're watching a lot of these plays and you're wondering who just made such a magnificent call. Now we can differentiate. And you already know who didn't make a good call there. A little bit of fall damage. Never really hurt anybody unless you're Floki. But luckily for them, the only team that is nearby is the one that is already concerned with the forecast tower. So not too much loss there. You keep your shields. Might have to use some heals, but not too much of a worry since they didn't go down altogether.
Could have been a lot worse. It could definitely have been worse. Trulex Chicho. I mean, they're looking good too. Not in zone, but it's not like they need to be right now. Also 2 elims, just like Vidil and Resin. They are closer to Lavish though, so a lot more up north here. As they make their way in. So far, it's kind of like a little bit more peaceful for the players that have gotten those initial engagements off their contested drop spot if they were contested. Already looted up, and now it's just kind of setting up for the more mid-game section here.
Probably easy rotation as well. You know, see him in the zone. It's easy to get worrisome for a team like this. But as you see, it's a free rotation. Legendary bananas. You got to match what other heals they do have in their inventory. So it's not too worrisome just yet. Maybe when we get later in the game, 11th zone, we'll kind of look back at a moment like this to see how much damage did they take to Storm if it does go down to a heal off. Then we'll be singing a little bit of a different song and dance.
Pixel. Waiting to see here. Zone actually has pulled quite close to them, so they will not have to rotate too far at all. For Strokey, though, looks like he's got an interesting situation here. What's gone wrong here, Jacob? Looks like a player is hiding. Will they be able to find them? Roban for Strokey. They know he's close by. They hear the footsteps. They hear him running. They are in the zone, but it's not a problem with the 2 versus 1. No big mistakes, and it should be all right here. As now, right-hand peek for the opponent. Needs to find a different angle. The chase continues. No shots landed yet. No connections. This could go terribly wrong, though. As for Strokey's lost his duo partner, Ravon has been knocked. Now it's a 1 versus 1. What has gone wrong, Jacob?
Yeah, it just looks like they are just getting too aggressive, trying to use their strength and numbers of a different way, but the longer they stay in the zone, their HP is going down. It makes them susceptible to one-shot opportunities right now. And with a 2v1 that's now turned into a 1v1, it's forcing Fast Roki to use a ton of those heal early as a solo, but he's still not backing down. Great way to trade shots and still hold confident and to hold true in a situation like this.
You know there's no time to pick up his teammate, so he's looking for the aggression. He might just have to go for that Elib. He's telling his opponent, go to zone, let me pick up my duo partner, but he's saying, no, no, no. You wanted to take this fight. We're battling to the end. Fastroki needs to just play aggressive here. He does have enough medkits to out-heal him, though. Kurama has 1, but Fastroki has 3, so if his ultimate game plan is just wait until he can pick up his duo partner, it's just going to be so difficult. It's going to use so much time. I don't know if it's the right play. Now dropped down to 17 HP. Raban as well, about to get taken out. They get 1v2, Jacob.
A 1v2 situation. That is just huge, because now imagine the confidence. He turned it around. He has the heals, the Flowberry Fizz, and that was the shot that started it off. A monster shot on the Roban, and the fact that he was able to stay alive. He was just slipping through every nook and cranny. Finally gets the piece control and sends Fast Roki and Roban back to the next lobby to queue up for another game.
Absolute tragedy for the duo as we swap over to Rift Island. Griff swaps one of the Maddie duos here. As a reminder, there are rifts below the island that will appear that players can use to rotate. There's a flag to capture up top here alongside some launch pads you can also use. And it looks like there's 2 duos that were kind of put head to head up top. As Yarko.
Oh no.
Ooh, was he?
He's trying to
go down. He did. Swaps. Taking himself out to fall damage, unable to waterfall down the rift. That is not a way you want to go down, Jacob.
Yeah, that was big by Darkies, I do believe it was, as he was trying to waterfall down. You can see that some of the builds get tagged up. You see the Flowberry Fizz, and it's just not going to be enough. Even shots just going through those builds. That's what you get for using wood instead of brick or metal to try to shield and hold through against some of those shots.
We'll see what's his duo's going to be able to do now, though. As he's been forced into an even more difficult situation. He will be able to pop the rift, but there's going to be a lot of players kind of looking around now. I don't know if he's going to try and fly away, if he's going to hide. Yeah, he's going to try and hide on the Rift Island. It's the better play here to not get lasered by the other players in the surroundings, but has he picked a good enough spot? Jacob's the question. Will we see another 1 versus 2? Vadil on the feed taking 1 out as well. We can see what it was. Resin 0 on the board. Vadil 3 now. Both players eliminated. That's 4 for the duo. Inside a zone by the Grand Glacier.
This is a team, you know, you think back towards Major 1. I know it gets overshadowed by how close of a race it was between Malibuka Mustache and Queasy and Thomas. But Reason and Vadil were in contention throughout the majority, I do believe, of day 1. Things slipped through their fingers with the point differential in the day 2 format, and they weren't able to remain consistent, but they have showed the blueprint. They've showed what they're capable of, and if they can continue to channel that, some momentum, and then obviously rework some of the things that went wrong, we can continue to see them at the top of the leaderboard. And Takata, we were talking about it to really start the day of a certain threshold you need to get through here in week 1 to give yourself some flexibility and comfortability for week 2, knowing you at least have some sort of a spot secured in the semifinals.
Right. I believe it was around 115, 120 points. We talked about it earlier on. 130 points is what it was. So if you're able to secure that, it should not be too difficult for you in the second qualifier. So a lot of these players are getting closer and closer to that threshold. And like Sato being one of them. And with the positioning they have already, opportunity to go even deeper into zone when it starts closing. This could be a big match.
I definitely could. And, you know, Andalex and Sato are are one of the few teams so far in this round to have multiple double-digit elimination point games. They were almost able to close out one with a second place. The other one, not so well, though, with the 18th. Overall, I feel like they have 128 points. 32nd, give or take, because obviously there's so many lobbies going on. They positioned themselves well on the leaderboard, but I guarantee you, after their performance in the last FNCS Major 1, that's not where they want to be. They feel like they deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. They just have to prove it here with the rest of the game and the rest of the time they have left.
All that's left is to do it. Vortexia. Edit's coming through with his duo partner. Is that a sniper or a DMR in hand? It's a DMR. As they're seeing what they can get. They do have 0 eliminations, so they could use a bit of damage. We'll see how below or above they are. It's 3 above. So they definitely need to get some tags here. I believe we talked about it earlier on, Jacob. The Storm Surge threshold has been appearing, I believe, 7th zone with around 430 damage being the requirement. Will they be able to hold on to it, though? As they're still 51 below.
Yeah, 51 is not a terrifying number by any means, but it's definitely tough in a situation like this. There's other players on the other side putting shots in that direction, even though they're not necessarily aimed at Vortexia. They're still going through the build, and just like that, that's Lazen, who lands a couple of good laser shots. The Mythic Gatekeeper making its way through, and no other way but to go forward, and he makes it work, picking up not 1 but 2 more eliminations, getting all that resource. And because Skyjump is still alive, I don't want to curse it, but I have the chance to get him back. Well, that one goes out the window, and it wasn't my fault either, Takata.
Don't know about that one, Jacob, but 5 elims on the board now. 1,000 above. Let's see what just happened. Even had shots coming from behind, but was still able to come out on top. What are these solos doing, Jacob? The amount of 1v2s we're seeing. This game is getting intense, as now that's left is to close it out. We saw Tayson pop off in the last match as a solo. Lyson now has everything he needs to do the same in terms of loot and materials, even damage. All that's left is to do it.
I know he had help from his duo, probably getting some of those eliminations, but since he got the eliminations, this is a game right here where Lazen, in theory, can score every single point for his team. He has a couple so far because of those eliminations, but he needs at least one team to go down for those placements to start to set in as Chari and Geras. They take the high launch pad on top of the mountain, and now they can pick the perfect spot in which they want to base up, keeping elevation underneath their control.
Shots continuing to be put onto Cherry and Gyros here, but not going to be enough to scare them. As Gyros continues just to look for shots. Mongol, Mr. Savage as well, boxed up close to everybody else here. So many big names. Trulex, Chicho, Mongol, Savage. I believe I even saw Vadil and Resin there. So many players boxed up close to each other. As the duo here swaps and Griff, they're 237 below though. Good news is snipers in hand, Jacob. Is he going to connect the shot? You think he can do it?
It's a must. I feel like it's a must. It's not whether can he do it. He must do it, because remember, Swaps is the one that got eliminated, taking down off of Rift Island. So they're low on Surge. Griff had to spend so much time getting his teammate back. You see there's no build. They're in shambles, but it's Savage, it's Mongrel on the other side that are going to be the targets. They find a way to continue moving back, create some distance, separate themselves, but Griff is still on the hunt. That's the only team in sight they feel they can get their damage on. And finally, just like that, it turns off, but in the next zone, they're going to need another 10 players to go down. So even though they do have a breath of fresh air, they're going to have to be proactive here in another short 10 seconds.
Look, I don't know.
Excuse me.
I don't know how fresh that air is, Jacob. No shields. All they got is that golden ticket with the legendary Reaper sniper rifle. The shots are going to need to hit, as we can see now. The rotate from Mongol Savage will be coming through shortly. They shouldn't have as much as a worry for the amount of damage they need to do, being 335 above. With just 38 seconds left, we can see what Vadil and Resin have been doing.
Wow. They literally make it look easy. And the way Vadil is just bouncing in and out of those pre-edits, just making sure that they have space just in case the wall gets taken. Very, very impressive. You see everybody trying to rotate towards the front side of the zone, and with the elimination 6 so far, they're 637 damage above the threshold. Allows them flexibility to go to the front side of the zone, but we continue to look at the players that aren't feeling comfortable and are forced to really make a play and a statement here. But once again, Storm Surge turns off before it's too late, but Swaps with no builds loses his teammate.
Be careful, Swaps, because now he's forced deeper and deeper into the zone. 29 HP as it keeps ticking. Still no heals, still no shields. 15 seconds. He can stay crouched here in the corner. Sniper's reloaded. He needs to land that headshot as the pickaxes come through. It's a duo. Nothing you can really do there.
Yeah, and Alex and Sato, hey, possibly going for a third double-digit Elim game. Who knows? They've already got 3. They got 30 opportunities for more, but the Fizz, they're going to immediately dash to the front side of the zone again, give themselves as much time as possible to go from one rotation to the next and figure out where they need to go as they stagger themselves here, wait for the zone to catch up. But as they do that, you see every player now jumping above them and passing them on the rotation.
Giros Chari staying ahead of the pack, making sure to build up as quickly as possible to possibly connect to this peak, to the previous tower that they have built, and it looks like they've done it. This is massive positioning for the duo, especially if they can continue to take shots from above and maybe even find some heals. This could be huge for the duo, especially if the zone pulls back.
Yeah, big moment. They even chop him down so nobody can contest them. Sato and Alex, another elimination. 4th one in the books. Much needed resource and material as they continue to try to push through every adversity being faced in this match. You see the Fizz coming out. They know the next rotation isn't going to be easy. Just like Mongrel and Savage, they've had 5 games. This is their 6th. Contested, not doing so well. But when they are uncontested, they have moments just like this. They can look brilliant and can look like contenders in the region.
Banana pop through. Mobility has been granted, and now they fly through the skies, landing in zone. Still looking incredibly healthy, as they have not been playing too aggressive here. More just focused on rotates, focused on keeping it clean, just like Vidil and Resin. 69 builds, has that Cerebus medallion, so they can trade it back and forth to recuperate those dashes. As another Elim gets put on the board, it's 4 now for Mongrel and Savage.
I'm continuing to use every opportunity uncontested as possible. Once again, reaching the front side of the zone, but push comes to shove. Another team is waiting for an opportunity to jump in the box. They separate Savage and Mongrel. Now Savage is left by himself, staggering, getting damaged by the zone, quickly peeks in for a shot, tries to go around the corner, but the same fate happens. He goes down, but now it's Vidil and Reason. They have a chance at the high ground, and they're trying to chop down Chiri's and Garis to make it a confirmed success.
Giros still up, though. Resin has been cracked as well. They're fighting back. They want to maintain this height. They're so high up, they're getting to the ozone layer. They have to be careful. Good news is Flowberry, though, is going to block that fall damage. They're able to drop back down, connect, and now once again, dominating the clouds is Vidil, continuing to land shots. Dropped to 27 HP, no shields, but he has 3 medkits. He has 3 big pots, but he has 0 materials. He cannot cover himself, and that is going to lead to his demise.
Yeah, but he's done so much damage to the high ground team. Gears now left all by himself, scratching together the heals if it does come down to that. And as he does it, that distraction allows for Trulex and Chicho to now overtake that high ground position. They have heal off conditions in their inventory as well. Chari goes down to the backside of the zone. Everything comes crumbling down for them.
Kurama, Werex continuing to get low now. Have they claimed it? It looks like they have. 30 damage shot to their opponent, but with 0 builds, how much does your teammate have? Are you going to be able to keep tarping out, or do they need to find an impact here as Andalex drops down as well? All the players drop to the snow now. Feet getting cold as Kurama continuing to take out more.
And at least he was able to get one more elimination before going down. Kurama gets another elimination, bringing the team total to 5. Passing up 200 points and giving themselves a moment to breathe on the low ground, heal up as many of those shields as possible because they know the inevitable is about to happen. Somebody will drop down and try to play Disruptor.
3 duos up, 5 total players, as now his duo partner has been taken out. Just 3 little fishies to use to out-heal his opponents. It's not going to be enough as Chicho now just 1 tick away gets dropped as well. Werex still up. Fishy's popped. It's going to be Trulex with the 2 medkits. This looks like he's going to be able to take it. 4 elims for Trulex, 3 for Chicho. Heal off completed. Victory Royale God.
Yeah, all he had in his back pocket was a small fry. You know as well as I do, a small fry just isn't going to be enough when you're hungry for more. Trulex and Chicho, the redemption from last major is real. And that's the thing, Takata, you know as well as I do, when these competitors miss out on an opportunity to play on the grand finals of EU, they don't take it lightly. They hit the lab and they come out swinging in the next major.
Great way to close out the match. I mean, they played it safe. We've seen a lot of heal-offs, but you got to do what is granting those victory royales. Didn't even have to use all the med kits and was still able to take it home.
But games, Takata, we want more games. We're going to throw it on over to Analyst to break this game down and lead us into another.
Well, now I feel a little bit guilty, Jacob, because Jacob wants more games, and now you're stuck with Cerberus, the three-headed dog of the analyst desk. But we'll try to keep you entertained for the next few minutes as we get ready to dive into another lobby. Trillex and Chico, though, they are a duo that we highlighted at the top of the show, did not make the grand finals of Major number 1 mini minor, but now they're here to show that they have adapted to the Season 2 meta, and they ain't going anywhere except the finals.
Yeah, and even last season they were, they had good games, they had good performances individually. So is this a great sign that they're gonna go on and win grand finals? Probably not, realistically. It's a good game for them, though. It's a showcase of what they can do. It's what we've seen from them in the past. It's what we saw a lot of them doing a lot of in globals as well, where they're actually just able to sneak up on high after the high ground teams actually ended up fighting people trying to take high. I think it was actually Vidil and Reason who actually challenged high ground, which ultimately gave them the green light to go there and take it. And as we've seen from these guys in the past, really nicely played, really nice strategy to have those med kits that late on in order to hold them and then of course win the heal off.
Yeah, I've sort of been saying this whole season is that if you go to any EU endgame, right, and get rid of all the names and everything, you can't tell who's in the game. You can actually figure out if Trulex and Chicho are in the game just by looking at medkits in final moving zone. Trulex always has 3 medkits. I mean, it's so consistent for these guys. A lot of the time, if they're not playing high, they may be playing early heal or something of the nature, but they're always going to have the medkits. They're always going to be deep in these games, and it's why they are seen as such a threat this season.
If you could have a banana or a med kit, which one are you keeping in your inventory, Levin?
I want both, but when it comes to what do you need it for, right? I think if you're going to be looking for heal off, yeah, you're going to take the med kits. Bananas are very strong though in terms of having the movement, and it can heal you up a bit. But obviously for end game heal offs, like what we just sort of saw there, med kits are going to take priority.
I'd agree. Yeah,
I guess. Yeah, you're not going to be jumping around, are you, if you're healing off mini?
I mean, you can if you want to. You can use the banana and use the med kit at the same time. But yeah, of course, the med or the banana doesn't actually out heal that 10-tick zone. The med kit does to an extent. It keeps you afloat. So yeah, I think I'd definitely be wanting the med kit in that instance. But to take height, to go for that initial positioning, we saw some teams, a lot of teams today using those bananas. We saw Mongrel and Mr. Savage even going try it towards the backside of the zone and then just propelling themselves right the way into the zone in order to have that position to themselves. So yeah, really nicely done from those guys. And of course, the bananas for me would be the one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more legendary banana action later on. Let's talk about Vidil and Reason, though. This is the first lobby that we got to see them in their element. Maybe still slightly getting used to this one, but a good promising display from them, Levin.
I mean, yeah, look, these guys, we know sort of what they're good for, right? In terms of they are going to be a high output team, a high damage output team. And so you give them an inch, they're going to take them out. They can sniff it out wherever it is in the server. And that certainly was the case in this game. Again, a bit unfortunate, right? When it came to trying to sort of play for height there, you saw they were sort of very eager to try go up for it. And it wasn't the smoothest of height takes. And I think that might be a concern for people who are rooting for these guys, Mini, in that, as good as they have shown they can be last major, as good as they've shown in moments in this major, right? Are they both working hard enough to guarantee that they're always going to be on point in those high-stake moments?
Yeah, that's the big question about this year. And that's the question that I have as well, particularly with, both players, I suppose. We don't often see them grinding as much as we would have liked, particularly for how good they are. And I think a moment right there kind of highlighted what we might see a little bit this season, where they actually got that dash medallion. They got it from a nice refresh. We saw it right there. I think for a lot of teams, that might give them a sort of false sense of security about how easy it is to take height. They might think, right, okay, we've got the dash, easy height, let's go win the game. They tried it, didn't work out, and ultimately that's what kind of caused their game to crumble. So I think for some teams that do have that dash, it's not all about taking height. That's not the only thing you need to do. That dash can be so useful in those mid to low ground layers as well. So maybe taking height there wasn't the best option. They could have squeezed out a few more placements and something to work on in the future.
Let's take a look at the standings and see where we are about halfway through tonight's action. So I'm curious to see Nathan CZB. They are in second because actually Karama and Werex, Levin, even though they haven't got a victory royale to their name, another consistent duo making it pretty far in the game and also taking some names while they do it.
Yeah, man, big ups to Karama. Minnie and I were talking. We both commentated a PlayStation Cup a couple weeks ago, and Karama was one of the prominent players in that solo cup. So it's good to see him here in the FNCS popping off as well. I mean, these guys have were, fragging out in that last sort of game we saw. So yeah, really nice stuff from these guys. And of course, CZB and Nathan still up there as well. And Trulis and Chicha moving in again. One of the few teams today. No, not one of the few. The only team today with 2 victory royales. So sitting comfortably now in that 3rd place slot.
And they actually had back-to-back victory royales as well. I'm just looking at their game history there. Their game 3 was a first with 3 eliminations. And now, of course, we just saw them with that first place with 7 eliminations. So it just seems like they've just turned it up to 11 right now. And that's what they can do. That wasn't even an easy zone for them all the way in that snowy area, of course, landing in the middle of the map for them. Not an easy zone at all for them. Not an easy one to sort of traverse, particularly with the different high ground and changes and the difference change in elevation. So good signs for this duo and deserving of the hype that we gave them at the beginning of the show.
Cast your eyes to number 6 on the leaderboard. That's Andalex and Sato. And if you had a look there, if you had enough time, 33 eliminations. They had 2 games where they got a whopping 11 eliminations. So that's already 22 to their name. And in the last lobby 11, they got 8 eliminations. So maybe they're going down fighting and not always making it to that final end game. But they clearly are showing a statement of intent today.
Absolutely, man. It's funny because in this game in particular, it was Andalex that was really the one that was popping off, right? Fragging out when typically when you talk about this dude, it's Sato who you're looking at going, wow, this guy is fraggy. But in this lobby, it was Andalex and showing what he can do, man. Andalex, again, is just one of those players who's like a FNCS veteran, right? He's been here so many times, and it's nice to see him playing with that sort of new, fresh talent in France and Sato. And, good to see that they are popping off. They got the good chemistry right now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're sort of landing towards that west side of where Cammy lands as well, that Cammy split area. So I think what they've been able to do, they've been able to make that area theirs. They were landing there last season, of course, as well. And particularly in this sort of format, they don't know who's going to be contesting them. And realistically, there's not going to be that many teams contesting them. It seems like there's only 2 potentially teams that are going to be contesting them in this entire 250 team format. So that's why they're getting heavy on the eliminations. They're trying to go for those refreshes earlier on in the game. They're making sure that they can use their fighting ability as early as possible because they're not going to be able to get as many surge tags at that particular drop spot. They're not going to be contested as much either. So I'm excited to see what they can do. I'm excited to see if that can continue throughout the rest of today. And of course, even going into the set lobbies, how that's going to change the dynamics with that duo.
I find it so interesting looking at the standings with this multi-lobby format, boys, because actually as we go down the standings, as we move towards the top 50, you still see quite a lot of duos who do have victory royales. They just don't have the consistency, I guess. I don't know if that's because they're taking risks or they're definitely not getting lucky because it's so incredibly difficult to get a victory royale. But for example, we just saw Fredoxy and Trippin, they're only just inside the top 50 despite getting that victory royale. And I know that Trippin didn't have the best major one, but mini minor, do you think we can see them kind of work on that consistency or do you have concerns?
I don't have concerns because this is it's definitely a different sort of format to what we're used to when it comes to set lobbies, right? This is not a set lobby. It's very difficult to find consistency when you don't know what's going on around you game in, game out. You don't know, for their case, for example, they don't know who's going to be landing at Grimgate. They don't know who they're going to be able to third party, who's going to be coming in third partying them. So I think for that team, they rely a lot on knowing what's around them, particularly when they're trying to third party into that Grimgate area. So I don't have worries. I don't have concerns for this duo. I just think they'll find their own in that sort of set lobby format.
Yeah, and I think it's dangerous sometimes when you look at a team a bit lower down, you think, oh, what's going on here? But it's like they could still be in an end game. Like they could be in an end game right now and the game ends and now they're all the way in top 5, right? So it's, you always got to be careful with that. When I learned that mistake, I learned that lesson last major, I'd be like, oh, what's happened to these guys? Refresh 2 minutes later, second place.
I I had to say, I was a bit curious about some of the duos lower down on the leaderboard. And so I decided to take matters into my own hands and ask if we could check in with Archie. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I love working on this show.
Gosh.
I'm loving it as well, and I'm loving the story that's beginning to unfold before our very eyes. With only 1 hour left, you look at the leaderboard. The first half of the day was kind of dominated by newer players that had an average of 2 FNCS finals appearances, but over the course of the last 2 hours, it has now returned as established pros are now showing up, proving that experience is truly key in moments like this when the game is on.
2 elims on the board for the duo. Let's see how they were able to do it, as it looks like it was the Beast who was not looking like too much of a beast anymore after Nipsey got into his box. And they're going to stay in the same place. They picked up these eliminations. They're already in the zone. They already have a decent amount of elevation. But if you look at the mini-map, bottom right, it's not like there's too many duos in the area. So it's not like they'll get a lot of more opportunities for tags, but they have a bit of time to kind of plan out what they want to do next.
And a couple of seasons ago, this team right there wasn't necessarily looked at to reach the grand finals, but they indeed, in fact, reached the grand finals. It's all about progression. Archie coming back for this FNCS, really to kind of make continuous waves yet again. It's been a tough road for him, but he's definitely showed that it is possible. As you jump on board Vortex and Balusi, you can kind of see what they're fighting over against Tarps and Specs. It is that forecast tower, so they're able to see the next zone every single time, so that way they can actually formulate a plan and think 2, 3, even 4 zones ahead.
See, now the things with these drops normally in set lobbies, you know if there's going to be a duo contesting you at the forecast tower, but now you never really know. With 5 different lobbies happening at the same time, 250 duos, sometimes you might get the same duo contesting your forecast tower, sometimes you might not. And these engagements can last so long that it can change your early game, even mid game completely, depending if you're able to close it out quickly or if you kind of both just stagger on the forecast tower waiting to see who's going to be able to get it. But it looks like it's been given up. I think Balusi and Vortex now are just going to get it.
It's kind of like a mismatch between the two, right? So Specs and his duo are positioned above. They had the card. Vortex and Balusi were below. They had the terminal. So it was almost like a first and goal situation. Vortex and Balusi are using a goal line stand to not let him score that touchdown. And so far it's been working, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get a ball and a chance to score themselves, because if they rotate off, disengage, and take that card with them, that's one less forecast tower in use on the map.
You can see them kind of trying to mark around, deciding where they want to go here. Do they want to chase it? They've done so much damage, even with 0 elims. You know that forecast battle lasted a long time, being almost 800 above already. For the duo on the Rift Island, it's Sky already with the base built up. Vision with the DMR. This should open up those opportunities to get that damage from afar. 172 above is not exactly bad, but definitely could use quite a bit more.
Yeah, 6 zone, 60 players alive. It will have to go down to about 50 players. So Storm Surge and a base like this for Sky and Scroll is going to be very, very impactful. If the players are even boxed up, as long as they have the top open, they're going to be susceptible to certain shots like that. We tune back in Seti and Cammy, 90 points so far. Not necessarily where do you expect them on the leaderboard, but a nice shot from downtown. He connects 2 more points, more in terms of Sturge. And they're slap dab in the middle of the next zone, giving them so much flexibility for whatever decision they want to make from here on out.
Splitting up the materials, making sure they're even. I need to see that again, though, Jacob. Like, what happened there? I hear 1 shot, and it's an elim onto Seti. How did he connect it? Oof. Okay. The opponent was white, so didn't even need to crack the shields. It's a good way to finish it off, though. Still 900 above. Dead center of zone, basically. I mean, this is classic Cammy and Seti now. They just got to hold on.
Interesting to see these mythics kind of be utilized here. if it does go over water, and let's say a heal off happens over water, he will be able to regenerate some HP along with banana, medkits, anything he finds along the way. So Cammy probably thinking for end game, and if he makes it there, and you can kind of see Specs, Tarps, who we tuned in earlier on, when it comes to that forecast tower, forced to drop the key at this stage in the game, it's going to be no use to them, especially since they're able to pick up bananas, Flowberry Fizz, or even minis in a situation where things aren't looking good.
Banana's coming through now. It grants them that HP per second, but also that little mobility boost. So you can combine that with the Flowberry Fizz, and you can jump and run quicker, which is exactly what they're doing to get to the zone here. But you got to be careful too, because you kind of float in the sky a little bit. So if your opponents land enough shots, it could put you in danger. But so far, no trouble, no issues, and they've made it on in.
Yeah, even though they made it in though, they still got a massive, probably one of the farther pools in the lobby. Just like Make the Beast and Red. So much distance to cover and literally left with scraps. I do believe it was Make the Beast who we saw go down early on in this game. Glad to see him back, but I think now he knows his work is definitely cut out for him, and now he's on the clock. Has to get some damage for Storm Surge. He does have a couple players in his line of sight. He's trying to go in. Can only take one more tick between him and his teammate before they both go down just like that. Even though they gave themselves a second chance with the reboot, they weren't able to find any success with it.
Shows how difficult it is to come back from a reboot. You're in shambles in terms of loot. You haven't had time to secure damage or get a good rotate in. So you're kind of forced for those eliminations, those impacts. If you got a sniper, you can hit a headshot. It could be game changing, but if you don't, it could be incredibly difficult. Clownski Axe Force. Gonna be using the Wings of Icarus to get a nice little rotate in. Boxed up. And now once again, just playing it safe.
Yeah. I like those little rotations from Wings. It's not necessarily the best when it's early, mid-game even, where you're rotating around and using the actual fly effect, but the way they're using it to kind of bounce off some of the walls, cancel the actual fly, but actually land safely. It's a much better combination if you combine it with the Flowberry Fizz, but Sky and Scroll trying to rotate, only 82 damage. They jump up 200. The legendary banana going to be forced out. Sky and Scroll looking to try to stay alive. They did so much work, especially from on top of Loot Island, just to get to this point, and they cannot let it go to waste.
Zone has pulled to where only one player is inside. And his duo partner, fully southeast, across the water, little lake that these duos are going to have to cross. And this lake isn't water, well, it isn't a river of sticks, so you're not going to get dashes from this water. You either have the medallion, or you've saved them from earlier on in this match. So this rotation will be quite difficult for a lot of these players. And it's actually Cammy and Seti, I believe, who are the only ones inside of the zone. Fair play to them.
Oh, and he still has the Mythic in his inventory as well. And it's over so much water. Cammy will be the one on this team I'm looking when it does come down to heal off to kind of get all the heals consolidated into his inventory, even though he already has the 4 legendary bananas. 637 above the damage threshold, trying to refarm as little bit of materials as he can because they know the zone is pushing in their direction.
Shots continuing to come through. Players rotating. Made a whole mansion on top of this little island, making use of that mythic waterbender. As he continues to take his shots, no ammunition used. And so far the players have been able to make their rotate in. How much materials have they used though is the main question. Quick little pickup from Seti. Can they recuperate the loot though? Looks like they can. Wow. Is that what I think it is, Jacob?
Oh,
Did I see that correctly?
They found the Dash medallion. And now they're probably one of the favorites already, if not, because they already had the high ground, they already had the materials, and now they have the best medallion in the game. They're going to be able to cover so much distance so quickly.
Oh, what a shot. Wow. From Kyrie. Headshot Clement. Put on his knees to sleep. I'm still not 100% sure if that was the Cerebus medallion, because I was not seeing those dashes appear. But Kyrie and Gripey now are feeling good in terms of materials and damage. They're gonna have to use the Flowberry to rotate though, as now Cammy continuing to use the Mythic from above and actually putting good use to it. I mean, he's going to town right now. not having to use any ammunition as he continues taking shots.
I feel like this is going to be another lock-on pistol situation. People don't realize how powerful the waterbending mythic actually is until they see someone like Cammy begin to really utilize it to the most effective nature. And remember, we're still over water, so when it does come down to heal off, he will have a little bit of extra HP in his back pocket thanks to that. Clownski trying to survive what little material, what little resource he has left, forced to wings his way towards the front side. Doesn't get much distance, but thanks to the materials that he has, he can quickly stagger himself, build, and figure out what's the next move.
He has lost his duo partner, though. Over 1,000 materials to work with, so if he can continue to capitalize with these wings of Icarus, placing his boxes, he shouldn't put himself into danger yet, as he has so much time to work with. It's going to be Sky, though. No more shield. Forced to pop the shieldfish. Not grouped up with his duo partner as well. They need to regroup here, but he does not want to get caught off guard.
Sometimes it's a little communication, say, hey, play by yourself. You're going to be a solo in this one. And they're seemingly doing well. But Lucy looks towards the backside, finds the Antibot. Much needed resources, even though it's just going to be the little bit of mats that get dropped on elimination. But it's those little bit of mats that's working wonders. But he gets sniped at the tail end of boxing up. 13 HP, trying to find time for the minis, but getting focus from other players here in the lobby. Finally reunites with Vortex, and now they're giving themselves a chance to move even further in this game.
Medkit gonna come through. Not gonna be used for the heal off just yet. Camiseti still able to maintain height as they continue to rain down from above. It's Sky, though, and Scroll, who are once again still up and running. Kyrie for Elims with his duo partner looking for more as they keep tarping on out on the edge.
Yeah, gets to the front side, tries to cut off Sky and Scroll. Doesn't work out just yet, but at first you don't succeed. You try again. Decent materials for players in this position on the end game, but he doesn't want to get caught behind the curve, so he continues to move forward, while Gripey's the one that's challenging players on the backside of the zone.
Cammy continuing to apply pressure from the clouds till Banana's still in the inventory. Not sure if they have any medkits, though. Would have to see what Seti's running as Vortex's Volko down below. Sky gonna be the one to take them both out, though. 2 Elims on the board now. Gripey, Kyrie still grouped up as Seti gets closer and closer to the low as he's gonna try and cause disruption.
Yeah, Scroll goes down. Sky's just trying to do what he can. He already got 2. Has to dig deep, get even more, but it's the placement points that they're picking up, the eliminations. They have 6 so far. He's knocking on the door. He does have the med kit to stagger himself. He gave himself an exit as well. He's trying to backtrack and hide. Let everybody take themselves out so that way he can get as much points as possible.
Cammy now looks like he's gonna finish up Gripey. Medkit should be done. It's a 2 versus 1. Cammy and Seti just have to take one nice shot. There it is, closing it out. Not even difficult for them. Didn't have to resort to the heal off. Just one quick shot. Maintaining pressure from above is all they needed.
I love a little bit of a slower start to the day than they would have hoped, but that is business as usual for Seti and Cammy. You know, it's just a matter of time before they begin to pop off, and now they're seeing the meta and they're shaking it up with that water bending ability, and you're seeing the amount of pressure you're able to put down for it because you don't have to worry about ammunition late in the game.
Getting in their element, feeling better now. You said it yourself, slow start, but so far they've been consistent. Now they just have to maintain it. This is a huge boost for what they were looking for. Huge victory royale, and now they just have to keep playing like they always do.
Yep, we see the wins getting counted up, and we see people climbing up the leaderboards. Only our analysts can break it down.
Thank you, boys. And there's something about Cammy and Seti. When they make it to an end game, my eyes are always on them, because when these two make it as a duo, it feels like there's no stopping them. And it turns out when they're hydrated, at least Cammy is, then there's definitely no stopping them, Levin.
I mean, yeah, man, he was really putting that water bending ability to real good use. I think a lot of players have been sort of sleeping on it. It's not something that I've seen used too often. And I've actually had arguments with pros about why I think it should probably be used more. And so now I'm sat here just with the biggest smile in the world, because I'm right. Look at the way he's cooking. I mean, look, you might not be getting a bunch of limbs with it, right? Even though he can get a couple. Just the pressure, infinite ammo, the ability to just, you know, spray down with it non-stop. I mean, it's just so suffocating, Mini Miner, and I'm expecting now a lot more players to be using it throughout this season.
Yeah, a little bit of a trendsetter here, Cammy, isn't he? You know, I think we'll see a lot of players start using this, particularly players that are up on high. And of course, they have to get there first. And what we saw from Cammy and Seti was just typical Cammy and Seti style, going into that dead side of zone, then building up and being able to, of course, maintain that position as well. They even found a really nice refresh from I think it was a Seti snipe out of the air that we saw, which just gave them the green light just to keep hold of that high ground. I think it was the dash medallion or maybe even the Zeus medallion that they got from that. So really nice job from those guys from that position. As you mentioned, that ability is absolutely incredible. It just keeps on applying the pressure. The unlimited ammo aspect of it is insane as well. I've seen it a lot used in surge situations to try and get some tags. So of course, you just keep spraying it and spraying it and spraying it while your teammate provides that sort of suppressive fire, I guess you could say. But what we're seeing there, I haven't seen that being used too much, particularly from a team on high ground. So we could be seeing something new developing right here.
Well, let's talk about Vortexes and Volvo as well, because I feel like this is another duo that we want to see more from, and they certainly gave us a show this game. Any minor?
Yeah, now, I mean, I know you know, Levin. This is a duo that's... if you watch the tour, and he's laughing because he knows... Last season, I was hyping these guys up, right? I was talking about them so highly at last season, throughout the entire season, because I was really excited about the duo, and I was watching a lot of them. I got to watch a lot of Vortexes particularly, and I was excited about the way they played. They had a really nice strategy, and I'm excited to see if they can continue that. You know, the drop spot's the same. This season, yeah, I don't like them as much anymore. You know, that's what it is. But no, I'm joking. I like them. They're good. They're playing well, and I think what they're doing well at the moment is they're sticking to their drop. They're sticking to their plans. They're getting that forecast sometimes as well, and it seems like what they've built in the first season of this year has kind of been built upon in this major, what seems like so far. So you can see them in third place, starting this season off really nicely, and it just all seemed to fall apart towards the end of the season last season. So hopefully they don't do that this season.
I'm so happy for you, Mini Miner. It's just, you know, like, I know how much you love these guys, you know, your favorite team in the world. I'm so happy for you. Like, just seeing them doing well, it's like you're doing well by extension of like them doing well, you know?
Yeah, it feels like, man. I mean, you know the feeling you have about that water bending ability right now? That's how I feel about these guys doing well. It feels like a piece of me is also succeeding right now. But yeah, let's see if they can continue to do well, and yeah, we'll see if they can win the whole day. We'll see.
Well, they just had a really high elimination game, and I'm thirsty. I'm hungry for more. I want more numbers on the elimination. So let's take a look at our highest elimination game. See some scores by the numbers. Mustache and Malabuka 11-2K. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, really, should we?
Of course not. No surprises there. And I think this already plays into a bigger narrative that we will see throughout this season. Malabuka Mustache already going to be qualified for globals, contested at the best drop in the game, most people would say, in Grim Gate. And the key thing is, I don't think they're necessarily going to dominate anyone who contests them at Grim Gate, right? If it's Kidwo and cheating, whoever it is, I don't think more often than not Malabuka and Mustache will necessarily come out on top. But it's the games where they do win. Even if it is just 6 out of the 12 games in the grand finals, those 6 games will be some of the best games and the most high elimination games you have ever seen. And it shows here today, right? Nearly a 20 bomb here in these round 4s. I mean, these guys are just a different level.
Yeah, it kind of gives me a little throwback all the way back to like Chapter 3, early Chapter 3. I think it was Chapter 3 Season 2 when they were contesting a lot of teams that sort of command cavern area. That was a similar deal where they had the best POI in the game. When they made it out of there, they usually won. They usually got top 3 at the very least. Of course, there was a susceptibility to going down. It seems like that sort of dynamic again with the exact same duo of Mustache and Malabuka is happening yet again here. So it seems like when they're making it out of that drop spot with the medallion, with all of that loot that they can get from there as well, they're going on to do great things. And this is a scary duo because they're already qualified, so the pressure's off when it comes to global championships. They can just roam free, and they're doing it very well.
Well, a duo that's currently standing at 8th on the leaderboard is Noah Rowley and Gino. So let's check in with them, with Takata and Jacob PR, and see how it's going.
I'm sure it's going well for this duo so far. It's looking like they are feeling quite free right now. We'll see how their loadout is comparing to that, though. Good on materials. 4 elims already for Noah. We've seen how dominant this player can be mechanically. And he's showing it, Jacob.
Really not taking any of these opportunities lightly. Another duo. Kind of spacing, moving in above. He's ready to take that challenge at a moment's notice. Fastaruki and Roban, though. 219 points. Deep in towards zone now. Forced to use the legendary banana a little bit earlier than some would have hoped. but it's going to allow them to cover so much distance so quickly and get to zone with more time than not, so they can think about what is next. And I think along the way, they're going to have to figure out where they're going to get their heals from as well, because even though the legendary bananas pop now, eventually those effects will subside, and they're going to have a lot of HP missing.
They were looking like they didn't have too much to worry about, but now it looks like they're right back into the action, but it's not a position they're not familiar with. Currently, with the... I mean, I was going to say high ground, but to be fair, they just have the kind of dominant position in terms of this box fight, even picking up a quick knockdown, putting themselves in the positional advantage as well. Now the 2 versus 1. Gonna let his duo partner heal up a little bit. Flowberry popped, as now they have to decide, do they chase the solo? Do they just pick up that quick elimination and keep on going? They don't really need to risk anything. Already having 5 eliminations, more than enough loot to work with. But who knows, maybe they want those points.
Yeah, I do believe they picked up the Brawler's Battleground Medallion, which gives them a little bit more of a damage boost from scoped weapons. So depending on what their inventory looks like, if they could have hit a mod bench, that definitely give them a little bit more to work with, especially in those tight situations where it does come down just a few ticks of HP. As we jump and see kind of Fast Strokey and Robon and how they got one of those eliminations. The perfect cone over the launch pad to not let his opponent escape, thinking 2-3 steps ahead of that fight.
Now still making their way onto the zone. They've been inside the zone for a significant amount of time, though. They did come out on top with the elims, but they have made quite a journey to get back into the zone. They have some bananas, but what else do they have to recuperate that HP that they need? Campfire has already been used, as now Fast Strokey has been forced to pop a medkit. They'll make it in, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, and the longer they stay here in the zone, which we've already seen happen once today, the Storm Sickness, if it does come down to a heal off, it's going to be a thing to note with Fast Strokey and Robon. How much damage they actually are taking, even though it is getting healed up in some cases with the Legendary Banana or the med kit. It's still something that's going to be looming in the back of their mind. So, hey, we might look at them when it comes down to the end game, and they might be forced to get aggressive instead of playing for heal off.
Looking more on the north side of the map here. Glebski Trexer once again inside of the bush, trying to just kind of wait it out. They have the damage, they have the loot, the materials. Now it's all up to the time and how these zones end up pulling. You can even see a duo to the west of them getting closer and closer, but they're chill.
Usha, Misha, from one bush to the next. You see, kind of taking their time on some of these rotations, trying to get information of where players, they know somebody is rotating, possibly parallel or right behind them. They know if they continue to move towards Loot Island, even though they might not have a lot of mobility or Flowberry in their inventory, those rifts do tend to come in handy. Or even get on top of Loot Island to use the launch pad. It's definitely going to allow you to cover distance quick if you do get one of those max pools.
It is 5th zone, so a lot of duos have already kind of done what they needed to in the early game. In terms of consistency, there's only one duo that's placed top 10 in every game today, CZB and Nathan. We'll see if they can hold on to that title for the rest of the day, as Nova and Rabid, being only 60 above, are going to be put with a little bit of pressure on their shoulders here to find something. The shots aren't going to be connected, but they don't have too much to worry about yet.
Yep. And kind of look at the history of Nova and Rabid on the day. 5th place, 2 elims. One of the best games they've had so far. And they're getting deep into some of these games, 23 minutes, but they get an 18th and a 15th, so they have to be able to push past that placement line and really start to pick up a lot of these placements for the amount of time they're actually spending in these games. And that's one of the worst things that can happen to a competitor, spending 20, 23 minutes in a game and really not getting any points for it. So even though you do have 10 games to use overall, you're not going to have access to all 10 games because of these games that are happening happening and how downward trend they are trending. So we're gonna need some big moments here. Roughly 30 or so minutes left in these lobbies, and that's enough time to kind of finish this game up and have one more pop-off game.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like you said. You think getting eliminated right off spawn is bad, but the worst thing that can happen is making it to the end game and getting eliminated right before those moving zones start. You haven't got any placement. You use so much time, which is why you have to make sure that you have enough loot to kind of play out the end game. And if you don't, you might have to take a risk for that impact. 3 limbs for Lucia. Nisha now. How did they get them, though? We can take a quick look here.
That's a good elim right there. Still pressure coming in from above, and Lucia just doesn't even look panicked at all in that moment. He looks steady, full control over the game, and those are moments right there that really test you once shots are coming in from different directions while you're already engaged in a 2v2 fight.
Roban for Strokey. Under the train tracks. Last major, we saw a lot go on under here, as they don't want anything too kind of risky. They really just want to make it into zone. They know they have a duo close to them. They have a lot of players looking at them from the zone already, so if they do anything too risky, it could get dangerous, but their opponents are going to be the ones that choose to do something risky. Going down, but Raban as well gets taken out. Not even sure from where. It's just Strokey now. Left as a solo. It's all up to him, but he's just at 8 HP. As the bullets keep coming on through, he has a solo behind him. He has all the duos applying pressure from afar. Has the opponents done enough damage to stop pushing? They have not, as they continue to get into the Strokey's box.
Yeah, and Tizzix has no choice but to go but forward. Nova basically cleaned up the knocked body of his teammate. There was no reason going for res, and I think Tizzix read that one perfect as soon as he was in that situation. Got that first shot, first knock on the Roban. The second one was a monster shot as well onto Fast Roki, and with pressure looming in from all different directions, except for Tizzix's back, he took full advantage.
Switch over to Pixie though, and walks here. Nice position in the lavish lair right inside of the zone. You can see there's players though choosing to stay on top of the builds, as they do have more vision of the surroundings and not rotating in yet. It's gonna open up opportunities to get a bit of the tags with the players rotating in, and then all they have to do is drop down into the zone. But it looks like one of them's even gotten a knock, and that's gonna be what they wanted to continue going on in.
Team just really not peeking in for damage. Everybody here that is above the damage threshold really has no reason to risk it all. But 87 for Z Andy and Romanian Mafia. They know they still got more work to do, but we've already seen them with a big win on the day, taking advantage of the zone, pulling over Loot Island. And now it looks like with Loot Island really not in the picture, they're gonna have to think about how they're gonna rotate through all this madness if the zone does pull far away.
24 duos still up, 46 players. Zandy shouldn't be too stressed out with 130 being in the position they are. They're close to a lot of duos, so they should have opportunities here once the zone starts pulling to take shots. I mean, especially seeing that it pulled north, they can decide, do we stay full low here and just tarp on out, or do we go up a few layers before everybody starts rotating in? As Egrim, though, is going to continue applying that pressure, being only one above. He does need some tags, needs some damage, as the opportunity's in front of him, but it's the same chance that all the other duos in the surrounding area are taking. So who's going to be the one to actually connect those shots? 35 above now. You need some more.
His teammate actually goes down. It might have possibly got sniped or just beamed by Misha and Lucia. 2v1, strength in numbers there. Make it go 0 to 100 real quick. Egrim. He also is combined with a max pull, but I will say the western side virtually open if he rotates in that direction. It's the right side. It's the middle. He kind of wants to stay away from if he can.
Not having a teammate makes this just that much more difficult, and being cracked as well makes it even worse. 63 HP now, forced to pop minis, but your opponents know you were cracked. They're going to get right into the box. Egrim has to hit 2 incredible shots to come out of this, but is going to be unable to. Lucia now up to 5 eliminations from that one, if I'm not mistaken. As he continues to run on through, it's actually 4, but that's still more than enough
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity here for Lucia and Misha. Kind of put some consistency in their game. They have a 5th, a 10th, a 4th, but they also have a 49th, a 46th, a 42nd. So when they make it deep into these games, they do tend to find a ton of success. It's about, can they keep up the pace, keep themselves in contention? As when this game started, they were inside of that top 50. And the way FNCS works is there's these 2 weekly qualifiers that we'll be going through. Where you finish at the end of each of those weekly qualifiers, you get series points. After both total, where you're at on the series point leaderboard decides if you go to the upper bracket in the semifinals or the lower bracket side of things. And from what we've seen in Major 1, the upper bracket is a must if you want the easiest road to the grand finals.
That's what Noah Riley and his duo partner are looking to do here. With such a strong game, it could be enough. 238 points already, leading the pack. As now they just need to close it off. I don't think we'll see them going too much for height here. They'll most likely just be playing the lower layers around the edge of the zone, making use of that Flowberry Fizz to rotate. Nova, though, getting a huge little shot, bringing them up to 67 above. Not enough to hold on, but might be enough just to get them into the zone. Waiting once again for that mobility as now rotate continues. A lot of mats getting used, though. 33 builds left. They might need an impact quicker than they expected.
Yeah, especially with how much they're expending. They're almost forcing themselves to have to go for an impact elimination. Try to steal away somebody's loot at the perfect moment. Lucia, front side of zone, staggering themselves back, looking to see who they can catch off guard. They spot a solo by himself. Even with players flying by, they still keep the focus until the Storm now gives them no choice but to move forward. And since they got themselves a great layer and built themselves so much space, it is going to be virtually safe up until here where they're forced to rotate out of it.
But you can see they're going to be popping the banana, popping the Flowberry Fizz, and now going to go together to continue the rotate. It's going to be Zandy and Romanian Mafia, known as Turtle, up above still. They've been holding on to height ever since the first moving, not letting it go. As Noah and his duo partner now getting closer and closer to second height, though. Lucia back again with another 2-piece. That's 6 eliminations. Noah's going to be the one that gets taken out.
You continue to kind of hold strong. This is exactly what we want to do in these end games. Get some refreshes, get those materials, and fizz your way so that way you can save them as long as possible. As Zandy, Romanian Mafia have a little battle for the high ground. They're going to be able to solidify and hold on to it, but it came at a cost. A lot of their shields, some of their HP went to the wayside.
Looks like they're still able to hold on, though. They do have those dashes. They're taking shots at the players trying to contest them. One of them has already been knocked down as Turtle picks up another elimination. Zandy looking to continue that pressure, though, as he's trying to get these players who are second height to drop down. Just keep shooting the cones, keep shooting the top of their builds. But be careful, Cobra from the back hits one shot, dropped down to 30 HP from Storm, gets taken out.
That was a nice try by Cobra, because if he's able to take down high ground, not many players will be able to look up and try to contest him. But that's neither here nor there, because the show must go on. Lucia just trying to go ahead and destroy some of those builds ahead. All he has is legendary bananas, 2 med kits for Zandy. They have full control at the height of the map, and they even have the chain of Hades if they want together to steal away some loot, but they drop down. Forget loot. Let's create a scenario where we find eliminations, and I believe he might have the Siphon medallion.
Respect for Zandy. Had 2 medkits, but still said, I'm going right into the opponent's box. No heal off for me, as he's now forced to pop one. Is he going to split the other medkit to his duo partner and let him heal off as he goes for the aggression, or are they going to both play for the elims? As Lucia now has been left alone, but with 6 elims just to his name, he shouldn't have any trouble continuing. Issue is only 7 builds. Is going to need an impact, and it's a duo that's directly below him. He needs to find another entrance.
And best play to do that is stagger yourself backside of zone. 1 legendary banana is going to pop, but it's not enough to out-heal the 10 tick, so he is going to have to get another one. Romanian Mafia front side of zone along with Zandy. It's Turtle time, and it's its chance to really make a statement. One of the newcomers to the scene. How about 2 victory royales, but a disruption comes in. Lucia trying to cause chaos. Zandy goes down. That one gets cleaned up, but the last 2 players, 1v1, they take themselves out, and Turtle wins it again!
Again, he's able to do it, Jacob. Lucia finishing it off from the low, but Turtle just staying up was all he needed to do to get the VR.
These guys have been positioning themselves perfect, and that was a much needed win in the late portions of today's qualifiers, because I'm talking about the story, I'm talking about the show. Z, Andy, and Turtle have faced some adversity, and they were falling down that leaderboard even though they had a victory royale already, and this is a way to refuel that momentum and have a resurgence towards the top.
You can see the confidence from this duo as well. Even with medkits in hand, they say, I don't care. I'm still going for those eliminations back to back. 7 on Turtle, 2 on Z Andy, getting picked up at the end. What a way to close off this match. But that also is going to make a big change to the leaderboard. There's only 3 people that can show us it. Levin, Frankie, Mini, what do you got?
Thank you so much, guys. What a game that was. What an end game. That medallion coming in clutch yet again for Romanian Turtle and Z Andy. A great high elimination game for them as well. They're clearly seeing they needed to get back up the leaderboard, and they were able to regroup and come out in force, Mini Minor.
Yeah, they were. And earlier on, they got the win. We saw them get that win earlier on, and we saw them actually have the iron in their favor in that end zone. We were like, yeah, that was a definite big factor in that win. We didn't want to say that was what won them the game, but it certainly helped them on their way. This game, they're just showing that they can do it even without the luck of having Island right there, even whilst there's another duo that are contesting them. Just so much confidence from this duo, which is something that I really didn't expect when I saw this this team come together, particularly with a sort of underrated player from Romania teaming up with the most sort of recognizable Romanian name. This, by the way, absolutely beautiful. Just that map knowledge to know that there's a little hole in the top of that building right there. That second shot was absolutely incredible as well, Evan. And this just shows that this duo, they're not here just to roll along and just play a little bit more safe. They're here to really make a splash.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited by this. When I saw they were playing together, I really did start to think to myself, there is some big potential here. Of course, Yandy, again, a player who, you know, looked like he had all the potential in the world, looked like he was destined for great things in the EU, and it never quite panned out how I think many people expected. And when you look at all of his like most, you know, known duos, he was always playing in a duo where he had to speak English, right? And he's Romanian. You know, Turtle is now this up-and-coming talent who looks phenomenal, fragging out all the time, and they, you know, can actually speak Romanian to each other, right? So I'd assume the comms are a bit better, and so, you know, maybe that is part of what's making them a bit of a better duo when it comes to the synergy. But really exciting for this duo, man. I can't wait to see what they continue to do. To be fair, in the 2 wins we've seen them, I do think the zones have been rather favorable, right? Pulling in sort of across buildings and across the island in a way that favored where they were. But again, they had to get that initial good position on a height to be able to take advantage, and that certainly has been a strength.
Well, the Greek gods of Season 2 clearly are smiling on the boys today. And this is, well, this is a great showing from Turtle because he's never actually made an FNCS Grand Final before. So the campaign has started. Hopefully him and Ziadi can keep up the momentum. We want to check out another momentum haver. That's not a phrase, but maybe we'll adopt it. I'll work on it, is what I'm trying to say, as we take a look at some of Lucia's highlights. Because it was such an intense endgame, as always. And he almost had it, Mini Minor.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that we know has so much talent. I mean, this is someone that we've seen on EU before. We know all about Lucia, and certainly a talent that hasn't quite made it to the very, very top of Fortnite. But look at this here. This was the moment. Just got max pumped by Z Andy. They thought they were safe in there. I think there was a moment where they went down, where they actually looked up and they're like, oh, actually, we've got to be careful of that hole. And as soon as they noticed that, it all went wrong for them. But still a decent little game from those guys.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with Lucia being Lucia, he's a player that is certainly one of the players who people know can be very good. And in a newer duo now, playing with Misha, right? Lucia was playing with Fury before. Misha was playing with Teeny, and they both sort of have now had to come together. And so, you know, they'll be happy to be doing better than their old duo partners, right? They'll be thinking, yeah, okay, that's what happens, right? When you don't want to play with me no more, I'm going to go and top you. And so looking good in 8th place right now.
Also looking good in 3rd place, can I just say, Vico and Pink. They're working on their consistency. It still hasn't been a year since this duo got together. Every single time we talk about this duo, I'm always emphasizing the fact that this is a duo with so much promise. The road is looking solid for these guys. And not necessarily the highest of limbs in the lobby, but clearly they're getting consistent with their placements, which is something they kind of struggled with in Major 1, Mini Minor.
Yeah, they've struggled a little bit in sort of the higher level lobbies. I know last major, it was a lot of sort of off-spawn scuffles that they had with that forecast tower. It seemed to go their way some of the time, and it seemed to actually work out in their favor. But I'm interested to see how they manage that this season, right? Of course, this is this is not a set lobby. This is 250 teams across different lobbies. So I'm interested to see whether they can actually transfer that into the set lobbies. They've been playing quite well though, and they have been playing for a decent while now. So for me, it seems like whenever I think of this duo, they're like a new duo coming together. But they've been playing for a long time, so I'm expecting to see results now, and it's good to see them having them.
A duo that has been playing for a very long time, Cami and Seti, and we've already seen them get a victory royale tonight. So let's check in with the numbers from these boys, because I want to see them doing well, because I don't like breakups. And I've been holding on to these guys for a very long time, and I shall continue to do so, Levin.
I mean, yeah, no one likes breakups. I think every duo, when it comes to like sticking together or splitting, they use Seti and Cammy as an example of, look, Seti and Cammy never split, look how good these guys are. And even though I don't think it works the same for everybody, they definitely, I think, would say have been better off for sticking together. And I'm excited to see how they do this season. Coached by BloodX again, right? So they're going back to sort of an old formula that worked for them in the past. And I think it'll be good to see whether or not these guys can sort of finally get that FNCS major win that we've all been waiting to see them do.
It's crazy to me. I mean, like, they haven't actually won an online FNCS together as a duo. Of course, they won trios back in the day. It was Chapter 2 Season 8 when they won that one. So it was like, yeah, they've won online. They did it, of course, on LAN at the Invitational, but they haven't actually won together as a duo yet online. So I'm interested to see if this could be their season. We hyped them up at the beginning of the show. Not quite having an absolute barnstorming performance so far today. They still have time, though, and this is a team that can turn it on when the time gets a little bit tight and the pressure gets on.
I'm sorry, Mini Miner. I can just tell you already now, it's not going to be their season, is it? It's going to be Thomas and Queasy's season, which is why we're going to be checking in with them right now.
Bias.
With the way I've been noticing some of these matches today, I think everybody is trying to make a claim that it is going to be their season. But Thomas, I feel like he's beginning to get a little crazy, a little mad at the amount of second place finishes. I don't know how many other players could say they got more second place finishes in a big moment than him.
Look, it's fuel, Jacob. It's fuel for Thomas HD. I'm waiting for something big. You know, like, he could take home Major 2. I'd love to see it. But I'd almost want to see his first win be at, like, Globals or something like that. You know, Jacob? I want it to be something big. But I know he wants this Major as much as anything. We'll see if he can make it happen. Just 1 point away in Major 1 alongside Queasy. And it was actually Merstash and Malibuka who took that first place spot, being 1 point on top of them. But now Merstash has lost his duo partner. It's Sammy chasing him, but I believe Merstash is just going to take one quick shot. And there's another Elim. 3 now for Merstash. But Thomas HD, he's saying, this is what happens when you take Major 1 from me. Gets the quick shot. Cracked. But Thomas as well. No more shield to work with. It would be a tragedy if Merstash somehow comes out on top of this engagement, especially with Queasy here now, finishing it off.
Payback from Major 1. I wouldn't say, but that
maybe
was great reaction timing at first, because he finishes off that elimination. Queasy and Thomas, they're closing the distance, immediately turns around to build, saves himself a couple more seconds of staying alive, but unfortunately the result is going to be the same. Queasy and Thomas stand tall, and they're a team, honestly, looking at the leaderboards, they have 8 games played, and they started this game around 145th place. They've been struggling to find that consistency, but they're primetime players. You know that in these open cell lobbies is much different Queasy and Thomas than we see in a finals lobby. They just have to be able to make it there.
Will they do it, though? I believe they will. I've got faith. I mean, it's Thomas and Queasy. 100% we're going to see them there in my mind. Lucy, Steno, though, they were thinking about the bunker. Had some opponents getting it. They could have kind of waited around and try and done some sort of surprise attack, but they've decided against that as they'll walk away now. We can see Mongol, Mr. Savage here. Mr. Savage, though, does not have any shield. Meanwhile, Mongol 3 big, 6 splashes, so they are a bit split up here. But they're just trying to finish looting up, getting that metal, getting those materials and everything they kind of need to prepare for the mid game.
Yeah, it almost looked like there for a moment, just by the way the health and HP was kind of staggered. And assuming that Savage on the minimap that's trying to reunite along with Mongrel, probably just trying to look over for leftover barrels. That way they can save any med kits or shields for the inventory for the later game. And this is looking good because the story of the day, contested, Mongrel and Savage, they have their struggles. Uncontested, able to fight off spawn, whole different ball game. Same can be said for Fordoxy and Trip. All the way from Grim Gates, they have the Dash Medallion, and they have another duo down and almost out. The first knock's already gonna be had. Trippin is just hot on the chase, doesn't want to let this one escape. And look at that, they're just taking it with them. Where are we going?
Got a little friend. We're playing trios now, Jacob. Not for long though. Elim picked up. Find a nice little sniper rifle on the ground. Do they want it though? They have the Chain of Hades. Kind of spinning it around a little bit. But looks like they're not going to drop it here. Pleasant Piazza close by. Trip for Doxy now kind of deciding. We have a bunch of spare loot here. What should we do with it? We're going to box it up. Do we build on it? Do we wait to see where the zones pull? Do we get a higher elevated position to get more tags? A lot of options. Which one will they take? Is Archie Nipsey now choosing to take one? Potential third party coming through here. Queasy Thomas HD in an engagement. Does Archie and Nipsey want a piece of that pie?
Yeah, Kafun and Antez are the other ones on the other side, and it looks like probably waiting for a chance to third party, hearing a lot of these shots fire off, maybe waiting to see if somebody does get a knock, and then they play disruption to it all. But Thomas and Queasy feel like they've been in this situation one too many times before. They solidified their position on the high ground and don't look to give it up without a fight. And you can see the Grim Gates being dashed around and passed around between the two of them. They don't like their position there. They see that so many other teams are now beginning to close in on the distance, and instead of risking it all, they know how important it is to make it into this late game. The points are crucial for their position on the leaderboard for the day, which will affect those series points.
Thomas does have the Cerebus Medallion, which is the one that gives you those underworld dashes. So they will be splitting it back and forth, kind of dropping it to Queasy if he's used his dashes to recuperate them. Picking it up again if he needs some dashes. But they have marked some players that they saw up ahead. Maybe Thomas is going to be able to connect the headshot. Takes it. Does not connect, though. Which will cause them to just back off once again. Maybe look for a different angle here.
Like what he's doing. Crouching around. Doing exactly kind of what you said. Just a different angle. Queasy probably trying to be a little bit of a distraction. Get them to look his way. That way Thomas can have an easier chance trying to thread the needle. There goes another opportunity in a 116. And you know as well as I do, with the Dash Medallion and a Flowberry Fizz, you're going to try to close that distance. Queasy has the same plan in mind. He already met him there on the other side, but you have to be careful. The longer this one takes, higher chance for them to heal up. And you can see a lot of that damage already being healed up by splashes of some sort.
Yeah, no more advantage. They've actually already been fully healed, basically. It was not a headshot, so it's not enough to fully commit to an engagement. 111. We see confidence from Thomas and Queasy, though. Seeing how they still want to hold on to this fight. They have those big pots to recuperate the shield they've lost. Are they going to keep applying that pressure, or do they just want to do a bit more damage? I mean, they already have 3 elims. They have more than enough damage. I think they're just confident here. They just want some elims, Jacob.
Yeah, I feel like that's another way for them to try to close the gap. A near miss as Queasy almost gets tagged up, but persistence is definitely going to be key. Gets the first piece control, cone, the floor. They both go his way. But that's what this battle is over, especially with the whole low ground already being taken under control of their opponents. Queasy and Thomas have to be careful not to bite off more than they can chew in any one of these moments.
Continuing to find angles, kind of openings. Whether it be a cone, whether it be a replace and an edit. As Queasy's forced once again to pop the big pots. Thomas still at 100 shield after recuperating what he lost, starting off this engagement. But so far, there hasn't been anything too conclusive here. Just pop shots back and forth, and even another duo kind of saying, okay, this has been lasting quite a while. Let's go check it out. What's going on here? Crouching over the ridge. They will have an opportunity to take a shot at either Thomas or Queasy. A 3-2-1, possibly, if they don't get spotted out here, as looks like Flowberry Fizz is coming through. Recuperating the shield, and now the shots as well. They found Queasy. He has not been cracked yet. but he's in danger. Has to regroup with Thomas HD, and it looks like he's done exactly that.
Yeah, him and Thomas a little distracted there. Two different opponents. The one that you spotted out on the hill next to Snooty Steps, but there's another one even more so west that has just rotated in this direction. So two different third-party scenarios possibly playing out. And with a lot of those heals that have been expended, some of the Flowberry Fizz, two different big tots on Thomas, I think it is a good idea for him and Queasy to do exactly what they're doing, disengage on out, not continue the fight that has been stalemated for a couple of minutes now, because that's a good way to fall behind the zone, waste a lot more resources in terms of heals and materials, and then have every other team kind of gatekeep you out on your way to zone.
Carmi. His duo partner here by Pleasant Piazza. Up on a ridge, gonna build up. They're using wood though, so I don't think it's going to be anything permanent. Yeah, continuing with the rotate. Seeing kind of what's going on in front of them. They had some shots. They kind of looked for some angles, but they think there is a duo inside of this building, which there's not if you look at the mini-map, but you can never be too cautious. As they're kind of just waving around.
I like that. It is usually when you feel just a little bit too comfortable, especially in these later zones, that you tend to get snuck up on. Especially when you're the ones that are trying to sneak up on somebody else. First shot's gonna miss. Second one is gonna land right on the button. Carmi instantly following up. That's Archie and Nipsey are now in danger. Archie has to do something to try to continue to make space. Nipsey trying to fight back, alleviate some of that pressure, but it doesn't look like it's enough. They're still hot on the heels from one point to the next. Carmi from a snipe shot to a knock onto Nipsey. Archie's now left by himself in such a tough situation, with third parties now moving in on the distance as well.
Archie's been taken out as well by his duo partner. No time to breathe. Did not give them a second, as now those are quick elims for this duo. But you got to be careful. Lucy Steno close by saying, hey, is anything leftovers for us? You know, a little bit of loot, a little bit of shields. As all it takes is one wrong edit here. Two quick pumps to turn the tables, but it looks like I'm not sure if they're going to stay inside of the builds where they got these elims, or even just continue getting more into the center of zone. They don't really have to do anything currently, so it's kind of a waiting game here.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of the name of the game here. They snuck up on this fight, but before they could really make a move, it had finished so quickly, so taking too much of a risk too early. That's what they're watching out for. But with other teams moving in, another fight being started, they're trying to third party yet again, but they do get stopped in their tracks for that additional team just coming out of zone. It's Carmi and his duo still putting the pressure. That's Deox and Cade on the other side that have now putting themselves in the face of another challenge.
Carmi going to help his duo partner, grouped up once again. They've already taken out one, but there's so many duos now, the danger is increasing. It might not even be worth it to go for these engagements. Lucy, who's finally found a shot, but at the same time gets shot in the back. It's Diox who's going to be the one that connected it. Now both duos forced to heal up, forced to play back, and continue.
Yeah, great chance for them to really take an opportune time and really move in this direction, but really slow things down as one's going to get knocked. Steno's going to be left by himself. Carmi, Toos, they're stuck in another tough spot, but it is going to be a trade. Carmi loses one of his teammates. That's Toos who goes down, but Carmi doing a good job of getting out. That third party came in, but he returns back to the scene, and he goes down because of it. As long as he was able to continue to make space, he would have been okay, but Dre and Darky moved in and pounced on their opponents while they had the biggest advantage of them all.
Jackpot for Trey and Darky now with the amount of loot that they've just been granted. Loot of two different duos here in these boxes now that they can choose and pick from. Medkit, shields, legendary items, everything you would ever want. So this duo is going to have a bit of time now to loot up and do their thing. But for Queasy and Thomas, let's see what they've been up to.
Wow.
Shots getting connected. No surprise here as he goes right in with a dash, taking out Cringe now. And continuing with their rotation, but they're not done yet. Queasy gets cracked though. Has to be careful, cautious now as he builds inside of the storm. Thomas needs to back him up here, as it's exactly what he's done. Now both players back to safety.
Yeah, that was looking like a tough spot. Great reaction time from Queasy. As soon as he landed the snipe, dashed on over. You can see how close everybody is now getting positioned against each other. Thomas trying to get all this information for the next rotation. Probably saw Jake Buka back there. Doesn't know how many players are actually on that side up until now when they begin to come over that ridge and enter his line of sight.
You can see Mongrel and Mr. Savage up in this match. No elims to their name, but enough loot to play out the end game here. They've been performing quite consistent throughout the day. They have not been contested as much as the last major. So they've had a lot more freedom to kind of roam around, find opportunities, and kind of play their original game plan by the book. So we'll see how it kind of holds on in the late game here, as now zone will appear. It's going to pull northeast. The good news is all these players should have dashes with the River of Sticks, granting them that. If you just dip your toes in the water, and you can see everybody kind of dashing on through to where they want to go.
So it's one of those zones to where everybody, like you said, is going to be using the Underworld Dash to get by. So it is going to be easy, actually, to get caught off guard if you really aren't paying attention. And that's why you see the combination of the Flowberry Fizz along with those dashes. Even though he does have the dash medallion, that's what Thomas and Queasy are going to be looking to do. Cover that space, reach zone as quick as possible, and then look back and try to land shots on everybody else. Not for Surge necessarily, but for the elimination point. Possible placement as well. Quick zoom in with Thomas HD taking down Norman. That's another elimination, and even more points to their total.
That's why he's him, Jacob. That's why Thomas HD is known for connecting those snipes. Quick little quick scope, 290. Another elim on the board now. Issue is only 3 more opportunities in the sniper. Would like to see him get a bit more ammunition, but as time goes on, so will the opportunities as they quickly get ahead here. Don't have to worry too much about stepping in the water, already having the medallion. As now pressure comes on through from the players in the surroundings, but they don't need to do anything too risky so far. Just play out the zone.
Yeah, they have Surge, they have utility resources. You just need to kind of play a solid game from here on out. Shadox, he's trying to use the high ground to his advantage, but somehow Queasy gets lost along the way. That's Egram who's able to take him down, leaving Thomas by himself on just 12 HP. 45 on the Flowberry. He is going to be down to nothing, and you see what his eyes are on. That's the prize on the other side. All that loot. This is going to be a huge resurgence for him if he can get it underneath his control, but he still has to go through Darky.
What has gone wrong, Jacob? They had it all. From the mats, the loot, the elims, the infinite dashes. But now Thomas is left alone, just 12 HP. As he recuperates some items where he can bring that health back up. But at the same time, we can take a look here. It was a duo from the back. Got right onto Queasy. And Thomas was able to do a good amount of damage, even picking up the duo. But then the third party just came in, finishing it off. Now he's forced as a solo. But Thomas can make it happen.
Yeah, as frustrating as that could be for Queasy, you have to know in the back of your mind that you probably have one of the best solo clutchers in the history of the region on your side. And you can see him, the methodical process, Flowberry Fizz, peek it to the cone, waiting for the zone to catch up and recharge those charges on the dash medallion and instantly make it to the front side of zone just like that.
Egrim is going to be up top. Not too far in the sky, but they do have that high ground positioning. Noah Rayleigh back up now as well. Also with some leftover dashes from that River of Sticks. But you got to be careful of your surroundings. All these players now rotating in similar locations. As Noah's trying to get a bit more lower, refarming those materials from their already built structures.
Doesn't necessarily give much, but something is better than nothing. You see him get at least 6 pieces and even scrounge together even more. Diox by himself. I do believe we saw Cade go down early on in this game, and he's just trying to skate by. No materials, ring around the Rosie, and he lands a monster of a shot onto somebody, but it's just not enough. Tom is peeking through with the sniper, lands the shot. Another elimination being picked up. Team total to 8, with Thomas individually having 5 of those eliminations.
Has to be careful in the dirt here, though. He is able to get out of that situation. Back ahead of the storm. Zone has pulled far here. As now he continues to look back. He just wants to connect one more shot. Does he know, though, it's a solo right under him. No shield to work with either if he just looks behind him. Looks like the player has escaped now, as he continues to make use of those dashes, continues to get ahead. So far, Thomas is doing a great job of securing more and more points.
He has to be careful, though, with the HP that he loses when he dashes a little too far in his zone. He does have some Flowberry Fizz for shield, but nothing in terms of the HP. Aggression coming through on the bottom side of his box. You see him scrambling around, trying to figure out where's the perfect path. And right now, his patience is the best thing that's working out for him. He's not biting off more than he can chew, and he's still surviving with so many duos going down.
All he needs is one impact. He's almost out of materials, so something has to happen here. There's so many duos, though. That's one of the only solos. It's his opportunity. Is he going to take it, though? 32 HP. Found a good tarp to recycle here, but now literally 0 builds to work with. No Aurelia as well as a solo down below. A lot of solos having to clutch it out.
Yeah, just has a little bit more to work with than Thomas did, but still stuck in another tough spot. Thomas once again changing layers. He's not getting stuck at any one position, so nobody knows where he's really at. Getting himself another top 5 position with Queasy going down, another elimination total, but he has to watch out. Now he's second height, becomes the focus for a moment, forcing him to expend a little bit more material when he's trying to cycle as much as possible.
Just one more build is not going to be able to expand out much more. He's kind of hoping that high ground gets contested during this time. He has to choose. Do I go up? Do I go down? Do I stay in zone? Only 3 ticks can be tanked here, as now he's just 12 HP, 26 shield. One shot is all it's going to take him out, and there he goes. Thomas HD down. Flintmog firing down below. Gold gonna get knocked.
1v1. This is coming down to a 1v1 situation. Fire and an Anchor. We saw Anchor's heals at the top side. 3 splashes. The cabbages. That's going to be about it. Legendary Banana at the bottom side. That one's going to be used. Splashes as well. Neither one of them has a long-lasting hold in towards the zone. You see a fight going to begin. They're trying to stop each other, and it's Byron who comes out on top. 6 eliminations for himself. 7 total as a team. What a perfect read on the situation. Doing quick maps, knowing they just didn't have enough to last long for a heal off.
Byron does it. Banana popped. Mobility granted. All it took was a couple chug splashes for him to start making his way up to his opponent. Double shot connected. Got those elims. Got the VR. Great way to close it out. Anchor, though, also did a good job trying to stay safe, trying to stay above, but he just couldn't locate his enemy as Byron got the upper hand in those last moments.
Yep, and then you see the Gatekeeper yet again dealing the rest of that damage. It was such a close call, but it's an even bigger win that moves him up the leaderboard. Frankie Levin Mini. Let's break down that action.
It was another epic final endgame with so many potential solo clutches in there. We were with Thomas HD until nearly the end, but it turned out to be Firen taking that victory royale. And I mean, it feels like we're seeing quite a lot of success on the low ground as well as the high ground this time around, Lemon.
I mean, with the games going to sort of heal off the way they have been, right, it's sort of down to who really has more. And in that endgame, I really wasn't convinced that Firen had enough to keep himself going, I'll be honest, and he clearly didn't either. That's why he started running about. And I really didn't think Anchor was going to lose that. I mean, he didn't have a great amount of heal off either, but the odds were definitely, I think, in his favor. But Firen forcing the fight, and Anchor didn't back the heals he had. And Firen's able to just pick it up with some ease. I mean, wow, really good game for these two.
Yeah, I mean, we could see what heals both of them had, and I was almost screaming at my screen like, Anchor, what are you doing? Just play your heals, can be confident in what you have. And he shouldn't have gone down, ultimately. He shouldn't have gone down to try and go for that fight. He could have won the game. He had more HP and more heals than the player down below. So if he had just played those heals, he would have been okay. But of course, he's not going to know that. He doesn't know what the player down below has. I'm sure in his mind, he's thinking he has 6 medkits, he has splashes, even more splashes than me, bananas. But, you know, it was just one of those where it's like, I really wished he just stayed up there.
I think that's what it was really, right? It's like he looked at his heals and he went, okay, in this situation, like, I'm just never winning a heal off here. Which, to be honest, in most games that we've watched at least today, he's not winning with what he had. But at the same time, right, a bit of composure, calmer a bit. Yeah. You can see the guy's footsteps. He's running at me now. Okay, wait a minute, he's running at me. He's not got heals. I got a bit more than him. Again, a tiny bit more composure there, maybe in the heat of the moment. Anchor panicked a bit, who knows? But ultimately, second place ain't too bad at this stage.
Yeah. Fortnite, it's a very educational game to all the parents that are watching right now. You learn maths. If only Fortnite had been around when I was at school, I might have got better GCSEs. Let's talk about Thomas HD, because I can do the maths. When he is in the end game, you know that he's probably got multiple eliminations to his name, and this was certainly a very good showing for him, and actually Queasy early in the game as well, Mini Miner.
Yeah, but this is the Thomas HD show. This is exactly what he does best, just clutching up in these late game moments. Of course, we saw that Queasy did go down. Look at this. Boom! 290 to the head. That's what he does best. You just can't stop him when he has the sniper. And just the audacity to go for a shot like that is what sets Thomas apart, in my opinion. He just does things that nobody else would even dare to do, and then ends up actually doing it well. So what a player he is, Levin. What a clutch this was as well. Just kept defying our expectations every single time he goes for an elimination. Every single time he had an opportunity to go for it, he got it. And it was definitely the dash. Of course, the dash has helped him out a lot, but it can't be understated how strong and how impressive this solo clutch is.
I think it goes to show Thomas's aura when Queasy got taken down, the team that actually took them down run into Thomas's box and they just go, nah, mate, don't want to fight you, fella. Your teammate, I'll have him for a bit, but you know, I'll leave you over here, mate. The guy is just a serious problem, and he has been all throughout the day. And I mean, that's part of why Queasy loves playing with him, right? You just have a guy who you know is going to solve problems, and Thomas HD has always been the ultimate problem solver. And in that clutch again, so many moments where you just expect him to go down, but he keeps the game ticking for just a couple minutes, seconds longer, get some extra placement points, and that goes such a long way.
And that's what really separates Thomas from some of these young guns, because Thomas has got that aim. Obviously, he's untouchable when he's got that sniper in his hands, but he just has so much knowledge and experience, and surely we're going to see him take a major FNCS final title some point in the future. He's going to be wielding the Axe of Champions. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we're at, because we're nearly at the end of tonight's action. Don't worry, we're still got more action to drop into, but you know, the clock is a ticking, Levin. Vulcan Vortex is there. Good to see them at the top. Those 2 victory royales, they ain't gone unnoticed, and they're reaping the rewards.
I don't even want to speak. I should just let Mini.
Yeah, can you let me talk?
Yeah, come on, Frankie. You got to give it to him.
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah, when it comes to Volcone Vortexes, it's all up to Vinny Viner to talk about them.
That's my new name, Vinny Viner. Yes, Volca Vortexes. Yes, my favorite team ever. No, they're doing good. They're doing good. They're having a solid day. Exactly what I expect from this team, just off the back of a victory royale as well. From those guys, they've had some really solid games, and I think from what I'm seeing from their match history right now, I'm just going to read out some of their placements: 6th, 7th, 1st, 5th, 1st, but they've also had a 36 and a 39. So it seems like when they are getting to those end games, they're able to make it far. And for me, a lot of that is just down to that forecast tower. They're going to try and fight for it in as many games as they possibly can. When I was speaking to Volker, he was saying, yeah, this is exactly what we're trying to do every single game. When it's there, we want it, and we're willing to go down to try and fight for it. We just have to try and trust in ourselves that we can win it. So yeah, good stuff from those guys. I should probably stop talking about them now, otherwise Levin is going to be mad.
I mean, you can talk the whole segment about these guys clearly. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you just keep going, mate. Might as well.
Just yapping. Just yapping.
Yeah, just keep yapping. Just keep yapping, mate.
That's enough. That's enough.
I was enjoying it. I would love to hear more. I was also noticing Marius and Sandgeld, unfortunately, it seems like that high risk, high reward playstyle is not really finding rewards at the moment, Levin, but maybe we'll get to see them have a really good final lobby. Any surprises? I mean, for example, Tayson and Venno, obviously we're not watching every single lobby that they're in, but they did have a couple of good lobbies to start off tonight's action, and it seems like maybe the momentum stalled a little bit.
No crazy surprises. I think the general surprise, I'm seeing a lot of French teams doing really well up in these standings, and you know, you look at French Fortnite recently, things haven't been the most amazing, but it seems to be a bit of a resurgence right now. A lot of those French teams really high up there.
Yeah, it's good to see.
I was about to say Allez, Vico, Allez, but Vico is Austrian, and so it didn't work. But you know who's going to be working hard? Our players, because we've got one more lobby to jump into for you guys tonight. So Alonzi, let's take it away.
Ten matches, 3 hours to be played out is what these players had today. Once again, there's 250 duos competing, 5 lobbies at the same time, all in the hopes to get series points to qualify them to the lower or upper bracket of the semifinals. We said it, Jacob, if they're able to get around 130 points, it puts them in a good position for the second qualifier. More than that, an even better position. So for Marius and Sandguild, they're feeling incredibly happy currently. And it's all about maintaining that. As I thought for a second, there was some aggression coming through this duo, but it looks like they just want to box up by them. I think.
I mean, it could be a good or a bad thing regardless, because Marius and Sandguild, you know how aggressive of not only individuals, but of a team they are. If they feel like they have an advantage, they can see it as a green light and go. Vanyak, Swizzy. There you have the Brawlers Battleground loot, and you see them hiding towards the side. And the only question I really have is if they do have that medallion, I feel like Sammy and his duo can kind of spot that there's somebody around this position that they have to watch out for.
Looks like Trip is actually going to be able to bring Fredoxy back into the match. 5 elims already for this duo. Swimming through the river of sticks, making it a lot quicker of a rotate. But they're actually going away from the zone here. What are they going back for is my question.
My biggest assumption, I know there's a bunker in that direction, or would be Fredoxy's old loot to try to get as much back as possible. And obviously the underworld dashes, the charges that you get from the river sticks over towards Grimgate in this area of the map altogether. And you can see that without too many heals being found, some bandages, some floppers, they're going to have to go ahead and beeline their way to zone and not waste any time. Otherwise, they might be in shambles.
I was looking at Chari. I was like, where's your duo? Where's Giraz? Unfortunately, he's watching from the clouds right now. It's Chari now is forced to play this last match out as a solo. The last opportunity to make something happen in the first qualifier. How many series points will they be able to pick up? Decent amount of loot. Could be better, could be worse. Not too bad at all. In terms of damage, hopefully they have enough, but for Steno, in a 1 versus 2, it's not going to be as bright as he goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate elimination there, just really getting caught off guard. The 2 players that are trying to jump into your box. And then you saw there at kind of the ending portion of that battle, another team spraying on the other side of the box, really not having any avenue of safety there in a situation like that. And you can kind of see why they're forced to break into the box the way they did. 37 damage above the threshold, and that's after the elimination. So they probably weren't in the best position. And that now, even though it's only 37 damage, they at least have a little bit more time to work with before they make their next move.
Taking a look at more engagements here. Most likely duos that need some damage. That's it, 37 below. Specs. What are you going to be able to find here? Thunderburst SMG getting put to use, trying to get in. No connections yet, except for on his duo partner that's almost cracked now. It's brought up to 26 above, but how long is it going to last? Pressure from above, pressure from below, from the sides. As they have to make a decision of where they want to start aggressing towards soon.
Time is definitely ticking, especially with zone pulling away from a lot of the players here on this side of the map. So even though they know their job isn't done just yet, they're trying to see what they can get, because I do believe that they're hearing a lot of those shields get cracked. They're hearing a lot of the heals come out, and this is their opportune time to kind of strike while the iron's hot. They know their opponents are weak, but now they fall below the damage threshold, and it makes it even more of a risky play because all they really have left is minis.
67 below exactly. Minis getting popped to try and outlive this Storm Surge. 62 players still up. So many players kind of exactly boxed up around them. You can even see some angles there. 51 damage. Is that enough? It is. 79 above now. No more ticks coming through, but shots from above. It's the opponents who take down his duo partner. 1v2 now. Scroll Sky looking to clean it up quickly as zone is closing. At least they can pick up the finish here and hopefully make their way to zone.
Specs on the other side, kind of the last ditch effort to get some sort of elimination and quickly pop heals. He doesn't get that chance, and he goes down all the same. Sky and Scroll taking advantage of not only 1, but 2 different teams along their rotation, and now they get to freely continue to move forward. Tripping in for Doxy, putting themselves on a lonely island by themselves, which honestly I would say is probably a very, very risky situation for 99.9% of the lobby, but them having the dash coin gives them a little bit more feeling of confidence that they can position themselves on an island with so much open water, and knowing no matter which direction it pulls, they can dash their way to safety.
And look at that. Ended up pulling north, so they do have to dash their way back to safety on that little path. That little sand path they have, but hopefully with the dashes, they'll take a safer route, maybe the edge around the water, but it's all up to what they're feeling. They have one duo around them. I thought it was a solo originally when they were gliding on in, but his duo partner was already kind of based up on this island, so they got to pick their path correctly here because a beeline, you can see how many duos already boxed up. They're just going to be applying a bunch of pressure onto them when they try and rotate in. Are they going to wait for the players below them to rotate first? Are they going to dash around the west side? There's even a duo on the west side and the east side, so all options are kind of blocked off here. It's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think the choice that they're looking for right here is waiting for some of those other teams to begin to rotate in, cause a little bit of distraction, and then use their dashes because they can cover distance quick. And then you combine that with the threat of the sniper rifle and Fordoxy. You can quickly get some quick scopes on anybody trying to land those shots, and immediately they see that opportunity, and they take it.
Boxed up. All it took was 2 dashes. Grouped up once again. Actually went very well for them. As Marius Sangild now 130 above. Not too bad at all, especially with 2 elims. As they are kind of more on the edge of the zone here, though. Just kind of looking for some shots.
See him peeking towards the back. Trying to be proactive when it comes to storm search. You don't want to wait till you're below, getting ticked every couple of seconds to try to make a move, especially when you're stacked with heals and got a lot of builds. Trying to see some players climb up the side of the mountain. With that Thunder Burst, is very good at one of those 3 bursts, bleeding through the builds and at least landing some damage. And if you continuously do that, a little becomes a lot. It's Marius and Sangild watching out at every turn. They know one more team's back there and just waiting for them to follow that zone in before they try and strike.
91 above now. It's getting lower and lower. As the pressure will get heavier and heavier onto their shoulders, but one shot came through. I think Sangild actually picked up that elim. Good job. Fordoxy trip, though, getting right into the aggression here on the edge of a ridge. You got to be careful. Difficult to build here. Could get stuck as Zone also pulled to the opposite side, northeast. Incredibly far rotate. Good news is the dashes will help out a lot. You can see them splitting it, dropping it to each other so they can both have 3 dashes. As well as that Flowberry Fizz to recuperate that shield and also give them that mobility boost.
Trying to look how long it's actually taking him to kind of rotate comparison to everybody else. But Tripper gets knocked down, so no matter if he makes it to the other side or not, he's going to have to do it as a solo, which honestly doesn't give me too many worries because already today alone, we've seen Fordoxy clutch up and pick up a huge amount of points by himself.
Trying to remember if Fordoxy already dropped the medallion or if he picked it back up. He hasn't recharged the dash yet. It would be crucial to clutching it as a solo, and it looks like he's even knocked down his opponent. It was Trip that had the medallion, but he's got it back. He said, that is mine. Give it back to me. 4 elims now. Dashes will be recuperated, and this is actually so huge for clutching it out as a solo.
Yeah, it's going to give him like another shot at life, but he has to be able to make it up this mountain. There's a lot of builds already there that kind of keeping him out instead of giving him a smooth rotation, but quick thinking, quick moving from Fordoxy. Hasn't even really used the dash yet, but positioning himself well, and you can see what he's looking for. He's trying to pounce and sneak up on somebody, find the elimination, get a huge refresh in those materials, but most importantly, the HP heals that he can grab.
Marius and his duo partner still with 3 elims. They picked up that solo earlier on, but how much damage have they done? They were on the borderline. Can they maintain it now? As Fordoxy has made it in. He knows there's a duo close by, trying to see if he can open up a shot onto them. 50 builds to work with. Dash is getting recuperated. More than enough damage, but what he wants is that impact. You said it yourself, that refresh as Marius gets ahead of zone.
78 above. Do need it. About 10 or so players needing to go down, even less now as a couple of them do fall. Boko and Vortexers doing a good job using their own underworld dashes along with the Flowberry Fizz, try to make it to the front side. But while all that's going down, Boko and Vortexers get separated, leaving Volko by himself to kind of finish his battle here and try to take first place on the day.
358. Flowberry Fizz in hand. No time to pop it, though. I believe I see a dash there that he's been able to conserve. Fordoxy, though, looking confident. There's a knock on the ground. He gets the elim. Refreshed up now, 30 builds. Still has full dashes. Gonna be used to get ahead of zone. Build up. 2 medkits as well. This could be a huge solo clutch.
Yep. Every single player and team that goes down, he's just getting so many more points for the placement. There goes 2 more. Sky and Scroll trying to do the same thing, but a much healthier position. 3-2-1, trying to break in the box. Voco finally been fouled. No more game of hide and seek, but he narrowly escapes. Sky and Scroll didn't want to go on the cat and mouse chase, so they back up into their own box, and that gives them a chance to live to tell the tale.
27 HP on Ferdoxy. He has that med kit in hand, though. Issue is only one build to work with. It's going to be Sky, though, and Scroll, who are looking to take height. Can they capture it, though? The battle is on. So far, they are looking like the victors of high ground, but can they hold on to it? Can they maintain it with the amount of materials they have? I think they can do it.
It's definitely a possibility. As long as anybody doesn't want to play Disruptor and look up, Ferdoxy's still going through a tough situation. Taking some damage to the stone, try to go ahead and catch somebody off guard. Nice shot's gonna be there, but it's not enough. Gripe is able to take him down, but the medallion hasn't been snatched up just yet.
2 med kits, 1 being popped here. Want to make sure they're healthy for these last moments. There's only 6 duos up, 11 players. Not too many solos at all. As Sangild is going to get cracked here, forced to pop some minis. Duo partner has the med kits though. Gripe now going to take shots, going to get a crack, but it's not going to be enough. Marius taking him out.
Whether he grabbed the medkit or not, it does look like he's finally going back for it. He's taken all that sacrifice so that way he can get the heals on over to Sangil, the Scroll and Sky, the only other duo in this lobby that is looking strong. Nova, I do believe, might still be left alive, but I don't see him anywhere. His own heal off, possibly starting early, finally at the tail end of the zone. If he can figure out a way to stay alive, everything comes crashing down. Scroll and Sky are now going on the offensive. Marius gets knocked down. In comes Nova out of nowhere to try to get those placement points.
The 2v2, high versus low, quickly ends. The upper hand comes from the high ground team. Now the 2 versus 1, it's all up to Nova. He started his own heal off, but he has to get 2 elims to come out on top, and is gonna be unable to do so. Great finish for the duo above.
Even though he didn't win that game, you gotta give credit to Nova there. Knowing the situation, had no builds, couldn't move forward. He staggered himself just enough to secure a top 2 finish. But Scroll and Sky, the story of the game goes to them. They fought so much adversity to make it to that game, but as soon as they achieved that high ground, it was over for the lobby.
Great way to finish it out. We can see how Scroll here took out one, shortly after took out the other. I mean, Sky and Scroll, they had the chemistry. They were looking electric together, taking out one after the other, and then all it took was that 1 versus 2 to close it out. They had medkits, they had the heal off, but they didn't even have to use it.
Yeah, another big moment there. And now that the day is done, I know we still have to look at the leaderboards, but that's got to be a huge feeling of confidence as they surge. They're probably looking through the tab. Where do they finish? It's all about those series points, Takata.
It's all about those series points, but that's it for me and Jacob for the day. We'll be back for the next qualifier, but we still got to see what happened to the leaderboard, Jacob. So let's head right on over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, guys. When they said that's all from us, I felt a little bit sad. And then I remember we've got another qualifier next Sunday, so we'll get to have Takata and Jacob PR back on the stream. Don't worry, they're not leaving us. It's just a temporary thing. We got to talk then about that last game, because that was quite the performance, and it was a Danish duo to take it. Sky and Scroll, living up to the name of Sky, because that high ground was masterful. And to be honest, I feel like the win was never in doubt, really, in that last zone, Levin.
Nah, I mean, they, looked really good up on a height. I mean, they were going up against some Danish brethren, and below them in Marius and Sangild, but, they really came out on top. They looked strong all throughout that endgame. And I think the big thing for Sky and Scroll is that they are sort of a newer team on the scene, right, in terms of, again, Danish talent that's coming up. They played their first grands together last season, right? So it was, this is still very early beginnings for this duo in terms of their story in FNCS. But boy, are they writing a really interesting one, because if these guys can make it to grands again, I'm interested to see what they can do. I think it was their first grands together, and then they placed in the 20th, right, in that sort of range, which is again a very good performance. Most teams play their first grand finals together and guaranteed locked 40s.
Yeah.
It usually doesn't go well for people, Minnie. So again, this is clearly a team with a lot of talent, and they're showing that here.
Yeah, I'm glad they stuck together as well. Often we see teams that have made their first grands. One of them thinks, oh, I could definitely get a better teammate here. I could definitely just play with someone different. I like the fact they've stuck together. They had a good performance. There's no reason why they shouldn't, right? But sometimes we see that with teams that split off despite the fact they have a really solid performance. So nice from that team that they stuck together, and you can see what it's doing for them right now. Today, in general, they've had a really, really solid day overall. They've had a 7th, 9th, 3rd, 8th as well. And of course, now that victory round to top it all off. Really nice stuff from that team. And just the way they took height, really nice backside height take, looking to front side just to claim it very easily. And from then on out, it was really nice to play.
It was also really nicely played from Marius and Sangold as well. We were just talking actually before we jumped into that lobby about how they needed to have another solid performance because things have sort of slightly dipped for them. And it's like they were listening to the stream, Levin, because they were absolutely on fire.
I mean, yeah, Marius, again, according to TikTok, he's like the best player in the world right now. Do you know what I mean? So if TikTok says he's the best player in the world, he better perform like it. And I mean, for most of today, he definitely has played incredibly well. And we got to give Sangold credit as well, because Sangold was most of the one holding it down at times here, right? Marius was sort of overcooking, a bit overheating. But again, you can't really blame him with how he's been playing. And I think these two, again, you know, the potential they have to really shock the world in this grand finals and maybe even be a contender to win the whole thing is immense. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how they actually sort of do and how things pan out for them.
Yeah,
interesting. Looking at this leaderboard here, Mini Miner, continue that thought. I was just sort of seeing, my eyes go straight to number 10 and see Venno and Tayson. However, we were not watching them that last game. Please do share your thoughts, Mini.
I was just looking at that leaderboard right now. Look at that, 35 places moved up. As you mentioned, we actually did say these guys need a good performance to move the way up the leaderboard. Look at that, now inside of that top 10 for this team. And there was so much hype about Marius, particularly going into this FNCS. And for me, it's probably the first time that we've seen that much hype around Marius. Of course, the reason why, of course, all the hype is, of course, he's getting so many eliminations in those solo victory cups. Lots of viewers on his streams lit up recently as well, and for good reason, because he's absolutely incredible at the game. But I was intrigued going into this FNCS. How's he going to handle the pressure? How's he going to handle all these new eyes on him? How's he going to approach the way that he's going to prepare for this? And it seems like it hasn't affected him at all. It hasn't affected the duo at all. If anything, it's given them that little bit of a boost of confidence that we want to see from this duo, because when you talk about Danish Fortnite, the name that always comes to mind is Thomas HD. There's a couple of other names in there as well, but Thomas HD is the main man. We're seeing so many of these lesser known players, more underrated players come from Denmark, and it's definitely the team and I suppose the region that's on top at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing like pound for pound, like what's the best country in Fortnite, I think it has to easily be them. When you look at like the population of Denmark versus everybody else, and then compare how many like top Danish players they are, it's just, they just clear in that regard. But look, enough, you know, begging for a Danish passport. Let me start talking about the rest of the teams that we've seen today. And to be fair, I've been pretty impressed by a lot of the lobby. I think one thing that's really been fun to see is a lot of the newer duos and the combinations that we had, and a lot of them finding, you know, a fair amount of success. A lot of them sort of in that top 50 looking good. So I'm excited, of course, to see, you know, how these new duos pan out all throughout the season.
And also how some of the existing ones will as well, because Pink and Vico formed, I said it earlier, I know Minnie's like, oh, they've been together for ages now. Maybe it is ages in terms of Fortnite, but they formed, I believe, it's just in time for the last chance. Major last time round, so still less than a year ago.
Last year, Major 2.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Ages.
Okay, they're old now. They're old hat, but they are serving up eliminations game after game now, these two. The big brain of Pink and that fragging potential of Vico. I feel like these two have taught each other a lot about Fortnite, and I just think that they are the duo to watch, apart from maybe Thomas and Queasy 11.
Yeah, I definitely, you know, have a lot of respect for these guys. You know, a lot of people think I'm quite biased towards these guys. Maybe I'm a bit, right? I want to see them do well. But I think, you know, that there is definitely a lot of talent there. I think when you're talking about some of the best IGLs in the world of Fortnite right now, Pink always has to be in that conversation. If you're talking about the best fraggers in the world of Fortnite right now, Vico has to be in that conversation. And so the combination of those two is certainly one that, you know, you'd expect to reap results. And I think a very good result is on the horizon for these guys.
think just the development of Vico under Pink as well is so, I feel like understated. He's become such a smart player, and it kind of reminds me of the way that Veno sort of adjusted his game plan. We used to think of Veno as just this crazy out-and-out fragger, very, very good at the game, but just didn't have the brain to go along with it. Then started to play with some of the best IGLs in the world, like of course Queasy. You know, we're seeing players like that he's partnered up with, and Aqua, of course, as well, the way back in early Chapter 3. That just helped him develop so much into such a complete player, and I think we're seeing that with Vico right now. I think we're seeing that development of his character and of his gameplay to where he's gonna be able to get to the stages that Veno got to, and hopefully he'll be able to have it this season.
I think a lot of it comes down to what type of IGL you're playing with. Because even under Aqua, like, Veno was still very unleashed, right? He was just very unleashed, unhinged. And then he starts playing with Queasy, and then you sort of put a leash on him and, you know, rein him in a bit, right? And the same thing with Vico, where it's like, again, before Pink, it's like, just let him cook, just do whatever. And a lot of the time when you let a player do that, they overheat a bit. Whereas now Vico, again, you know, doesn't just look for free loot at every given opportunity, right? He actually, you know, sort of pays a bit more attention. And so, yeah, some of these guys, Pink, Queasy, Tayson especially, right, with Veno as well now.
Yeah.
You know, these kind of guys, they like to put a leash on the fragger and control them a bit more.
I was about to ask in terms of Tayson and Veno and how that partnership does work, Lev. And I know you speak to them quite a bit. Does Tayson have Veno on a tight rein?
Out of respect for him, I'm not going to say he's on a leash because it's Veno we're talking about. He's one of the best there is. But yeah, it's Tayson at the end of the day. Tayson tells you to jump, you jump. Tayson tells you to move left, right, you move left, right. That's just how it goes. And I think that dynamic has been what's made him a bit more successful so far.
Luckily, Veno knows his left from his right and his AR from his SMG. Let's talk about the series points then, because everyone has earned series points from their standings on the leaderboard tonight. They carry those season points over to next weekend's qualifiers, but obviously all those victory royales, all those eliminations and things, that gets wiped clean on the leaderboard. So let's take... I think we can take a look, hopefully, at where we're at now. If you got top 10 tonight, you're probably already qualified for those semi-finals. So actually, Veno and Tayson, they did manage to nail themselves a top 10 position by the end of the night. Also, can I take a look at number 8, Mappy and Kira? We didn't necessarily see too much from them, but Kira was with Kaduro last time round, and I was quite surprised that they broke up, Levin.
Yeah, so was I, man. You know, they did so well, and they looked like they were looking pretty all right so far this season, but Kiduro decided to go a different direction, and I did ask Kira about it. I said, hey, man, like, why would you guys split? And I think part of it was Kiduro, you know, had concerns about how much Kira was grinding the game and how prepared they'd be. And again, if you're Kira right now, you're gonna be smiling, right? You know, you didn't think I was gonna be ready. Well, look, I'm outplacing you right now. So let's see how it goes. Of course, it's early, just qualifier 1, but it's a good sign for the future for Kira and Mappy.
Yeah,
Mini Miner.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Continue that thought. I'll come back to you.
I was gonna say, because like you wanna make sure you're in as good of a position as possible, right? In week number 1, there's no guarantees that you're gonna qualify till round number 4 next week. So for some of these teams, this could be their best shot, their only shot at making those semi-finals. So for teams that are a little bit lower down now, just inside of that, maybe top 200, top 220 around that, they're definitely gonna need a good performance next week in order to actually get themselves into that semi-final. For the teams that are in that top 5, top 10, like you mentioned, they pretty much already booked their spot in the upper bracket, so they can now relax a little bit more. They can focus on these strategies that they want to bring into this. So I'm interested to see how that changes the dynamic next week, because we might see some new teams as well.
Yeah, Mini Miner, what would you say our teams get next week when they get to play again?
What do they get? They get a qualification to the semi-finals.
No, Mini, you got it wrong. No, Mini, you got it wrong. They get another crack at the whip. Come on, Mini, man.
I thought we banned that phrase from the broadcast. I thought we're never going to say that again. What's going on?
What's going on is I'm the host of the show, and I'm very sad, actually, because that is all we have time for. But Mini Miner, yes, you will also get another crack at the whip. Same time next Sunday for our second qualifier for Major number 2. I've been Frankie. He's been Mini Miner. 11-2K has been in the middle of this chaos. We'll see you guys next week. But for now, sound that horn.
said about that, but you see the returning fire. No hesitation. And the sniper shots coming back here. But hey, Taco, look, we have activity everywhere. Even Clicks lighting up the feed. Let's take a look at that elimination.
Can't say it's too surprising. Clicks with the Mythic Frenzy just completely running down Freeze. Freeze and Sus falling to the likes of Epic and Clicks, though. That's definitely going to be a pretty big pickup as far as their surge damage threshold is concerned. But Ritual finding themselves in a bit of an engagement here, just underneath the Rift Island. The other thing to keep in mind, as will take this Rift up, not necessarily to challenge on the island, but does seem as though and Ritual would like to look for an opportunity to maybe farm out some brick. Rift Island can definitely be great for that. Even if there are other teams contesting it, you can just look to try and trade damage, as long as you don't find yourself getting knocked or fully limbed in the process. Acorn and Cold, though. Acorn's rescue mission a success, as Cold is back up and running, but they are so far south of where the zone is at. Refarming materials, Monster, on top of making that rotation in the first place, where every other team is going to have priority positioning over you. Quite the battle remains still for Acorn and Cold in this one.
And no grapple hook either, just worth mentioning. It's going to be a long while before they get to the safety. You can see that's actually them here, moving up from the flank of Duke. Little do they know, there's a lot of attention looking this way as teams are hunting for Duke, so they do have to be very careful here with how they enter into the zone. And I think they're picking up what we're putting down here as they're starting to edge their way around the outskirts. So for Duke, though, you have to assume things went terribly wrong here, because he has quite the loadout. A loadout that should not be one to where you'll be missing a teammate here. So with threats being eliminated, he too is going to have to probably play into the zone right now to play for a pickup. He surely has the heals and the sustainability to go the distance.
Duke right now kind of just rummaging through the remains of what looked to have been a pretty intensive Oxfight battle. But again, just outside that edge of zone, you can see how many teams are already situated up on some of these hills now, facing around the Ritzy Riviera. Cooper, Miro, rather impressive skybase themselves, as Cooper will opt to go to the top of his, try and gauge out if there's any teams they can look to try and hold on the edge of where they're currently situated. But a lot of pressure as well on Cooper and Miro when you really boil it all down, MDF. I mean, coming off of that global championship win, you know that this team wants to replicate that sensation of being the champions.
This just works out perfectly for them right here, as Cooper was so wary of the bases up top. You could tell he was playing specifically for it. We just mentioned the fact that Acorn and Cold had to be wary of the fact that Duke was playing Storm, and it seems like they count him out first. Cold nearly gets taken out once again there. However, I'm sure they're going to be extremely happy about the material pickup here and the loadout now delivered for Cold. So that's going to effectively put them right back into this game here. And they're at 5 eliminations, so one can assume that even if they don't get a lot of placement points, this game is not a dud by any means. These elims are extremely, extremely important. Here goes the big rotate, though. Just going to put them right back into the mix of things.
Again, still so much ground to cover. Granted, crash pads with the flow berry fizz will help mitigate some of those troubles, but got to make sure to land on them. Unfortunate there for Acorn. Cold does have a grapple, though, just off of Duke's body. As for the rest of the lobby, though, that's already managing to stay more in line with where these zones are pulling. Skittles, Trashy, forced to the low ground for the time being, but they definitely want to try and work their way up. Will find themselves a nice bush here to kind of poison for the time.
What a zone. This is going to pull through the body of water, and all these players up here that thought they were playing for dead side rotate, wrapping all the way around the outskirts, find themselves met with 3, 4, 5 other duos trying to you know, simulate the same exact strategy. There are no free rotations in the FNCS Grand Finals lobby. And that's why you have to truly appreciate teams that can execute well and do it without taking any casualties. G Money as well finds his own teammate down, and he's so wary. In fact, he doesn't even want to go for the pickup at this exact moment, right? He's waiting it out. He's making absolutely sure the coast is clear, and the zone continues to put the pressure on. So look at that. He won't even be able to save him.
Right now, G Money throwing that med kit up, trying to keep some of the resources close to him. Can't carry everything as a solo, so toss forward what you need. That way you don't have to stay inside of that storm, eating some of the tick damage that goes along with it. I like this though from Clix and Epic. Crash Pan. Gonna help them essentially just catapult themselves immediately into the edge of the next zone. And they're actually gonna take this moment, turn back now, see if there's any other teams they can look to hold. But Clix, he's wary of this duo that's up on the hill. It's gonna be Blake and Macwood, just west of where Clix and Epic are currently at. They're not content with their position. They want to go even further.
Yeah, Clix is actually holding that sniper out there. He was trying to see if Blake or Macwood would get a little too anxious and over peak there as he noticed they were firing out to the left and right. One small mistake and you never know who's got their eyes on you, and someone like Clix, who's been running sniper all season long, is definitely due for a big tag on stream. For Quanti and Bilo, they're continuing the pacing here after a close call against Clix and Epic Whale, so this might be a full story coming around here as far as the engagements are concerned. But take a look at the rotate here. Free as day here on the beach as Quanti's getting himself completely situated. This is a huge way for him to get right back into the game. The first, an update from the twins here. Bugha and Aviv dressed for success right now as they're sitting dead center. Do they have the forecast tower is my question at this point.
Would not surprise me, given their current positioning. It's rather bold to go into center of zone. So for Bugha and Aviv to want to set themselves up definitely would lead me to believe that they probably know a little bit more than what some of these other duos might be wary of. They got to make sure that they can keep that damage threshold well above. Poyo, Peterbot, also waiting to see if anybody dares step to them. More than happy to try and get some tags of their own. Acorn and Cole, they finally found their way back to the thick of the action here and waste no times in taking out all of our OG.
Not only that, they secure the loot. Most importantly, they get to pick up all of that loot there. Reed and Ritual was sitting right up above them, but I don't believe there was any resistance there as Reed actually gets knocked to the hands of Rise here. What happened? They were rotating. How do you get a knock in the middle of a rotation is a question to be answered for a later time. However, Ritual will get the pickup. Rise contemplating whether or not it's worth pushing into, and he's going to investigate, but no luck there. He's a little too late to the party. And Rise has to play this one out by himself right now. Now, with 25 duos remaining in the game here, he is just now getting to the point to where placement points will start to add up. Iamzo and Rise did a lot of damage to get this far here, so they'll be comfortable for a second, but Cooper and Miro edging their way up underneath the bases of Re and Ritual and Muzz and Paper next door. Keep your eyes on the field for that potential clash.
Muzz and Paper is the main one to keep an eye out for. They're on the same exact layer as Rise as well. So definitely a solid chance that they might even just run directly into them from going forward, and I think that's why we see Rise now opting to try and crank up, but Muzz, Paper, all too quick with it. They're going to go for the instantaneous chop. They've got their eyes set on height. They want to be the first ones to strike. They're not going to let Rise hold this high ground, especially not if they're able to account for the fact that he's a solo, if they've been able to keep tabs on that Elim feed. No way to really tell just yet, but as the zone continues to pool, Rise he's at least got a little bit above the damage threshold. So as a solo, he's probably going to want to wait for all these teams to rotate first and then just try to sneak on by and try to hang out through the backside of the zone.
But look at the aggression. He knows that he needs a refresh here. He knows he has to make a big play. He jumps into the box, gets the finish, gets the material, and now he has an actual chance here. Not only that, with a clean escape, breaks out the side with the grapple hook. This is a player that is willing to fight for it and put it all on the line, but no, little too soon, too early with the rotate to the front side of zone, as positioning is of course key, and he finds the lobby looking right at him.
Wow.
What is this though? A huge find is gonna put him right back in the game for a second.
Somebody's got just like a little burrow hoisted up in the middle of nowhere.
He doesn't trust it.
He's definitely wary, but it doesn't matter. The loot has already been secured, and despite having been heavily punished for that maneuver where he tries to grapple to frontside low, no surprise that the entire lobby would look at Rise in the process. It's just incredible stuff that he didn't get knocked. Just like how Muzz fell shortly. Paper trying to keep things going, but he's not gonna have a chance to revive Muzz. Simply too far in here. He's gonna have to leave his duo behind. Don't even think he had a chance to collect any of the materials left over from Muzz. Now Paper knows he's just gotta get ahead of where this zone pool is going.
He was just a couple moments away from being able to secure that loot, but he finds a new body instead, and there goes the material a little bit, but the material he needed nonetheless there. And Paper is right back into this game here. And we called it. We knew Miro and Cooper were eyeing them up. But look at high ground. Clicks an epic whale. Once again, going for a high ground retake here. This is the second game in a row now. So bold and accurately actually managed to take this high ground this time around. And it is theirs for the time being. But Clicks doesn't have a lot of material, so he has to turn and burn on the lobby. Although he has limited medium ammo, he has so much light ammo to work with. On the low ground, Cold and Acorn from the depths coming back into the game here against all odds now are at 6 eliminations, front side of low ground zone. Arguably some of the pioneers of this type of play style in motion in endgame right now.
Aviv and Booga though looking to give the low ground a little bit of a challenge here. Aviv, Booga likely also gonna opt for a high ground take if their chance arises. But inside the depths of the congestion, inside of some of these lower layers, Clicks, Epic, they'll be picked off. As Ritual now look to try and overtake front side low. Cooper and Miro directly next to them is also tarping through front side low. Peterbot and Pollo though, not trying to let anybody have fun underneath them. They've got so much suppressive fire going into these low ground builds.
Worth noting, Paper is still alive as well in the zone. He makes it well into the top 10 now for another game. Absolutely incredible as he was by himself and he falls to the hands of Miro, of Cooper, who, by the way, were taken out from 45th in game number 1. Here for game 2, their fight, they wait all the way back into the top 10 and plenty of eliminations to boot for it, to show for it as well. Boyo and Peterbot making up for this time too. Finds Chimp here on the high ground, and this is all but their game to lose at this point as they have all of the momentum here in their favor.
Can't ever count out Aviv and Booga though. Aviv with that Frenzy Yado gonna make quick work of Scissor. Will manage to pick up the material, but at the expense of his white HP, at least the Flowberry Fizz will get Aviv back to full shield. Aviv and Booga now just trying to tarp directly underneath Peterbot and Pollo. Behind Peterbot though, he spots out Cooper, who's trying to play spoiler to the high ground. Minimal chop, but it's gonna be Peterbot, Pollo challenging Booga, Aviv. Aviv knocked inside of the bush. Peterbot, Pollo, they know it's just them versus Booga. Booga can't make it happen this time. Peterbot, Pollo finding the victory royale here in match number 2.
It's almost like Peterbot had X-ray vision. He just pre-fires the bush. He says, you know what, Booga? There's only oh so many places you could be, and he does not miss finding the wonderful tag there to close the game out. And just like that, it was only a matter of time before Booga, Aviv, Cooper, Miro, and all the other big dogs make their way into the next game and into an end game, most importantly. And look at that. The favorites are up at the top now.
Definitely looking very chaotic though. Neither the low ground or the high ground were ever really all that safe or confirmed. It wasn't until really that final moving zone that we see Pollo and Peterbot finally managing to overtake on height. And yeah, Aviv getting knocked inside of the bush. Realistically, there's only one spot that Bugha is going to look to try and hide out in to turn this in his favor. But a 1 versus 2 up against Peterbot and Pollo, I mean, come on, MDF.
Yep, it was just a matter of time. Congratulations to Peterbot and Pollo as they take this game number 2. And my gosh, FNCS does not disappoint by any means. We are off to a very explosive start, and we're seeing some of the best clash it out.
Yeah, just honestly really looking forward to see how the rest of today shapes up. But we got to get it back to the desk to figure out how that leaderboard is looking after match number 2.
Peterbot and Pollo. They go into game number 2. They think, all right, where are we at, Pollo? Well, Peterbot, we're in 42nd place. He said, how many points do we have? He said 0 points. He said, hey, you want to get a victory royale with a bunch of eliminations? That's exactly what I want to do. Suddenly, these two show up. We've been talking about these guys for weeks as being one of the most, if not the most aggressive duo here in NA. And every time, how many times, Vivid, have we seen them come in second place, almost get the victory royale, then a couple occasions, get a victory royale. And now here they are in a grand final stage. 9 elims and a victory royale?
Yeah, I mean, there they are. There's Peterbot and Pollo, right? This is why they are favorites by some people to actually go ahead and win this FNCS. But the big question mark, the big thing holding them back on a lot of prediction lists was the possibility of being contested. And as we've seen after these first 2 games, Kelly, it looks like that is not the case at all. Peterbot and Pollo are officially off of the leash and are allowed to just rain chaos on the rest of the lobby mechanically. I mean, Pollo, look at this. I mean, the reaction time, instantly being aware of just anything that might come his way. That's why this duo is so good, because individually, they're the best.
Without a doubt, they are mechanically 2 of the best players in the world, not just in North America. And to see them be able to claim high ground and a late high ground, which definitely seems to be the strategy for success here, and then use that to their advantage. And I love just how this ended off. Of course, Peterbot and Bugha are, you know, well known to each other. And to have him take Aviv and Bugha down in the final moments there probably feels good for Peterbot. And we saw them in game 1 grab the forecast tower. I can only imagine in game 2 they were able to claim the forecast tower as well. And if they weren't, then props to them, because they definitely seemed to know exactly where the zone was going.
Just a master for control in that last game, right? Allowing and dictating lobby. You are allowed to do these things and we will control height. You can try, but you will not take it from us. Let's look at these standings. Let's see how things are going after the first 2 games. Now, nobody panic. It's just the first 2 games. We have 12 across 2 days rather. But in first place, Muzz and Paper, 135 points. Whoa. And suddenly Acorn and Cole jumping up. And then look at this top 5, 6, 8. This top 10, Vivid, I'm losing it.
There's like 18 different storylines to break down after game number 2. I don't even know which one to pick. Let's go with the Clicks and Epic Well one, right? 5th place for them is huge. I think that one thing we were missing in semifinals from Clicks was his ability to actually hit some snipes, but we've already seen his ability to go ahead and hit some of those snipes, and it has been huge for them so far. But Kelly, their ability to go for high ground so far, hold it for a couple of seconds, has been a big part of their game plan. Can't wait for them to actually hold it for the entirety of an end game.
Yeah, and we saw this during the semifinals. They keep going for height just a little too early, and they were able to hold it for about 1 zone. But when you go for height around zone 9, it's just inevitable that other duos are going to try and chop you down, go and fight for it. And that just, I wish that Clicks and Epic Well would just wait 1 or 2 minutes before trying to take high ground. And I know when you finally see high ground being a little susceptible to damage, you want to go for it, but that just seems to be their issue time and time again.
Guys, just a single game took them from no points to 6th place. Just think about tomorrow, right? Just think about you and your duo. You just need one fantastic game like that, and suddenly these standings are blown completely open. And this is just game 2. I feel like the day's done. Like, you know, we played 6 games. We'll be back tomorrow. This is just game number 2, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, game number 2, but we're already seeing some crazy performances. It's already seen some crazy solo clutches, right? Yamzo and Rise still towards the top of the leaderboard. but that was no easy feat for them. In order to hold on to that high placement still on the leaderboard, Rise had to go ahead and do it all, losing Iamzo very early on. And listen, I know we all saw when Rise kind of walked into that building, the whole lobby was spraying at him. Look at this, med kits, I mean, some minis, some mats to grab too. Like, what was that? How do you find that?
I feel like that was the script writer being like, no, this isn't part of the script, and scratching something out and then putting it in there into the universe. Absolute luck. And although a lot of this does come down to ability, there is some element of luck that comes into winning these games. And Rise just had that in spades, holding down. And honestly, this is where he shows that it's not just luck as to why he was able to survive for so long.
I'm just impressed, dude. This has just been 2 games. Again, we have 4 more on the day, and NA is showing we are here to play. That's why we have an accolade like Global Champions. That's right, we do. NA. I'm sorry, I just love the rivalry EU versus NA. But anyway, we're getting closer to starting game number 3 on the day with 4 more games. What is going to happen? What duo could have an explosive game like we just saw? Let's get ready to jump back into it. I want to watch more games, and I know you do too. So casters, on over to you.
Hey, can always appreciate big things coming out of the North American players here, but we do have game 3 shortly underway. Monster, you look like you had something to say there, though.
Yeah, it was definitely that this weekend, the implications of the FNCS Grand Finals is so important to the global champions, although it's such a road away. So I love that Zeke's already, gonna continue to jab as we start to set things up. But the standings, the leaderboards, is really telling a story of the veterans that are just dominating the top 10, even when they had a lot of them a very difficult game 1. You can see how the pacing, everything will just start to settle here, and game 2 is showing us a story of what might just be some of our finalists.
And easily what's been one of the most impressive aspects of today, granted we are only just about to head into game number 3 here, MDF, but it's the quick adaptability that these pros are really showcasing, and match 3 finally here, so we'll get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, Taco, we get to talk about it. We get to see it all unfold here, especially as we likely will tune in with more of a contested early game. So last game, early on, Miro and Cooper were highly contested, but they finished the threat quickly. It wasn't the same for game number 1. Boyo and Peterbot 2 have a bit of resistance here at their draw spot. So you can tell, although they're having a great tournament run so far, it's not completely free, right?
Not completely free, but nothing ever is. Cooper and Miro, on the other hand, trying to make quick work of Sanito and Veer. We saw just how rapidly Cooper was able to end the run here for Sanito and Veer in match number 2. Now Cooper next to Miro. They're just going to keep breaking on down. They want the immediate challenge up against the likes of Veer and Sanito. But they also want to make sure they're getting proper materials online as well. Sanito and Veer are actually going to recognize the fact they were just beat to the punch. The drop just not good enough, and rather than find themselves elimed at the hands of Cooper, they're just going to opt to launch pad away instead. One of the benefits here at the Marigold. But as far as that reference towards a pro's adaptability, what I mean by that, MDF, is when you think about how recently these new surge thresholds were actually implemented, and just seeing how quickly these pros are making sure to adapt towards that. It is no easy means, as is playing at a grand set lobby, trying to get your surge damage online. So when the stakes are raised even higher and things are much more aggressive at the start here, it's just impressive stuff to see.
Yeah, and it couldn't be more clear. We've seen so many instances already in game 1 and game 2 that really showcase the difference between your average, casual, even ranked arena game versus FNCS finalists, and the way they maneuver, the way they play the map and position themselves on the outskirts. That last game, number 2, had so many teams early on what arguably would be a dead side. playerless zone, an area, but not in a FNCS Grand Finals lobby. There's going to be players every single which way you go. There's going to be players that are trying to, play a type of strategy that likely will mirror your own, and we're going to see that time and time again. Right here is a great example of teams that are looking to fight on the outskirts. There are 3 currently battling, and there's 1 looking inwards, deciding of whether or not they want to even push in. And it seems like that team's on the move here. And then to the north, a solo might be looking to engage into this battle here shortly as well. It's not looking good for Maxo as he gets finished off here to Pars and Baka. But there's threats everywhere.
This is big, though, for Pars and Baka. Over here, on the far west side of the map, they've been encountering quite a lot of sticky situations, and not every single one of them necessarily going their way. This match, though, Pars and Baka at least off to a pretty hot start there with those 2 eliminations. Vier and Sanita found themselves. They left Cooper and Miro alone just to run into Kanata and Agers instead. Pick your poison sort of ordeal here if you are Sanito and Veer, but they're hoping to turn this one in their favor. Kanata and Agers, though, well aware of the fact that they've got a little bit of competition here at their drop. But for Veer and Sanito, having been forced off of the Marigold, now into an area where, sure, you've got familiarity with the map, but that doesn't necessarily mean you know it as well as Kanata and Agers probably do, since it's where they've been dropping all season long. And things only continue to pick up here as Sigma, no Vorteca at the Classy Courts. He's just trying to escape.
Just trying to survive right now. That's what the name of the game is going to be here for teams that have had a struggle to game 1 and game 2. And like we continue to mention, day 1 is, of course, important to setting up your foundation for becoming the champion of the first FNCS of the year. However, day 2 is so much more important to perform even better or just as good, because the points are worth 1.5 times as much. It's almost like not necessarily a comeback mechanic, but a true mechanic to solidify the momentum if you can keep it. Looking at the standings here, Peterbot and Boyer are leading here in 6th so far. All in all, one of the first teams to crack that triple-digit point. And Cam and Aminish, another team that we haven't covered too much of or really have spoke about their strategy, have seemingly found themselves in a very consistent flow so far.
Yeah, Cam and Aminish just waiting things out for these Legion Tower grunts to spawn in so they can look to try and secure that forecast key card. But for Peterbot and Pollo, I saw Baka and Pars off in the horizon. Would almost expect that it's because of the fact Baka and Pars very likely going to challenge Peterbot and Pollo for the forecast tower that spawns a little bit east of Reclaim Villa. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether that hunch holds up, because Ritual and Reed, on the other hand, they've got forecast tower completely wide open. No one looking to challenge. Ritual and Reed just having a fully established base at this forecast tower. And gotta be excited to see what they're planning on doing. Having the zone knowledge for the duration of match number 3.
You have to think about it. If they have it this easy, right? Like securing this forecast tower day 1, will teams review and come back to that day 2 and try to potentially take their hand at Re and Ritual, or will they just allow them to quite possibly walk away with a free FNCS Grand Finals? And I say free because they have such an advantage knowing where every single next zone will go. It kind of reminds me back when Byla won his FNCS Grand, his finals championship, essentially. They had center map. They were so positioned. He and Peterbot just ran away with the most advantageous position on the map, and it clearly showed in their playstyle how they were able to take advantage of it. That is how strong having a forecast tower can determine your tournament run. So if teams don't adjust and they allow Re and Ritual to, patch up the mistakes they made in game 1, they're going to start to take away a pretty monstrous lead. It's going to be hard to close that gap.
I'm right there with you. Everything as far as day one is concerned, you can never really get too comfortable with your game plan, with your Storm Surge strategy, because, again, like you just touched on, Monster, very strong likelihood that some teams are going to review and, again, look to adapt towards those day two challenges, or at least try and pose more of a challenge to some players that might have had a little bit more of a luxurious stroll here in our first day of competition. But this is the halfway point.
I'm curious right now if Epic Whale and Clix have an idea if there's a team there. I see Clix looking outwards to the edge, but there's a lot of movement happening there, not only in the distance, but just in front of them. Oh, once again, this Quanti is in their sights here. They just don't get enough of them. It just seems like their rotates, their pathways just seem to continue to connect. So a little repeat of game 2 happening here in game 3, but a completely different area of the map. Jumping on over to Reet and Ritual, a team that knows that they have to fight here. Have Jiven cornered out right now, and Reet has an opponent right above him, which is, of course, Jiven's teammate.
Yeah, Piggle and Jiven looking to give Ritual and Reet a run for their money, but already highlighted a little bit earlier on today, Piggle definitely the fragger between these two as far as those semi-stats are concerned. But Piggle and Jiven maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew. It is still Reet and Ritual that are bearing down upon the likes of Jiven and Piggle. Decent shot, though, traded out here as Reet down to 62 shield. It's gonna look to get a little bit of height overhead, but oddly enough, Reet Ritual actually gonna opt to fall back momentarily. Probably scouting out the fact that at the bottom of this hill, there's another duo that could potentially be looking to try and pose a threat. Don't want to get caught up in a third-party situation.
Funny enough, I was just talking to Destiny's Jesus about how I continue to butcher my boy Jiven's name, but I've been doing it for years now. So I apologize.
It's tradition.
It's just tradition at this point. Everyone knows the NBF special. But look at this cluster of Paper and Muzz here. They're next to all the other top 10s, and then Clix and Epic Whale right now are finding themselves in what will be the most, critical battle for them to finish up, and they do get X-Pawn. I was just gonna say, this is for Surge, this is for positioning, this is for getting themselves comfortable in the game, and you can tell that they really chose this battle wisely. Another time where they single out an individual and just full send on the singular player. They could have jumped on Quanti just a little bit ago. We just hinted at that. However, they decided not to fight Quanti and his duo and instead go for a more advantageous fight, and they find exactly just that. Epic Whale and Clix are honestly playing like an extremely top tier duo. This is very exciting to watch them continue to develop and catch their moments like this.
What's even more impressive, though, about what Clix and Epic are accomplishing here today is you have to factor in this was a duo that didn't even get to practice the new Surge thresholds, because you have to remember when it was first optioned for a method of practice, it was in the Duo Cash Cup, right? Clix and Epic, they didn't qual for that. And yet, still here today, they are showcasing that they were still able to develop a strategy aside from that being a problem, because so many players would love to get a little bit of set lobby practice. Even if it's not the grand set lobby, it's still set lobby practice, especially for such a massive change like the Surge thresholds having been impacted. So Clix and Epic, they've clearly got something figured out here, and it's working for them. We're just gonna have to hope that this isn't a caster's curse building in the process.
Well, so do Cooper and Miro here. They've jumped up roughly 45 spots from game 1 to game 2, putting themselves right up at the top of the totem pole here. They're in 8th here on the tournament standing so far as we start leaning into game 3, and it's exciting to see them actually catch their footing. And same thing for Day and Redux, who were some of the first teams eliminated game 1 and game 2, and now they're actually starting to make their way into a mid-game. You can never really count Day out. Can't forget he's had so many extreme moments of greatness. Redux is a competitor who's been around for a very long time. Slowly has been working his way up into the top tier echelon of teammates and playing with better and better duos season after season. This is his time to prove something big. They can't allow themselves to get pushed over the way they did in the you know, upper and lower brackets. They have to continue to truly turn up.
Day and Redux. A little bit of problem here posed by Higher and Raze. The longer this engagement takes, the easier it's going to be for another team to potentially place spoiler alert to both of these duos. Day and Redux, likely well aware of the fact that they're probably drawing in more company. They want to see if they can acquire just a little bit more damage, just a knock or an elimination. Get some material refresh. They came here, were able to secure a cache, but now they're going to be one of the first teams to disengage as Day, Redux, even if they weren't able to find the damage that they'd necessarily been after, at the same time, they don't want to risk finding themselves eliminated or getting caught up, pincered between several of those teams.
Yeah, you can't just keep throwing away games like that when you have a pretty bad game 1, game 2. You're game 3, you're alive this long. You just got to do what you got to do to stay alive a little bit longer, see if something better comes your way. And for them, I mean, 2 a.m. Golden was there. Tahi just showed up. It was all types of bad. I don't blame them for rotating out. I think it's the wisest decision they could have made. Now on over to Rise and Yamza, though, who have continued to trend in the right direction here. Still continuing to find themselves here at the top of the standings. Something went terribly wrong in game number 2 as the Yamza was taken out very early, but Rise, man, talk about an incredible play, even as a solo when we watched him dive into those boxes for refreshers on his own. I'm thinking that's a team that is going to be a serious contender for the top of the standings here if they continue to stay alive as a duo. Now on over to Duke and Threats, though. We're just looking for Surge here, fishing for something big.
I mean, you're talking about teams that had issues in the last match. Duke, certainly familiar with that sensation. Unfortunately enough, looking to try and 180 things here in the halfway point of today's matches. But Duke and Threats, they've got... It's decent elevation, sure, but at the same time, there doesn't really seem like anybody's actually coming near them. They're likely going to have to leave that position sometime soon, because if they're under as far as their surge threshold is concerned, if you can't find anybody, if you can't see anybody, chances are even the people that are near you, they're probably not peeking. So Duke of Threats likely going to have to just be forcibly aggressive soon enough here. Peterbot pokes his head out for 1 second. Have to assume that it was just a sniper shot that he ate, given the damage applied. That 110 does not feel good.
I just saw a huge elimination, too, happen in the feed where Ritual seemingly took on Cam. Don't forget, Cam and Aminish, sleeper duo, was sitting at the pretty highly, pretty respectably on the standing after those first 2 games. So to get a little update there shortly, but Cold and Acorn right now have Edgy and Tavern here just next door. So much history between Acorn, Edgy, and all the other teams that have accolades on the West, but nothing's gonna turn out from this here. Hold up, little engagement here.
Nada and Agers, though. It's gonna be Veer coming out on top for that one. But again, as things start to pick up, some of these teams rotating north, Reckless Railways can recognize the fact there's going to be a little bit of congestion one more time, building up towards that south side. All these teams looking to escape Reckless Railways, potentially getting held up even by some of these players here on top of the Rift Island. Could be looking to take some shots downwards. Peterbot Pollo, they're actually below as far as their damage threshold is concerned. Probably won't be long here. That's why we see it's not desperation necessarily when it's Peterbot. He's always this aggressive, but he will get punished for it. When you go for those super direct challenges, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to come out on top here.
We just love to see, you know, the history clash head-to-head here. Pollo, Peterbot, and then on the other side, Baila is the team that's contesting in here alongside Quanti. All of these teams, not only once in previous, of course, ex-teammates, but now on the other side of the fence going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. And just on the other side, you have Cooper and Miro listening to everything that's going down right now. What a dangerous Rift Island if we've ever seen one. And Peterbot and Pollo, little do they know, have their work cut out for them if they stick around here a little too long. And it's Miro and Cooper end up getting a fair share of the defense here from Pollo so far. But the zone's revealed itself. They're definitely going to have to roll out of here shortly. It just seems like they don't want to be the first to go.
The other problem, though, for Peterbot and Pollo looking kind of scarce there as far as his materials were concerned. Cold, getting pieced up, just using that grapple blade. Didn't get a chance to actually check the bush. And unfortunately, Cold inside of the box. Edgy Tavern from the bush to the box. It's kind of insane when you think of how fast they were able to break into Cold's box there.
And it just doesn't stop. It's like they just had a small exchange against Edgy just moments ago, and they grapple bladed away. They just went off into the distance. Acorn and Cold had no idea they'd be lurking this far away in a completely different bush. It could have been any team that decided to rotate this way. And it's just unlucky now for Acorn, who's also below the surge, by the way. So this is going to be one of his only moments right here. One of the most critical times here to find some tags, while you have teams like Piggle here, like Jive In, who have wooden structures in front of them. Yeah, you just have to take these fights. It's just not going to get any easier than this. Not that this is an easy fight by any means for a solo to take on a set of professional players, but he does have something to look forward to, a slight advantage nonetheless there. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. The tags creep through the builds.
The only thing Acorn's really got going for him is the fact that Jagveer definitely sandwiched next to his teammate LeBron between a solo in Acorn and a duo in Piggle and Jiven. But at least for right now, LeBron and Jagveer, they don't want to look to immediately challenge. And it's honestly kind of odd that a duo is this unwilling, this hesitant to try and engage with a solo. Hard pressed to believe that Acorn wasn't identified as a solo at least, but still, the damage that he applied was intimidating enough.
Yeah, and you have to think about it. You have to think about it. They were in wood builds too, right? And in a very vulnerable position. So it's just showing you the lack of experience sometimes in these big lobbies. So look at this. Fully experienced Epic Whale jumps in and finds himself 2 for his troubles. 1 onto Pollo there and another in the low ground. Pollo and Peterbot cleaned up, wrapped up, and talking about experienced professional players. Acorn with the turn and burn here with all the pressure of the lobby on his back, continuing to press on to the neck here of Golden here. The pressure too hard to overcome right now. And just like that, he's still in the game here, earning points.
That was Booga. That Acorn is just 180 pumping to the face, by the way. Booga sees Acorn distracted, tries to prey upon him, instead gets his face ripped off for it. That is an absurdly insane shot there from Acorn. And the fact that he came out on top and is able to extend the placement possibilities for Cold and himself, absolutely insane stuff there.
We'll take a look at Epic Whale. We turn away, and he gets taken down there on the outskirts, but not before, of course, taking a bunch of players with him. At least it allows him to mitigate the blow to the standings that those implications are going to have for him falling a little too early here in this end game. However, Acorn is positioned on a pretty high spot here of this mountain, and it's going up and over. This is a great overall spot to be in right now, as he's going to have free opportunities to make the rotates, and also who is now likely his arch nemesis of the lobby, Edgy and Tavern, are sitting up top. And look at this, Bold in the open, Paper and Muzz just walking around in the snow here, fearlessly trying to conserve material. Big moves are gonna come out though. That's right.
It's crazy how quickly they're able to get up and over this mountain face. will claim themselves a mid-ground position. But checking back in with Acorn, he does have a couple of small shield potions. Unfortunately, his position also being known there. Just gets immediately ran down by Yuumi. A decently sized refresh there too, with that elimination onto Acorn. Sitting here now though with Iamzo and Rise, kind of just waiting to see if anybody's gonna actually potentially look to just like tarp over their current layer, that if they're able to pick somebody off from above, could give them grounds to keep moving forward. Paper and Muzz, we talked about how out in the open they were, but maybe a little bit too exposed here as Paper loses practically all of his HP for it.
And off the side of the mountain he goes. And I was just going to say, the team we need to be looking out for is Re and Ritual, as they know where the zone is going every single game. And I'm curious to see how well positioned they are. Take a look at it. They are extremely positioned with material. They just need more damage. And this is what I'm talking about. Re and Ritual can run away with the entire FNCS Grand Finals just off the knowledge alone. When a difficult terrain like this presents itself, what better thing than to understand other than where the zone is going next? And you can see how it's playing its way out in spades here, because not only that, they have practiced so very well. For Muzz, the difficult battle continues now as he loses Paper, but he's at the front side of zone here. He actually finds elimination as he looks back there, and he is cooking right now here, getting very comfortable. And actually, someone might have taken the credit for that one, but still, nonetheless, placement points are really starting to rack up here. Top 15 presents itself. The other side, Iamzo, all the way down to the low ground, switches to the hard material, loses his teammate on the landing, and now he's gonna have to fight for it.
The problem that Iamzo and Rise just encountered is the fact that when you're using that grapple blade to try and tackle that frontside low, especially in a zone that's moving towards that downside of the elevation, it is just so difficult not to draw the whole attention of the lobby. We've got Byla sitting up way up above everybody else here, but Byla gotta have some flow berry fizz or a grapple blade, because it's only a matter of time before he gets chopped there. I have to expect at least from the veteran experience inside of this lobby, Muzz just trying to sneak his way through these low ground builds. Ritual now gonna spot out. There is, in fact, a solo way up above everybody else, but
they know. I think he knows. Yes, he does. He recognizes Quanti was up there. You are not safe. And they end up popping a couple of shots here, but again, they have the knowledge of where the zone's gonna go. Look at how they get to the next security position here, right up above, and it's cost them a lot of material, but it is worth it as they turn and just destroy players round after round here. And Iamzo takes advantage of all the chaos. He's scaling up the side of these builds. He doesn't have any mats to work with. He doesn't care though. He's just trying to get up and over, and he's just gonna have to fight his way through. He finds Noxie, but there's not enough time for him to pick up the med kit. Meanwhile, Threat's playing for the heal off. And one thing to note, Taco, all of these games have truly gone the distance. There have been just battle after battle. It really hasn't even looked like heal offs were a potential by any means, but this game right here, I think the story's the same. I think it's gonna go all the way to the end, and it's gonna come down to who can hit their shots.
Everybody down to their last build. Batman Booga doesn't even have any left. The elimination, siphon materials out of Threats though. Will buy a little bit of time, and Baka, no chance. Batman Booga finding the elimination there at the end.
And that's what happened. We just talked about. If a heal off was even possible, it does not look like it. Even Batman Booga in that moment was like, dude, I need shields. Like, we have to fight for this. And he had 2 medkits. He could have possibly even won the game just with those heals, but it is not going to be enough. This time, everything turns upside his head, but information is king. Take a look at Re and Ritual. The dominant positioning from the high ground. They turn this entire spot around here, and they, again, not only have the information, but they execute so well in finding the eliminations too.
And look, for Re and Ritual, you know that they've got full control of that forecast hour. At least we know that much. But the fact that they were able to just overtake the high ground, and just watch as the ants underneath them essentially destroy themselves. It was a good attempt, though. Out of you have to respect it from Batman Booga as well, but Reet and Ritual just fully benefiting off of letting the lobby wipe itself out.
Well, with the way they came back in game number 2 and the way now they really break away with a crazy lead here in game 3, who can stop them, Zeke? We're just going to have to find out.
You know, this being only game number 3, I'm hopeful that the rest of the lobby can go, maybe we have some kind of hope. Maybe there's some way we can stop this duo. First off, really quickly, we got to acknowledge that was a very difficult zone.
Yeah.
Those moving zones were brutal, but again, paired up with the fact that these guys had forecasts, they knew where the zones were going. They had that opportunity to say, okay, well, we know how we can attack this situation. Let's make the best of it. Let's make sure everyone down low is scrambling while we're just chilling. And they walk away with the victory royale.
Yeah, honestly, forecast how strong it really is just amplified whenever we have zones like that. These big mountains, sometimes it's very, very dangerous to go ahead and guess which way you actually want to early rotate to. And the fact that forecast is telling you, hey, listen, you're going to have to go here next, it just sets you up so well.
Yeah, we saw Reet and Ritual kind of stick to the low ground, and honestly, this reminded me a lot of what we saw from them in the qualifiers, where because they had the forecast tower, they were able to stay on the edge of zone, peek onto all the other lower and mid-ground teams, and grab a great amount of eliminations. By also having control of the zone, they were able to peek up high, they were able to chop Quanti, and this was just their tried and true position that they had in the qualifiers, where they chop the high ground team, they're able to take high ground, and here it is when they were able to chop down Quanti, who somehow was a solo on high ground there. And with this observation, they're able to steal high ground and then hold it for the rest of the game.
Perfect play out of Reet and Ritual. And listen, after game number 1, right, didn't necessarily go their way. After 2 good games in a row, you have to imagine that they are just flying up the leaderboard right now. And oh my gosh, Zeke, listen, we saw the leaderboard after game number 2, and it was close. A lot of our top teams were up there. We may have been missing Reet and Ritual, right? A lot of people think that they deserve to go ahead and actually win this thing. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them at least top 4, top 3? I don't know.
They're very likely going to be that high, because keep in mind, they came into that game in 22nd place. And now the standings will tell us everything. After that fantastic game, after the Victor Royale, they now, look at this, 4th place of 15 places, 147 points. But as we turn our attention back up to the top of the leaderboard, Buzz and Paper, they continue this dominance. They will not give up that number 1 spot.
No, they will not. And again, it was one of those instances where Paper went down early. Muzz had to go ahead and clutch up a couple of points there to keep them up top there. Yamzo and Rise still close behind. But Kelly, I think we got to go ahead and shout out Cooper and Mira, because same kind of similar situation to Ritual and Reet. Cooper and Mira actually went down early off spawn in game number 1. They are currently contested right now, but game number 3 right there, they outdropped the people contesting them by an absolute mile. And that's why they're still in contention up here in top 3.
Yeah, Veer and Sinento recognized real quick, oh, there's no way we're even going to be able to take this fight on Marigold. So they went and dropped a different position. Here we have second page, where we have the likes of Clicks and Epic Whale, unfortunately dropping down just a little bit, but still in 11th place. Quanti and Bylot doing a lot better than we've seen them in the previous chapter. In 15th place right now, of course, Dukes and Threats is going to be in 14th place. And I think a little bit of a surprise is Peterbot and Boyo dropping down 7 placements and being in 13th place.
And that just speaks to the nature of the competition, right? This is still so close. And this is something Vivid mentioned earlier on in the day, that this competition very well could be the closest we've seen, just because, I mean, every time we tune in a game, there's been different duos that all have these highlight moments. Viv, everyone has eyes on one thing, a spot to the global champions.
Yeah. And listen, there's kind of a hidden storyline here that I want to remind everybody of after game number 3, right? We're halfway through. That first place spot after day number 1 may mean a little bit more than we think, because the last 3 NA FNCS champs have been in first overall after day number 1. So if that trend kind of continues, Kelly, we may know who's winning after these next 3 games.
Well, if we're talking about history and consistency, then Yamzo and Rise, currently in second place, are a day 2 team, or at least they were in chapter 4. Ooh. And with this performance right now, they're tied for the most amount of eliminations, I think that they're the duo to beat.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I think Kanata and Aders, they've had a rough go at it so far, right? A couple of surprise things coming their way, whether it be being contested all spawn or some of their mid-game rotations. They haven't really get to try much out because they're dealing with so much unprecedented, surprising all spawn situations that honestly their game plan seems a little bit shaky right now. Hopefully they get the all spawn situation sorted out, and we'll see Kanata and Aders in one of these end games as well, Zeke.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is day one, right? We have only 3 more games left to go. Tomorrow we'll have 6 brand new games. And look, some duos, they heat up on day number 2. So don't give up hope. We still have a lot of Fortnite to watch. With that being said, it's that time. We got more to watch right here, right now. So take it away, Taco and MDF.
That's right. There's so much to watch here. There's so much more action that's going to continue to unfold here before our eyes. But the question still remains, who will turn the tables here and start to fight the teams that have clear accessibility to the storm and the forecast towers? Taco, it's an advantage that if the foundation is set here, there's no looking back for day 2.
Forecast Tower is probably one of the most surefire ways to try and replicate your game-by-game consistency, because as we all know, consistency is what reigns true in these 12-match formats, MDF, especially when we think about that 1.5 times point multiplier that will be active during the course of day 2's competition. But here in day 1, by the way, can I just say, it's definitely a little bit absurd. Peterbot Pollo, they've got a victory royale, and yet they are in 13th place based off the points currently in the leaderboard. Things have been moving.
Yeah, it really shows you that consistency is going to play its part. But here in game number 4, we'll see who can make it past the halfway mark now. All right, well, a win clearly isn't just going to give you a ride to the top 10. You're going to have to do much more than that. You're going to have to continue to fight for it round after round. And in fact, fight for it the way Muzz and Paper have done it. We know their draw spot has been no walk in the park, but they've managed to overcome their adversity and just continue to stay consistent. A team that's having a hard time, I feel like, is Kanata and Agers, as they were, again, the victims of Cooper and Miro's drop success, because last game they pushed out Sonetto and Veer and then had to fight that duo there shortly after. This time, Cooper and Miro seemingly don't have the best drop and they get beat to the punch, but they're not, so anxious that they want to throw their tournament away by any means.
That actually looked like Cooper and Miro veering off because they see Sonetto and Veer at the Marigold, but there was also another team there, so somebody definitely switched up their drop. Chance probably wishes he had dropped anywhere else other than directly in front of Pars. All too happy to snag up that elim. Baka will find the other onto Aaron, as now Baka, Pars, this is probably one of the fastest fight completions. We have seen them secure those eliminations so far here today. And that could be a real difference maker, because Baka and Pars, they've been getting pushed relentlessly by so many other teams. Even if they win that initial off-spawn fight, have to expect more traffic coming in towards that west side of the map there by Reclaim Villa because of the fight. That's a possibility on that forecast tower later on.
Absolutely, it will be, but here's Rapid and Booga, who've been continuously contested here. Drop after drop, they found themselves kind of edging their way out of the top 10 for some time, but with these sets of eliminations, they'll get ever so closer to remaining inside the top 15. We'll see what Batman, Booga, and Rapid can do. They've trended in the right direction after winning their drop game after game. Clicks and Epic will, however, we've seen their successes. We've seen them shine in some great end games. We know when they make it that far, they're willing to jump up for the high ground, but hold up, Clicks might just have, a little too much pressure coming in here. Epic Will comes in to support. You never really know at the Lavish Lair. We've seen clips in the past of, the AI putting in their fair share of work and honestly even eliminating teams, depending on if they catch you completely off guard. But
Oscar is vicious, man.
He's a beast.
Same could be said, though, for Acorn. 2 eliminations. And with Mason having been that secondary one, poor Empen, likely the first. But for Acorn and Cold, though, here at Fencing Fields, again, another team that really needed that fast elimination timer, because there is so much to threaten them at this POI. They will get inside the vault, though. So Cold and Acorn having control of the Society Medallion here at Fencing Fields means they've also got that Mythic Striker, commonly referred to as the best assault rifle in the game, or maybe just the best weapon in the game right now.
Well, fear diminished. Another team, like we said, started off very, very hot, but game 3 has quickly revealed itself to be one of the more difficult ones, and now the pressure continues. The teams, they're starting to engage now, much different than any game before, considering Mira and Cooper are, feels like just winging it, right? Playing it by the ear, and this time they are gonna go for the forecast tower, so they are definitely throwing a wrench in everyone's game plans right now. And, you know, it's one of those things, you get into a skirmish against a duo and you start to feel them out. You start to decide, are these guys good? Is this a team we're capable of beating? And then you see the accuracy behind the controller of Miro and a player like Cooper, and you're like, yeah, probably not worth it. Give them the forecast tower.
Muzz just so patient, keeping a very dedicated eye towards the duo that is trying to build a moderate sky base. Clearly a team that wants that elevation so they can look to confirm their own surge tags. Slightly different story here though for Vorteca and Sigma. It's Golden posing a little bit of a threat here next to Ozone, but with Vorteca and Sigma controlling the upper layers, it's all gonna come down to whether or not either side can find that first knock, that first elimination. Reet and Ritual certainly keeping the pressure applied here up against the likes of Ducky and Encrypted. And it's just this split approach causing so many issues for Encrypted and Ducky. They just don't know which way to look because they've got pressure on both sides of their boxes.
There's a lot going on right here. Reet and Ritual need to end this fight pretty quickly if they want to continue to have a smooth game the way they have been, and they really can't afford to drop another round this soon, especially now that they finally have got themselves comfortably off the Victory Royale into the top 5. This is where they want to be. This is where they should be, considering they have the forecast tower game after game. But like we said, a player like Ducky, a player like Encryptor, they're seeing the successes roll game after game, and they want to take their hand at this opportunity. And this is what we should have expected, likely since game number 1, to be fair.
That's a good bite back, though, from Ducky and Encrypted. Up against the likes of Reet and Ritual. But unfortunately for Ducky and Encrypted, it won't be enough to prevent Reet and Ritual from securing that forecast tower. And so now, Reet, Ritual, likely just going to take their time because they were able to exchange enough blows there. Definitely acquired a decent amount of surge tag damage. Same can't be said for some of these other teams. Still hanging around towards that northern side of the map here. Noxy and Crisp. They seemingly want to try and look for an aggressive opportunity here. A couple of tags will connect from Crisp. But it's still not enough. You have to be very aware when you're hanging out in this area next to the classy courts. Even though there's a good amount of trees to provide some coverage, when you start making your way, the gravel blade, up some of this mountain face elevation, that'll be the chance for the other teams in the area to try and get their revenge, get some damage exchanged as well.
Well, already we're getting all the updates that we need here. Yamzo, Rise, looking comfortable. They're not strangers to making noise. They're shooting inside the tunnel here. I wonder what the idea there is, if whether or not they're just trying to scare off teams that might be in the vicinity or attract players towards them, and that's what it is. It's Yamzo trying to attract players to Rise's bush, and that is such a clever play Pros don't do things by mistake. It was very intentional. And Taco, you could just see this setup, the trickiness come into play. And sure, they don't get the elimination, but they get incredible tags there, which is still so important.
That was... I mean, Yamzo is definitely sick because that was a nasty strategy, man.
Crazy.
I love the fact that you can kind of tell in the first place, like, oh, he wouldn't just be aimless. There's no such thing
There's no
as
bush.
pros
Right, like,
on
what are you
their level.
shooting?
Incredible
There's no
stuff,
bush
though.
there. No bush there. Just a tunnel. Very odd maneuvering to do that, and then the moment he looks up at the teammate, everything just starts to click in my mind. I'm like, oh, this is so smart. He's baiting someone. Long and behold, someone swings over the mountain. What a play. It's the little things that you start to see come to life in the FNCS, and if you ever take the time to go into the replay mode and really look back, you'll find a lot of very interesting moments like that. Very key, you know, moments of trickery at times can be so crucial to the game and make the difference in earning you more and more points. Got to think outside the box. This is the evolution of Fortnite too. You're watching at hand, but back into the action here. Prudobot and Boyo under pressure right now. All wood expended here at the Ruined Reels. They continue to fight for it. They're just gonna back off for now.
Not going to be an easy matchup there against the likes of Bacon and TK. And keep in mind, Bacon and TK, if they're the ones still remaining at Ruined Reels, typically contested by Maxo and Dolzier. So for Bacon and TK to still be hanging around, likely indicating the fact that they were successful with that initial off-spawn battle. They got off to a really strong start here as well, being Bacon and TK from that first match of the day. The mental fortitude will be what carries the rest of their matches. The Skittles and Trashy. Little fight here now over their combat cache. But the more that you fight, the more attention it draws. Skittles, Trashy, they found their elimination. They collected some goods out of that cache, and now they're ready to just keep powering through, making sure to maintain a good space from the teams that were just posing a threat behind them. But they do spot out Bolt and Zook based up on this hill. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, they just walked in and took Tahi's elimination and walked right on out of there as other teams started to come attracted to the location. But Muzz and Paper also fighting for the cache. We've seen a lot of battles like this happen. You kind of hinted at it before, Taco, that there's kind of like an increase in fights over these weapons caches, and you can see why. Like, why in a grand finals you would want to secure this much excess, you know, heals essentially is really what you get, you know, privy to, and then go to fight and still have something to bounce back to keep you in the game. For Epic Will, take a look at, he just wraps up Quanti and Byla back-to-back clicks. Looks like he wins his engagement, and on the other side, Quanti gets cleaned up quickly by Epic here. Early, too, in the game.
Well, look at that max mats now for Epic. Ample amounts of medkits surrounding this man. Clicks as well. 3 shield potions available. The Mythic Frenzy. This is shaping up to be a really strong showing here for Clicks and Epic. And yeah, the battles for these combat caches likely to just continue piling up here over these next couple of games, MDF, because players, whether they want the heals and materials that those combat caches will be able to convert into, it's more so just the opportunity to find a possible elimination from the other team that looks to challenge for that cache.
Dugraviv have a team in sight, and they're inching their way forwards. And I like that they're trying to tempt out this opponent, see what it is that they wanted to do, but they just disengage. They don't want anything to do with any of the players here. Back on over to Re and Ritual, who have, again, had a pretty difficult time, it seems like, getting situated shortly after having to fight for the first time for their forecast tower here. And we knew what it was going to cost them, right? It was going to cost them time. It was going to cost them positioning. And you're seeing the bulk, the weight of all that difficult, you know, engagement play out here. And look at that. The shotguns. Reed doesn't even know where it comes from, by the way. Look, he didn't even block the left side. He was looking to the right still. And now I think it starts to make sense here as the information floods in.
And what's also interesting is the team that shot out that crash pad, which prevented Reet from being able to follow Ritual as effectively as he had intended. You could see the arrows from that other team. Take note of where Reet and Ritual were at in that little river dip in. It's honestly pretty lucky there for Reet and Ritual that they didn't end up as a possible solo, all things considered. Because normally when the crash pad goes, and the rotation is a lot more difficult to come by, easy to eat some shots that you weren't necessarily expecting before. It's Cooper with an elimination now, forcing Blake to be a solo. That's going to be Macwood, picked off by our global championship duo. And Mira and Cooper, keep in mind, they made a last-minute swerve at the start of this game from their initial drop. They did not want to look for that triple contest at the Marigold. So for them, having to adjust their entire gameplay strategy, because they're not following their original loot path, they're not following their originally intended rotational path either, which means that they've had to probably implement new methods as well to look for search tag opportunities, like what Muzz just experienced. Nearly got his shields cracked, but he does have 2 shield potions to get back to full if he so desires.
And this is crazy. This is our first place team right now. Still alive, but not necessarily the most comfortable. They are a ways away from being well above the surge, like Clix and Epic Whale are right here. And Clix and Epic Whale are in the complete opposite side. They don't have to push out to fight teams, but a team that seems to have a problem with the Storm Surges coming towards them. So I'd be more curious to see if they play a little more defensively, let the time tick a little more. If I had to guess, they're just going to continue to bait them in, draw them in, so things become super favorable, and then turn things around. I was going to say, buildings don't float in Fortnite, though. There's no foundation. So down it all comes. Luckily, Clix and Epic Whale were already close to the ground here, and they're just going to start to force things out a little bit more. The WTJ duo is pressuring heavily now, and this is about where Clix, I think, is going to be about fed up with it, as they went through 500 mats already, all of his heavy brick material used up. And yeah, look, they're gonna get out of here. They're not gonna grant this team the opportunity to farm them for Surge.
Perfect player discipline though by Clix and Epic, because again, look at their damage threshold. They are 414 above. They don't need to risk having to expend their shield resources or their mat resources. In fact,
they have a mats there.
Clix gonna be able to track back, pick up a handful of materials, have to imagine, from builds that they were in previously. So just falling back to their little safety net. Ritual and Reet, though, that's a huge play there from Ritual. Not the first time we've seen it either. But Ritual probably hoping that he won't have to go for those repeat clutch circumstances.
And they absolutely, absolutely needed that. They needed not only the damage to stay comfortable, but he needed to clutch this up in order to stay inside of the top 5 right now. And it is cutthroat. Cooper and Miro were just a point ahead queuing into here. And the Omzone Rise, Muzz and Paper were 10 and 20 points just about in the distance, so they cannot afford to let their foot off the gas pedal right now. They need to stay consistent and in the running right here, especially after coming off of the last victory. Jumping in though, Reet and Ritual position up right next to the first place team. Little do they know, this could be huge implications for everyone involved right now. And Paper and Muzz are looking to poise up to potentially ram their vehicle figuratively into Reet and Ritual, who just came out the zone, because they need to likely find some tags. They just haven't gotten comfortable, but no, they make a different decision instead. They skate out the side.
Muzz and Paper break left. Reet and Ritual go right. But as far as Sphinx and Pump are concerned, they're just gonna aim for dead center. Good crash pad. Just gonna launch them straight into edge of zone here, but the journey has only just begun. Whenever you find yourself a little bit later on those rotates. Makes it all the easier for players that are already situated, like Rise, like Yamso. Take note. Try and tag you up along the way. Pump and Sphinx do have a way to replenish their shields off those shield potions, but we see Ritual making their way through the river on another hill here. Peterbot, Pollo taking their time to decide. They're not really too pressed to look for damage opportunities, well above that damage threshold being 400 above, just about. Peterbot and Pollo, though, likely understanding the fact they're gonna probably have to try and eliminate a team if they want to rotate by means of the bridge.
Yeah, and honestly, they just need to start earning points as well. They're trailing behind a significant amount, some of our other game leaders, but Yamso and Rise, this is not looking good. It seems like they burned through all their heals just to survive the storm surge for this long, and unfortunately now the lobby starts to turn on them in this massive, massive piece of congestion. They're sitting in between here. They have Bryson Chubbs, but they have pressure coming in from the team up above. The high ground team is also underneath the surge, so anything could really happen here. And take a look, we knew this was going to be a problem for Muzz and Paper if they didn't fight. They played too passively, they ran away from too many teams, and now they're also likely to be a team to get taken out. So first and second place right now could very likely fall out of this game. And already, look, Muzz have to do something incredible, and he does enough. He does enough to at least find some tags, but can Yamso and Rise do enough too? They know that they cannot fall down. They need a singular tag. They get one, and it's enough to at least keep them alive for now, but the pressure is still looming. They want to find another one here. And look, they don't even get to reap the rewards, the benefits of the eliminations by any means. This team underneath them is also under surge. Bryson Chubbs could have very well been a team to get eliminated by them, but Yamso and Rise are holding on to dear life here.
It's just
and they land on Muzz.
It's a late rotate though, MDF. It's taken Yamso and Rise too long to find their way heading towards that zone. Everyone else already poised up ahead of them. Muzz recognizing the fact it's solo v solo. He'll take the dots here as Yamso will fall. But now Muzz, all these pre-existing builds immediately spotted out as well for trying to hang towards that backside of the zone. Will be forced to use his med kit probably a little bit earlier than anticipated. Now gonna try to take his odds up next to the bridge. Good grapple blade, propels him forward. But with no means of replenishing his shields, he's gonna have to just take his chances with his team directly in front of him. Seek doing what he can. Muzz cranking as fast as he can, but it's just not gonna be enough. He'll find himself falling shortly after. Gets a couple of placement points though, at least for his struggles.
Exactly, that's the one very important thing to point out there is that he made it close to top 20. It may not seem significant, but for every team that falls, you know, it does get you one step closer. So those placement points will at least allow them to stay in the game to some degree there. And their lead is now up in the air as Cold and Acorn are just turning online right now. While all this is happening, Clix is starting to find his tags with the sniper. And not only that, onto a very important team, Rapid and Booga, who have been contested, Batman Booga that is, every single game, but they are still in the top 15 in the running for a tournament position this weekend. Clix and Epic, though, inching their way towards the conversation of FNCS Grand Finalist winners, potentially. They are still on track here to remain at the top 10.
I've always been a firm believer that sometimes things will happen that kind of just set the tone of how your day is going to go. And for Clix, game number 1 of today, 3 headshot snipes. And it seems like he's just been connecting non-stop with this Reaper sniper rifle ever since, posing such a massive threat to everyone else in the lobby. Still not going to be an easy feat by any means for Epic or Clix to pave their way through this max pool zone here. It's going to be tough, but they've been enduring a fair share of their own battles as is. You can see some of that storm surge coming out. Teams being attacked all over, trying to get above that damage threshold. Miro Cooper slightly above. Trying to see if there's an opportunity here. Peek out. Small window edit. Miro Cooper both going to maintain the same line of sight, just trying to attack some of these teams that are set up on the hill across from them. But Ritual.
Well, I want to point out, Miro and Cooper, remember, they fought for the forecast tower this game, and they have not stopped putting themselves in a ridiculously strong position every single zone ever since then. But Ritual and Reet had to fight for theirs, and it hasn't been quite the same. Ritual now left to clutch this one up by himself. He caught an absolute pivotal knock right there, but he cannot find the damage on the down body, which is so unfortunate because he needs that damage in order to avoid the damage of the storm. That might just turn on here shortly, but the Elim comes through nonetheless, so he gets the points, and the pressure is still on now to perform, but he's made it far enough. He's near the top 15. Every team that falls here will continue to grant placement points. Meanwhile, Clix and Epic Whale lead the push here to the front side of zone. They have Acorn, they have Cold next door. This is all dangerous low ground, but enough of high ground for them. They want to play a different strat here, and I like this.
Click still has a decent amount of metal, though, left to work with. Ritual, on the other hand, he's down to exclusively wood builds. Needs a refresh of some form. Trying to see if he can stealth maneuver his way for a pick onto Mew. Elimination opportunity slipping away as Ritual in real time having to recognize the fact, just waited a moment too long. Now he's got to force his way forward. Still trying to maintain, hanging out towards the backside of zone. Knows that there might be an opportunity. Gets a shot into his back. It's going to be Mew. Ritual tries to turn. Not going to be in time, though.
So close, and he couldn't get the finish, and he knew there was a player there, but he thought he was on the left side to make the wrong edit. Either way, back in with Cold and Acorn right now, who are still at 4 eliminations, but they're starting to set themselves up for the end game. Clix and Epic closing in on a top 10 here, too. And look at how quickly now they're starting to close that gap. There were so many points behind before, but now they are really starting to catch momentum here. They're starting to catch the wind in the sails, but Epic was left behind. A player jumps in. Clix leaves the door open for Epic, and unfortunately, he was nowhere there. And it's Pollo who jumps in and takes down Clix.
The deceit.
Look at high ground.
So unfortunate, but Cold, Acorn, it's just a grapple blade up. That is NA strategy for overtaking height or challenging on height. You grapple blade to the high ground, and it's just so crazy that it works, MDF. Cold and Acorn now suppressive fire into all the teams caught in the mid and low ground layer congestion. Tahi, Scented, they've got a deep run going for them this game, but unfortunately the med kits are gonna cut them short of staying inside of the zone. All too easy for Acorn and Cold to take this one home.
And a beautiful, beautiful capture of the final tag in shot there from Cold and Acorn as they put down every single duo in the lobby there at the end. NA is not holding up any types of heal-offs here. What a grand finals we have in front of us. If we thought we were gonna get semis level gameplay, you are seeing how far ahead the elevated competition is when we truly get down to the best 100, and you are watching just that. Man City's Cold, one of the most recent pickups, incredible, and of course Dignitas Acorn, the most decorated, continuing to do what they do here at the grand finals. What a great game 4, and not only that, they become the first NA team now to break the 200-point threshold. Just really taking the lead here, Taco.
Yeah, Acorn and Cole definitely needed this one in order to leapfrog ahead of some of the control we've been seeing so far out of Muzz and Paper, but gotta feel for Cam and Aminish in that one. Just let their guard down for a moment, but a second is all it takes for Acorn and Cold to gobble up that height take.
Well, we're gonna have to check in with Zeke and company to see how the standings are looking after that one.
Dude, there's no way. Acorn and Cold are ice cold. They let Aminish do all the work on the high ground. They said, yeah, dude, you go crazy up there. You're by yourself. You got high ground. You got that grapple blade friend. You're like, yeah, I got that grapple blade. Let's go. All right, cool. A high ground is now ours. And then by that point, literally everyone else in the lobby burnt through everything they had. Easy cleanup for Acorn and Cold. I mean, they just got away with everything in this game.
In a meta where, you know, your floppers, your med kits, we've been seeing it all season. Those heals, they've been used at the end of the game to win the game. Acorn and Cold, It's a play we have seen before, but not this season. Because like I just said, we've been seeing those meds used to actually win the game. But what about using them and then just sticking out into the storm and then taking higher ground based off of that position? Acorn and Cold, what a play to bring out in grand finals to secure the high ground and the victory royale in game number 4. Kelly, they got to be at the top of the leaderboard after that incredible play.
I mean, we're going to take a quick look now at clicks. Oh, just kidding. So, yeah, Cam and Diminished were on high ground for a pretty good amount of time.
Yeah.
And typically when you're on high ground, you look to the front of zone. You try and see where everyone is below you, and that allows you to kind of stop height takes. But no one thinks to look 1,000 feet behind them. And I swear, Acorn and Cold used the longest reach that you could with those grapple blades and were able to steal high ground in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. That was absolutely courageous and dangerous at the same time, and they deserve their spot.
Look at that.
They already got a second place, so to grab a first place on top of that, I mean, this is the duo to watch. We knew after Cash Cup that they were riding on a high, and to see them take that high and bring it to high ground, it feels good.
I mean,
I like what you did there.
You know, it's a big question, right? What was going to happen over at Fencing Fields? Were they going to be able to make it out? And honestly, listen, I've been talking them up throughout qualifiers, throughout semis, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to pick a different team to go ahead and win this thing. And they're proving me wrong for even daring to pick somebody else, because they are not only winning some of these fights in Fencing Fields, they're just getting out of it in such a good position every game. They really do deserve to win this so far after 4 games.
Just wild. This was like the game to bust out strats that we just haven't seen, right? We saw this from Acorn and Cold. From Iamzo and Rise, Iamzo running around just sending shots where everyone's head scratching.
Yes.
What's happening? Why is something wrong? And then he's like, no. This was all part of my plan. You've fallen into my trap. NA is heating up like crazy. Let's take a look at the standings. How are things going? Have Muzz and Paper finally been dethroned? The answer, yes, by Acorn and Cold. But take a look at the other names who are looking to fight as well. Cooper and Miro, global champions. Ritual and Reek, guys, this is going crazy.
Cooper and Miro still holding on to the top of the leaderboard here, right where there's like 12 barrel spawns. They got instantly 100 shield, and they played from a completely different scenario. So that was great to see from them. And we got some big changes down the rest of the leaderboard though as well.
What's crazy to me is that Cooper and Miro, if they didn't have that game 1 where they went down on drop in 45th place, they would have all top 5 placements. Cooper and Miro are able to hold a 2nd place spot even with a 45th game because of how consistent they are. And if I'm going to talk about consistency, I'm going to talk about the team that I've consistently talked about, and that's of course Ritual and Reap. Once again, Ritual had an incredible solo run. Between both of these players, they're able to hold out in the solo game. I just want to see them be able to stick together at the very end, because that's where they do the best. And we're going to watch a few moments. You can see here that they had some issues with Storm Surge, which is a little bit surprising, especially when they have the element of the forecast tower. They should be able to stay in the front of zone, but I'm guessing that there was some mid-game issues here. Regardless, Rico's down early. Ritual, though, able to stay alive and grab eliminations as well.
Storm Surge has been absolutely crazy. Remember when we showed at the beginning of the show, we were like, hey, listen, here's the average Storm Surge values that, you know, the players saw throughout semifinals and their qualifying games, and it was around 100 damage for Zone 5. Throughout those games so far, throughout the first 3 games, it is now doubled up to 200. So it is really brutal out there. Pay attention to how much damage our players are doing throughout every single game, because it is important. Let's take a look here at page number 2, Zeke. Peterbot and Pollo fighting back. They go up 2 places. And yeah, listen, Zeke, with 2 games left on the day, how are you kind of feeling?
I'm worried, Biff. I'm worried.
Okay.
I feel like Acorn and Cold, the problem is with these kind of formats, right? You have 2 days, and you really want to try and keep the top end as close as possible. Acorn and Cold are now pulling maybe a little too far away, right? We're giving them a little bit too much freedom. If we're not careful, we could go into day 2 with a really big problem, Viv. I'm pretty worried, man.
Yeah, listen, they could really establish a lead here, Kelly. I'm excited to see if they can continue throughout Fencing Fields.
Yeah. Definitely agree. I mean, Zeke, I just am ready for game 5.
Well, ask and you shall receive. With 2 games left to go, how will we cement this day number 1? Let's find out together. Casters, over to you.
It's just incredible to see the standings really start to take shape now as Miro and Cooper are hot on the press to potentially go back-to-back from LAN to, of course, at-home environment, just playing out of their, skill set. It seems like they are just far and exceeding the competition here in the lobby. And Taco, I want to see if they actually embrace the forecast tower now. They took that with relative ease for, a dart throw, right? Like, it's a bullseye, if you ask me.
Yeah, it definitely did not seem like their initial strategy. Granted, I think any team that recognizes the fact, okay, we got the forecast tower spawning near us, we definitely want to, at the very least, force whoever else tries to challenge or secure this forecast tower into an uncomfortable position, because then you might end up, like Miro and Cooper, might end up being able to steal away that forecast tower. And as we already know, being able to see every zone for the entirety of a game, big way to play things out as we head into match number 5 of the day.
Game number 5 of the Grand Finals is here. The FNCS Grand Finals has been incredible to watch unfold this weekend. If you are just tuning in with us, I'm Monster D-Phase alongside the best Taco. If you're calling all the action, it's been absolutely wild to watch the games change round after round and watch the adaptability come into play. This time, Cooper, Miro, they say, you know what, MDF, forget your story about trying out the forecaster. I want to go back to what works best. They get the better drop, they clean up house, and now they have their full natural loop path back and available for them. And the action doesn't stop here. We get straight to Bak and Pars, who tried to finish the fight quickly, just like they did in game 4, Taco, but this time, not so hot here. Pars has to play solo.
But Pars might be able to protect Baka just long enough. He could look for the revive. Was opting to commit, but Chance immediately pressuring in. Frenzy Auto, unfortunately, not going to be enough to win things over. Chance, just a sliver of HP here. Aaron probably celebrating the fact that his duo still left standing. But for how much longer is the real question, MDF. We saw another team on the horizon on that west side of the map. Could be looking to pressure very soon if Chance and Aaron aren't careful. But
what a
different
tough
story.
One. Yeah, just tough though. All in all, when you have, top 10 and nearing top 5 capabilities unfolding for you, and then you get taken out another game. When it comes down to FNCS Grand Finals, any given day, we always say it takes about 4 good games to be up at the top 5 to win a tournament. And if you have a perfect 6, you are so far in ahead. That is usually about the average. And for Bak and Pars, they've dropped 2 now, but you get into Muzz and Paper, they've already kind of dropped 1, right? So you're starting to see that if you want to stay up towards the top, there are no more mistakes any of our teams can make if they are inside the top 10 currently. They essentially have to play exceptional Fortnite here and out, which is hard to ask, right? When you have teams contested like you're watching right here. There's a reason Acorn and Cold, wasn't necessarily highly highlighted as a team that can walk away with a clear win this weekend. It's because of all of this activity happening here at the Fencing Fields. However, you have a hot signing here, Man City picking up Cold. Vibes are probably very good, and this is where they shine best, Grand Finals lobbies.
But a triple con at Fencing Fields is still a triple con, MDF. And as for Dasher Rooney, lost Seek here in the process of this engagement up against the likes of Bryce and Chubbs next to Hazy Hillside. Dasher Rooney trying to do what he can to close in on Bryce. It's interesting that Dasher Rooney still willing to give chase here. Seemingly upset, probably just more upset about the fact that he lost his duo. Wanting to make sure that Bryce won't be able to intervene as Dasher Rooney's trying to get a setup going, building some brick around this reboot van. But the reboot van, practically a bat signal, that's going to force Bryce start running back over Dasharuni, though, very likely to commit here once he's this far invested. No, Bryce won't actually consider interrupting. So a good success there for Dasharuni. Gets Seek back into the action. Now 1 versus 2 for Bryce to deal with here at Hazy Hillside.
Let's take a look at this elimination here. Peterbot and Pollo jump in and clean up not only Zabi, but Neko as well here pretty quickly. And just like that, they find themselves with 2 eliminations, continuing to pad up the points, putting them up to 157. This is very good for them, but they do need a lot more material here if they want to get situated for endgame. So plenty of work ahead of Peterbot and Pollo. We talked about it, right? This is a team that literally took a win. We watched it unfold as they destroyed Bugin and Aviv in that 2v2 endgame. Things just truly connected. On over to Acorn and Cold, who seemingly have pushed out a team here from a battle, but they've got an elimination for their troubles there, and it might be on to Muzz. Because I just see, no, never mind. That's Paper and Muzz there in the distance. Luckily, the map reveals the color of the coordinates.
Gotta be Impen or Mason.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too, is we're looking at all this experienced teams, right? A nice little fun fact coming in for the start of game number 5 here, as far as our leaderboard is concerned. Our top 5 on the leaderboard, guess what? They're all top 5 teams that are returning duos from last season. So experience definitely proving to be king here so far today, as Cold and Acorn finally going to get an opportunity here. They've closed off Nisha from the rest of the teams still left standing here at Fencing Fields. Empen and Mason, really the only duo that was looking to directly challenge Cold and Acorn at that moment for the claiming of the Society Medallion and that Mythic Striker. Ritual and Reet, though, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And their strategy so far is just securing this forecast tower on the hill next to Dumpenhausen.
They need to be counting their lucky stars that they weren't contested for the forecast this time, because last game it really affected maybe their mental, very much their game overall. And you know, I'm very much happy as well that we got to see the struggles that Acorn and Cold are undergoing in the early game, because it really does shape the narrative, the story that they're in first, but not because it's been easy for them by any means. They have had to really, really work for it in their early game situation. Peterbot and Pollo as well, bit of a different story, right? They win their early game contested fight, and now it's like, where are all the players? Why can't I find something a little more here? But they do have a forecast, of course, as well, right? So a lot potentially to be revealed for them.
Seeing Peterbot and Pollo, though, each with 1 elimination apiece. As far as our Storm Surge values on the day are concerned, in Zone 5, usually looking at around 211 damage before that threshold. Players already limbed for it to be turned off, and it gets quite steep by the time you reach Zone 7, with it being 420.
Biggest elimination of the day, though. Muzz gets taken out by Acorn and Cold, and I'm looking at Paper take off to the races here. This is a terrible position now as he rotates right into Def and Polarized as well. So everyone recognizing we have a solo on the loose here. Polarized and Def, though, they know better than to be overly excited and chase. Discipline kicks in, experience kicks in, and everyone stops for a second, and Paper has to count his lucky stars that it's an experienced team there on the other side, which is going to give him a moment to breathe. But little does he know, he's moving right back into the hands of Acorn and Cold, who have come back to the Frenzy Fields, or the Fencing Fields here. Has Paper picked up Muzz's card? I find that hard to believe, considering there was so much happening there.
This is a real from the frying pan into the fire situation right now for Paper.
Man.
Having just lost Muzz, don't even know if he had that opportunity to get the reboot card, as you just mentioned, MDF, and being sandwiched now between Cold, Acorn, Death, and Polarize. It's almost like every direction that Paper tries to turn is just going to be met with even more problematic solution, but fortunately enough for Paper, Cold, Acorn, they don't want to stick around the likes of Fencing Field any longer. They want to get a little bit of elevation going. Even though they have 2 E-limbs, could always have more surge tag damage. As Booga and Aviv getting one of their first eliminations here in match number 5. Decent amount of loot scattered around them as well. And Booga, checking out his streams, one thing this man certainly loves, it's that lock-on pistol and taking full advantage of any small hill, any little semblance of elevation, because he wants to try and catch players. Wouldn't be surprised to see Booga and Aviv maybe even looking to move closer towards that Rift Island. Rift Island is providing such a great opportunity when players opt for that Rift. Just get pieced up by that lock-on pistol while they're rotating.
Take a look though, Bila and Quanti here in a fight up against Higher and Raze. And they're pretty spread out as they're trying to play a little bit of a pincer move here. Quanti's gonna take a lot of damage. The sniper shot comes in, doesn't quite connect, and he might have played his trump card just there. And Bila's in a world of trouble here. It's not looking too good for Quanti or Bila as things start to swing into the momentum of the boys in the center. So far, so good for Raze and Higher. And Quanti takes off, so Bila, I think it's about time to go meet your teammate there before it's too late. And there it is, off he goes.
Quanti and Bila were relatively split, probably a little bit too split for their liking in that engagement. Only bringing that up because, again, you've got the likes of Clix, Epic Whale. They've been hovering Rebel's Roost after securing what they need from Lavish Lair. And this rotate, decent positional advantage as well. Able to get some elevation up on some of these hills and now just scout, see where the rest of the teams at Rebel's Roost are actually looking to position. And Aviv and Booga got to weather the storm here just a little bit. Work their way up this cliff face. Skater and Dalty directly behind them, though. Not going to make it easy for them to get in completely unscathed.
Yeah, a lot of punishment taken here for this fight. Definitely not ideal considering the zone's pretty far. And I'm actually curious now whether or not Muzz and Paper managed to get the pickup here, because I'm looking at the zone. I'm seeing some fresh arrows inside of the fencing fields, and you know, just upon further thought, this is one of the few times where if you're someone like Muzz, if you're someone like Paper, who your teammate was downed and you are just about to play the pickup, you're happy the zone didn't land here. Like, you're actually grateful that the zone pushed further out. It gives them time to play into the storm here, because otherwise this wouldn't even be a possible or a plausible pickup by any means.
But wait, well, look at that team coming out of the hazy hillside. Paper and Muzz, they're actually not going to be the last ones to the party here. Paper, though, probably happy at the fact that he was able to bring Muzz back to life. But again, MDF, we've got 1-2 teams trailing directly behind Paper and Muzz. If they're not careful, they might just find themselves in another solo performance situation. So definitely need to be wary of the fact that they are not the only team rotating so late. And again, because of the fact that Paper had to go for that reboot, it's gonna cost them a lot of time in terms of reacquiring the resources and materials needed. Wouldn't be surprised either. Paper and Muzz probably wanting to get aggressive, make sure they get that surge damage back up to healthy levels in comparison to what the rest of the lobby has probably been able to accrue during the meantime, while Paper had to even go for that reboot van play.
Jumping into the mix though now with Clix and Epic Whale, I mean, it's not looking too great for them right here. It seems to be one of the more difficult games for them to find their footing, to find their lead, if you will. Point-wise, tournament-wise, they've been doing great. And Clix in just consistent fashion, really in the zone here, hitting these sniper shots when it matters. That's all he wanted, was the extra damage. But again, they could use a lot of material count here. They could use extra shields and heals. see what ends up happening. There's fights happening everywhere, though. Boogan and Aviv continue to get active from the outside of the zone to the edge. They get into a fight immediately. This is up against Possessed and Snacky right now. Into the box, Snacky tries to put it all on the table, but in the end, it's Aviv who stays consistent and true. He finds the elimination, and like we just mentioned, we knew Clix and Epic just don't seem to be in it. This game right here, this is one that hasn't quite gone their way and continues to remain unfavorable. Even after hitting that snipe onto Oliver, OG, and Jeff, they decide to push into them. And they return the favor, it seems like.
You got the audacity to shoot me? That's basically the position that Asian Jeff and Oliver OG seem to take up there for a moment with Clix and Epic Whale. Beef seemingly ended, though, as Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, recognizing the fact that they were not in an ideal position compared to where the rest of the lobby is currently holed up. So that will be a rotate away from Clix and Epic. A little bit of damage application, though, in return. Going to set themselves up nicely to prioritize a little bit more on their future rotations. But again, this zone, MDF, potentially looking, if it keeps pulling a little bit more west, a little bit more south from its current seat here at the Lavish Lair area, might see a little bit more of that troublesome water zones coming into play.
It's not looking good right now for Tahi, who's currently down here, and Skittles on the other side of the wall here. Shots are starting to come in, the pressure's on, and look at all this material Scented is sitting on right there, and he's gonna have to skate out of there. Gets the reboot card of Tahi's, and at least they weren't in complete shambles here. Although this is for sure a offsetting situation to be in, you know, a setback, if you will. He has to play for the save here. Let's take a look at how it all unfolded. He jumps in, turns around, finds the opponents up above him, and what should have been it for them turns around. Can't count someone like Scented out. Saw what they did last game. Skittles and Scented making that end game, I think it was the top 3 or so. Put them right back into this tournament. Before that, they were kind of middling in the competition, not doing anything too great.
Yes.
But this is their chance now.
It's both Skittles and Scented trying to make plays for a reboot on their duos. Scented, though, doesn't want to let Skittles have it for free, considering that Skittles just played spoiler towards Scented for trying to get that reboot off onto Tahi. Now, one more time, the trade exchange. But at this point, it's not looking worthwhile for either Scented or Skittles, as Scented will be the first to fall. But even with Scented having dropped those medkits and the shield potions, Skittles now so far outside of the zone. Even if he gets that reboot off, very high likelihood that Skittles and Trashy could get picked off the moment that they start to re-enter the zone, and where everyone else has already been able to find their ideal form of positioning, Skittles and Trashy are going to be that one step behind the curve.
Yeah, more importantly, what happened here where Ritual is down and Re is playing deep into the storm here and below the surge. Something must have gone terribly wrong for them to continue to trail this far behind when they have had what should have been a fairy tale start for them, an uncontested weather station for the forecast tower. And now the shots are coming in. They've been outed by Jeff and Oliver OG, who have the edge of the zone, and Reed does have a lot of heals, so I think he'll be able to survive for quite some time, but it's just a matter up to the lobby now of whether or not they decide to fight. Behind them, there's a player there. I don't know what's happening there. I saw Paper fall in the feed too, so that's a whole nother situation we're gonna have to tune in with as well. It's gotta be
Skittles and Trashy.
Yep, here they are.
Reed getting cut short here, but he does. This is an engagement that he wants to force. Skittles falling incredibly low. Reed just steamrolling through his box. Skittles, you went on a rescue mission for Trashy, and it's gonna cost you in the end game here. As now, Reed, medallion in hand, one more medkit still left to work with. It's gonna be Trashy that he's gonna try to confirm another elimination onto, but no, Trashy instead forces his way into the zone. But Reed, damage already done. Trashy just having to play it out as a solo, and Reed with the huge refresh to extend this Game 5 lifeline.
Not only that, the damage. He was over 200 below, and he finds a fully healthy Trashy in the storm. The finish, the down body, this is everything that he needed to at least have a chance. And this is why you never, ever, ever count yourself out. But more importantly, you never let your guard down when you are inside the storm. You never know what danger is lurking nearby. But back with Acorn and Cold, this is almost like poking the wound of all the other players that are up at the top of the standings, our second and third place teams that are not doing as well. You have Acorn and Cold doing exceptionally well. And they're, again, arguably contested by 2 or 3 teams at their drop, and it just does not even look like that's what's been happening for them.
Acorn and Cole definitely seeming to have found their groove, as Clix and Epic, they want to get into their own rhythm as well. But Clix, Epic, a little bit more towards the dead side of zone, but Clix does have eyes on Chimp inside of a box. Always willing to take peeks as well with that Reaper sniper, as pressure continues to stay applied onto Chimp. And Chimp without Scissor, Clix likely spotting out the fact that this is a solo he can look to abuse for surge tag damage. If not, just another elimination for more points.
Well, don't forget, everyone that's been playing well so far, it's really, really important that they have a strong foundation to lead into tomorrow, where this is going to be 1.5 times the points. Everyone's going to be able to hit the drawing board and come in with a fresh take, fresh strategy. But for game number 5, this is really going to be the solidifier for anyone who has a strong position inside the top 10. And you can see Muzz and Paper are surely going to slip down. Nox and Crisp as well, falling as soon as they have been, are giving everyone else a chance to really run their way back up into this. Clix, Epic Whale, Yamzo Rise, Aviv Booga, Sphinx, and Pump all have a chance now.
And Cooper and Miro, last match, keep in mind, they had that forecast tower. This game, they do not. And it makes a world of difference in terms of how aggressive Cooper and Miro have actually chosen to be, just barely managing to stay above that damage threshold. Clix and Epic Whale, though, again, well above the damage threshold. Now it's just about crossing this massive body of water and hoping that they don't get pieced up along the way. Got a solo above them as well. Although Quanti, silent as a church mouse currently, does not want to be spotted out by a duo, especially not one as treacherous as Clix and Epic Whale.
And just a quick update, Booga takes down Ree, so Ree is out. That is it. Third place spot now opens up as more runway inside of the top 5 begins to reveal itself. But unless Acorn and Cold can be stopped here, it's just going to continue to grow this lead. And Cooper and Miro are also hot on their heels. So a lot of big dogs in the running here, but there's a lot of room for top 10, and it's absolutely going to change here once this game's over. Take a look at the storm here, the edge where Cooper and Miro positioned up. They have continued to seemingly know where I think the zones are going. They might have honestly secured another forecast tower for all we know at this point. They have been just in such key positions every single time.
But even if the positioning is strong, you never know which teams or solos might be getting a little desperate depending on where their surge strategy has left them. Acorn and Cold, though, they've been on the low ground for quite some time, and given that they're at the front side of this zone, Clix Epic, they definitely want to try and control high ground for the time being, but it's really just going to depend on if they can prevent these teams from just grappling up to them, because that's been the main crushing factor for the high ground.
We've seen this happen, though. We've seen Clix play this out exactly like this, where he builds up this big singular tower, and then they just give it up. I think they've learned their lessons, but this time it seems like they want to commit once again. So I wonder what learnings are they taking into this high ground hold here. This time, Dan Redux looking for revenge. They fought them earlier in game number 1. They actually were the team that first take them out, and now they lose high ground to them. And you can see this is what I'm talking about. This is the risk of going for height. Now look, Clix is in a terrible position here with no material, and you have all these other teams trying to throw their hat into the mix here. And up come Rise and Iamzo, up go Agers and Kanata. Everyone that needs these big games to either come back or huge games to solidify a top position are right back in the mix. And this is incredible for Clix and Epic to find the refresh and they go straight back to the top with their newfound mats.
But Clix just building up with wood. Surely someone from down below is going to be able to spot that one out and look for the chop. Right now, the Cooper Miro a little bit more preoccupied with the solo that tried to jump into their box. That's going to be a nice little pickup there for Miro and Cooper. Point elimination. Mild siphon on the materials. Clix Epic, though, dropped to secondary height for the time being because of Peterbot and Pollo. Current high ground overlords.
Bugha, Aviv, Iamzo, Rise, all of the big dogs are coming up, trying to take their stab at height. But more importantly, they just don't want to be in this crevice down low. This is what the grapple hooks allow you to do, play for these odd positions. And Clix now is in a world of trouble. He's been boxed up. He has to fight for it. It's not looking good. He goes down to the hands of Aaron. Meanwhile, in the low ground, Cooper and Miro continue to play the front side the way they have, staying down, finding points. It continues to rack up the death toll tally up here. The points are looking great for Cooper and Miro right now.
Cooper and Miro are just profiteering so heavily off of the low ground, picking off teams that try to isolate themselves more towards the backside of the zone. But Cooper won't be able to make it through the pre-existing builds, gets split off from Miro for a moment. And the stone tick damage, just too much for him to deal with. As now Miro uses his final shield potion. It's all about placement points. He's trying to hang again towards the backside of that zone, trying to stay ahead of the congestion, but nearly goes down. Quick moment of relief. But again, with zero builds, he's forced to the low ground. He's forced to just try and scurry around here, hope that nobody spots him out. Goes for a massive shot, but it's gonna be Iamzo who comes out on top.
I love that. Iamzo and Rise played that smart. They jumped down with the ramp, edit together, making sure they don't leave any room for error. And they are playing exceptionally well. They're actually playing so good here that Peterbot and Pollo might just have a run for their money. There are no more heals here left to survive the White Storm. They just have to fight it all the way for the low ground. Iamzo knows how to play these peaks. It's textbook, but it's not good enough. The trades are good, and Peterbot wins another game, putting him right back into the top 10, into the conversation.
Peterbot and Pollo, they snuck up on the high ground, and they snuck this one away from Iamzo and Rise. It truly looked like this was going to be the Iamzo and Rise show, but Peterbot, one more time, reminding all of NA exactly why his mechs are considered to be one of the highest on this region.
And it's incredible. You would think the meta changed from last week to this week or the weekend before that, but no, it's just the level of competition has elevated. Take a look at how Peterbot jumps in with Pollo, and they are playing how they should have been from game number 1, and all of a sudden close that gap with a victory royale here. The second one on the day for the grand finals weekend. Congratulations to Peterbot and Pollo as they take a huge win here, Taco. This is going to set them up very well now.
Look, second to last match of the day, MDF, and for Peterbot and Pollo to find themselves yet another victory royale. Have to imagine that's going to shake up the leaderboard just a little bit here, but we don't have to really consider the questions surrounding that because Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly will answer it all for us.
Yes, we will. My gosh, what a game. How does Peterbot and Pollo get not one, but 2 victory royales in grand finals? And might I add, I think this is like the first time we've seen a game come down to like this where both sides have no builds. Both sides are just desperately trying to use the builds that are just there as cover. It almost reminds me of a couple weeks ago when we saw the Bugha 1v2. Like this was so entertaining to watch.
A single shot separating who actually gets the victory royale in grand finals, and Peterbot hits the shot to close it out. I mean, Kelly, who's writing this stuff? Is it you?
We can't expose our writers staff, okay? So you have to different question.
I mean, yeah, it's just classic right now. I mean, and you mentioned it, Zeke, the first team to get 2 victory royales. We've only played 5 games. That's 2 out of 5 that they've won so far. And honestly, Kelly, you know, we were kind of talking about it. It's on the back foot of, honestly, Clix and Epic Whale, right? Clix and Epic Whale up on the higher ground, kind of just repeatedly going for it when they don't necessarily have enough mats. They themselves, they're fighting teams for it. Peterbot and Poyo are aware of that. They look up, they're like, hey, why don't we kind of just walk up here and take the higher ground and the victory royale while we're at it.
And to add also, this was after Poyo got the res onto Peterbot.
Gosh, yeah.
And they were able to take height. That doesn't happen too frequently, especially at such a late stage of the game. I don't think anyone expected after seeing Peterbot go down, but absolutely incredible. Coming down to the 2v2, and this team right now looks like they're going to be jumping up some placements. They were in a somewhat rough spot. They were in 11th place before that game, and it looks like they're going to be jumping up all the way to 4th place. But also, you have to give a shout out to Rise and Iamzo, one of the most consistent duos that we've seen so far. And we saw how well this duo can be. For whatever reason, people tend to call them the dark horse, but I don't think they're going to be calling them that at all anymore.
That's right. They're going to take that #1 spot. They want a spot at Globals, and they want the Axe of Champions. Let's take a look at the standings. We have a single game left to go on the day, and then that kind of sets the stage for tomorrow. Cooper Miro, your global champion, sitting in that #1 spot. But just look at this top 5. All of these players could make a strike at the top. My concern, once again, Vivid, you asked me a game ago what my worry was. My worry is the top dogs are starting to pull away. If this keeps happening, it's going to get harder and harder to catch up. At that point, you're just looking at the top 5. Which one of you is going to win?
Yeah, but look at the top 3, right? I guess you can kind of say the top 4, right? Those are the main ones kind of pulling away. 30 points between 4th and 5th. But honestly, Kelly, I think, you know, there's one thing that we have to remember about day #2 of this competition, 1.5x points tomorrow, right? So I really feel like still looking at the range, like Muzz and Paper 100 points behind, that is still good range for them to be able to have a really good run tomorrow. But I mean, you know, we'll face that beast tomorrow when we get there. Let's talk about the beasts that are Cooper and Miro right now. How do they keep doing it? Kelly, they're contested.
You know, I think that might actually be helping them a little bit because they keep winning these off-spawn fights. And you can see right here, even with being contested in 2 eliminations, they're still below Storm Surge. And being able to keep their cool while being below is just showcases their expertise in the game, knowing exactly when to engage and when to drop down. And that's what we saw right here.
I think, too, the fact that you call out the contested, right? This is off the heels of we've won every off-spawn battle, right? But a single game, or even 2 where they drop that ball and they're eliminated right out the gate, it could spell pretty tough times for the duo. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but they need to be very cautious, especially going into the explosive format that will be tomorrow.
I love Zeke. He's just keeping everybody humble. He's like, hey, by the way, you know, if you're a contestant, that one time you go down could really be the difference. You've really got to create a major lead to kind of counteract that, of course. But so far, I mean, I think their ability to not only take the fight directly to the yacht, but go ahead and veer off, land somewhere else, and still adapt in that sense, I think that they're just way ahead of the game right now.
I do want to add also that all top 5 of our teams are returning duos. And every team that's grabbed a victory royale is also a returning duo. So I think it just showcases that not only mechanical ability where you're dropping, but having that synergy with your duo is so important. And I don't know if there's a duo out there with more synergy than Cooper and Miro right now. And I mean, actually, I don't know if I want to say that because so many of these teams are so in sync.
Going into
Gotta take it back. Gotta take it back.
Going into game #6, Zeke, who's going to walk away in that #1 spot? Are we going to see the lead extended, the gap closed? I'm excited to see.
One final game. This is to set up how we will kick off the competition tomorrow. How does it all unfold? Will Cooper and Mio be in first place? Will another duo overtake that #1 spot? Let's find out. The last game of day #1. Taco, MDF, over to you.
What's really incredible about this too is that we are seeing what could be the Cooper story really blossom, not only from the global championship, and if they win this, they get to go directly back to it, right? So there's so much at play here. I mean, Taco, again, from a fan perspective, I'm beyond excited to see how the results are going to play out for this 6th game.
Of course. And then as well, from our commentator perspective, it has been absolutely incredible witnessing all of these teams and a lot of the mental fortitude that comes with playing in a set lobby here in the grand finals. But again, it is only day 1. But all of these teams are still looking to try and finish strong.
Yeah, and tomorrow's going to be even more important to perform better because 1.5x the points. But here we go. Last game. Let's jump in. Game number 6 is here. Saturday is just the start of the journey of this FNCS Grand Finals. Tomorrow, players will have to wake up and take another attempt at the trophy. But first, you have to do everything you can in your power here to perform to the highest caliber. What we are watching within our top 5, within our top 10 is nothing short of incredible, as some of our favorite teams have found themselves up at the top of the standings.
Ridiculous stuff there. Scented knows that he's got this duo hot on his heels. Found the Frenziato, gets one little clipping there into Wick.
Oh my
Wick
God.
nearly getting the better end of Scented. But now, Tahi, Scented, they've at least managed to find the first elimination. That's going to force Savzi fend for himself here. Not sure if it's going to be an easy task for him to try and collect Wick's reboot card either. But for Scented and Tahi, they've had pressure here at Classy Courts all day long. And it's only going to continue to pick up here, I'd imagine. But for a team like Miro and Cooper that has also been contested here at the Marigold, but Veer and Sunito so heavily outdropped that they also opted for a swerve off instead.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of the fact that Miro and Cooper are not going to get those early game tags. This might be something that works against them all in all. Before they had a different situation, but hold up, Convict and Vanilla's a bit of a battle here up against Crackly and Forever Zone Wars, just giving us some early game entertainment right now. Nothing's gonna conclude here. This is like a continuation, I feel like, of Crackly's semifinals story. They were contested here all throughout the lower bracket. They continue to be contested here. Seems like in the grand finals now, and it's just pretty tough to play this one out. Meanwhile, talking about contested storylines, one that's even more important is Cold and Acorn. Can't help but start to root for this team and really feel like Acorn could do it again.
Acorn maybe even catching a glimpse of the fact that at least one of the duos contesting them here at Fencing Fields has chosen to venture away. But you likely also saw another duo. So you have to expect, okay, Muzz, Paper, Mason, and Pen. One of these teams is leaving. The other somewhat following, because it seemed as if Mason and Empen were going to give a little bit more chase there for a moment into Buzz and Paper, but instead they fall back, keeping in mind that it's really all about that Mythic Striker and getting the medallion over at Fencing Fields. But the Mythic Striker, just such an incredibly strong weapon to be able to utilize throughout the course of a match. And for the last game of the day as well, you know that Acorn and Cold are going to want to set themselves up for day 2. But it's just not going to come by them easy.
Thinking about this point spread is pretty competitive here, even within the top 20. That one good game, even for Batman Booga Rapid here, all of a sudden they have a chance tomorrow as the points start to really elevate. Any team can throw themselves well into the top 10, comfortable for the fight for it all. Baka and Pars, very different position that we've seen them in any other game so far, so you can tell that they're taking this game a little bit differently, a little bit more seriously, not trying to 50-50 everything away, as is Muzz and Paper here, going back to the trusty fit. But look, they leave the drop quick, Taco, and they're just like, hey, we'd rather just play this game out. We need to just stay alive.
Look, the last time that Paper had this outfit on, he was looking like the sniper in the lobby, okay? And he's got a sniper in his loadout currently. He already found one elimination onto a team that likes to drop at Ruin Reels. It was going to be Bacon first to fall at the Ruin Reels. You can see TK left as a solo. Hasn't been spotted out just yet by Muzz or Paper. But Cooper and Miro, they've also got their own prerogatives here. Next to Pleasant Yaza is Cooper. A little bit of elevation here, can oversee this box fight taking place below. And he's itching for that third-party opportunity because the forecast towers, once they come into play, have to expect that's what Cooper and Miro are likely setting up for currently.
Yeah, not only that, they're holding his van too. So like if there is a solo lurking about, I mean, they're not just gonna give it to anyone for free. They would likely want to chase someone out with the grapple hooks. All in all, very key positioning here. Great spot to be in right now to kind of determine the pacing of this last game for day number 1.
And like I just mentioned, Forecast Tower gonna be the focus for this secondary zone. Reet, though, way off from Ritual. Just trying to confirm a little bit of excess materials, excess loot in the surrounding area. Peterbot and Pollo also gonna be able to claim another Forecast Tower for the final match of the day. And when you think about the fact that this is a team where in 2 separate lobbies now, they've had access to that Forecast Tower, and they're the only team to be able to repeat a Victory Royale in our first day of grants. So, Monster, third time's the charm, possibly. If Peterbot and Pollo are after a third Victory Royale, that Forecast Tower is going to be one of the best ways to set themselves up for it.
Razni Yamzo on the move right now. Very much split up from one another here. Everyone is just trying to get their game in motion so far. Meanwhile, on the feed, though, Muzz finds Cam. So eliminations happening, which is very much critical to Muzz and Paper's success, right? Really think about it. They gave up their drop, which means that they're completely playing, you know, an off-the-cuff rotation and route right now, and it's turning out to be successful. Freeze finds Scented in the feed too, so another big elimination there, and likely the end of the run for some teams that had a chance up at the top 10.
At least as far as day 1 is concerned. But you touched on it at the start of this match. MDF, 1.5 times point multiplier is definitely nothing to snooze on. So even for some of these teams that might find themselves outside of that top 5 in the leaderboard, because we have definitely been seeing a little bit of a point disparity build up already here in day 1, but it's maintaining that, which could be difficult once that point multiplier comes into action. Good positional play here out of Tahi. Clearly wants to get Scented back into the lobby. Actually be able to pick up a decent amount of loot as well. Might have been Scented's leftover after he got elimed, but Tahi, it's all about making a play for the reboot van. That'll be the focus.
Reboot van's important. Uga and Aviv right now, playing the outskirts here, still holding on to their top 5 position. Talk about point disparities. You can see how things start to really jump up. A 30-point difference between 5th and 4th. Doesn't mean you can count them out, but here's Ritual. I like that they're taking a fight earlier now before things get a little chaotic and they actually win this engagement. This is going to set themselves up for success right here. This is going to allow them to have that comfort, have that damage that they need to at least create a runway to play for the positioning, take advantage of their forecast tower. Muzz and Paper are listening nearby, but Acorn and Cold also in a troublesome situation here. We've seen Acorn and Cold already have a problem against Edgy and Tavern, who ambushed them before, but now look like they're starting to position up for some revenge here.
But this is going to be a combat cache fight that Cold and Acorn most definitely kind of need. If you look at the hard materials, Cold doesn't have as much metal as he would probably like. So if they're able to confirm this cache, that will definitely make up the difference here. So can't expect Cold or Acorn to fall back anytime soon. Edgy Tavern maybe recognizing the fact that they were just too little too late towards this engagement. Could still look for a fight after the fact, because Cold and Acorn will be able to confirm the cache, no problem, since they were the first to pounce upon it, having already been local to fencing fields. And yeah, that's gonna be the breakoff. Tavern Edgy coming up short here. Probably a pretty stiff blow as well, because if they're making a play for the cache and just giving up the engagement like that, not even opting to try and force their way into the boxes there for Acorn and Cold, so they're not getting surge tag damage, they're not getting materials, they're seemingly going to be forced into an engagement at some point or another, given what they missed out on from that cache.
Yeah, things get pretty bad. Talk about weapons cache fights. The Amzo and Rise are also looking to battle it for here as well. They catch the upgrades, they got the extra heals, and the metal, of course, is available to them. But I think more importantly right now is the fact that they need to catch a set of eliminations here, start getting that damage counter up as we are approaching the later stages of the game. Most of these rounds have started off pretty quickly, and now we're catching the final game pressure start to truly settle in here. Things are slowing down here, but that doesn't mean the surge is going to allow people to get comfortable for too long. Ultimately, you will have to fight here, and we are just minutes away from things getting extremely chaotic here. Death and Polar as a top 10 team. Taco looking relatively okay, but not the greatest. They too have some problems here ahead of them.
And it's almost kind of crazy to think about too, because when you start off the day with just so much outright aggression pouring in from what felt like every direction from all these teams, and for it to now just practically come to a halt here, a lot of these teams essentially putting themselves now in a position where they're basically waiting out for that surge threshold to come into play. And if you're taking your chances on whether or not you've done enough damage to avoid being caught up in the chaoticness that occurs once the surge comes into play, it might be tough to come by for some of these teams, like what we saw there from Death and Polarize, because they were alone, nobody nearby. Teams looking for dead side rotations, or teams that are just at these uncontested drops. If their struggle today has been maintaining a healthy surge damage threshold, well, that'll be something for consideration in VOD review tonight. Because again, a set lobby, especially a grand set lobby, is always going to be an entirely different beast when it comes to maintaining a surge strategy.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say I don't like it. I think all of our top 5 leaderboard leaders at the moment, they have to do more. They have to be a little bit more aggressive and honestly get out there and just take it at this point, because otherwise, you called it correctly, they are going to be under some serious trouble of other teams that will need to fight too. And if they don't start sooner rather than later, they are just going to give away this nice lead that they've found themselves in. Clicks and Epic Whale is very much included in that conversation as well. Look at how, sure, they have some tags, but they're sitting next to 4 duos, them being one of them. Why, right? Like, why put yourself in such risk? And look at who it is. Re and Ritual, Crisp and Noxy. 2 teams of which are very much comfortably inside the top 10. And then you have, of course, Ozone and Golden up above, who can easily throw their hat in the conversation, right? This is just all types of trouble waiting to unfold, and here it is.
I like the way, though, that Epic Whale was looking to create a little bit of distance from that conglomerate of teams. Just utilizing some of the natural faces, that cliff face, providing some good coverage. for him and Clicks to rotate through the low ground. But Death and Polarized, they've got a little bit more of a direct approach here, trying to deal with the likes of Jiven and Piggle. And I hope Destiny Jesus has been able to formulate some kind of a strategy for his team that he's coaching there in Jiven and Piggle, because it's definitely been a rough first day. And Polarize only looking to try and increase the problems here that Jiven and Piggle have been up against. But Death actually finding himself knock full elim now. Polarize stuck inside of their box, trying to see if he can hold on. Maybe a little bit of an assistance coming through from Booga and Aviv there for Jiven and Piggle. So you could see them seemingly wanting to rotate, possibly looking to get a little bit more aggressive here with this engagement.
Yeah, I'll say it right now. Any team going 2-2, head-to-head against Jiven and Piggle are just not going to have a fair chance at all right now. They are playing very, very exceptionally well when it comes down to these early game engagements. This is why they're kind of in the middle of the pack and will likely have a better day 2 as they get to do the homework tonight. Well, let's jump over Cooper and Mira, who have actually gotten their hands dirty for a second there. But it doesn't matter. Look at how they're sitting on all of this excess material here, likely a weapons cache that was rewarded to them. They carried back, hauled back all that loot. And now they have Kanata and Aegis, a desperate Kanata and Aegis, I might add, as Kanata and Aegis have unfortunately been eliminated off drop at least twice, giving them a much harder foundation to stand on in this game. Mira and Cooper are, of course, our team in the lead, though. They have everything to gain here by jumping on this team right now, because with 54 above the surge, that's not going to survive the test of time here much longer. And this team inching their way upwards is showing them that they also have to fight.
Mira and Cooper, though, recognizing the fact that Kanata started to get some overhead on them.
They're getting ready.
Now looking for a little bit more of a challenge here to pose into the likes of Mira and Cooper. And yeah, like you said,
he's setting up the box fight. He's just like, let's do it. He's like, let's do it. I got all this space. Look, they put no walls in between them. He wants the room to work with, to move around, to look for side angles, find a beat tag. Like, this is exactly what they wanted to do. And look, this is where Miro wants to be. That is exactly what he wants to do to you. Take the one-on-one, catch you off guard, and finish the fight just that quick.
And now, because of all these pre-existing builds underneath, Miro, though, still getting a massive shot in onto Agers. Cooper as well, making sure to tag team alongside his duo. But we saw Miro and Cooper, they had that entire territory that they were setting up for the box fight engagement, MDF, and Agers and Kanata playing right into the palm of their hands.
The crash pad, to crash pad into, you know, an offensive play is actually incredible to watch play out at a high level like that. You just really don't see it coming. More often than not, duo drops the crash pad. Dude, they're getting out of there. They're not trying to fight you. But you're talking about Cooper and Miro here. Little did you know, right?
Miro didn't even have the Frenzy Auto, by the way. That was all hammer pump action as well. So definitely an impressive double elimination secured there by Cooper and Miro. Another team looking to do something of the same effort. It's Yamzo and Rise. Yamzo, a couple of issues with the crash pad, but he's got a grapple blade also. Clicks, though, on the other hand, finds one knock onto Threats. Duke's still up and running, but for how much longer is the real question here, because Clicks, having lost Epic, you know he's going to be out to try and sabotage Duke's odds of getting that revive off onto Threats. Duke's forced to pause his revive for the time being. So much pressure from Clicks, and the Mythic Frenzy wins those almost every time, but in Clicks' case, this time was the only success story he really needed. Avenge Epic Whale in the process, and now a decent amount of materials, some good supplies as well. Medkit gonna go off, no problem. Clicks has just got to cut his way into the next zone. He's definitely stacked enough to do so as a solo, though.
And it's crazy. He has options right now with those extra heals here to, for sure, rat out some placement points. And he needs it. He's going to need every single position point he can gain. And right now, it's not quite rewarded just yet. We got to get into that top 25 and more importantly, close to that top 15.
He broke into the top 5 though, off of that play alone.
That is true. Earning more points, at least it's not a, you know, a net negative game to say the least. Okay, Acorn and Cold not looking to even build that back wall. Curious to see if they're going to return some fire, but back on over to Reed and Ritual. We're at 3 eliminations. This game really taking it by storm. And you have to really appreciate the fact that they've continued to adjust game after game. No 2 games in the 6th round, you know, the 6 we've seen so far has been the same, especially for them, from being contested to being, you know, having issues with Storm Surge and then all types of the gauntlet they've gone through, even working their way up to, of course, that Victory Royale. So very interesting to say the least. Back on over to Clicks though, who, like we just mentioned, has pressure coming in. You saw that team see him and then decide to key in. They know he's a solo and they're close on his heels. Oh no.
It initially seemed a little bit promising, but just too much pressure, too much focus brought his way there. Clicks, unlucky finish in this final match. It would be hard for him and Epic Whale to hold that 5th place in the leaderboards. All depends on how some of these other teams hovering that top 5 actually managed to do in our final game of day number 1 here of NA's Grand Finals. Tavern hiding out, but Yamzo, Rise, they've got their sights set on this solo. Acorn as well, next to Cold, trying to see if they could get credit for that elimination. Acorn actually gonna split just a little bit too far from Cold, finds himself becoming a focal point as well, which should have just been a clean pickoff onto Tavern, now results in Cold losing his duo.
Yeah, this is a pretty tight situation to be in here when you have such a prominent lead over the competition. To give it away this soon is definitely going to be one that's going to haunt you for the night. You want to end the night comfortably above the rest, and now it's all up to Cold here. The pressure is on, but we've seen him continue to perform in these types of situations. He is, by all means, a fantastic endgame player, and he's here right now, but he's got trouble knocking on the door. He's got Yamzo potentially already pushing up. Rise here as well. We know Yamzo and Rise have proven to be 2 of the deadliest on the region right now when it comes down to endgame and what they're capable of in the low ground. Can't count them out. Body of Water is going to force everyone across. You got a grapple hook, you're happy. Otherwise, this is going to be a very precarious situation to be in. But hold up, Yamzo and Rise below the surge here. Taco, they will have to fight.
No, this is plays of desperation right now from Yamzo. Rise forced to try and get his heels up, but that's going to cost them time. While Yamzo's waiting for Rise to resustain, they're missing opportunities on these teams that are already rotating where they could have been taking shots to try and get themselves above that surge threshold. You could see Yamzo hesitating because he didn't want to split too far from Rise, didn't want to risk losing his duo when he fell so low on HP. And Cold, if he's not careful with making sure to maintain that surge as well, could also find himself being a victim. As now Miro, Cooper, still hanging a little bit more towards the mid-ground layers. Nobody making a play just yet for height, but with the way that this zone is pulling back and forth over the body of water, it's tough to keep track of height.
More importantly, it's tough to navigate these end games here as a solo. When you're a Vive here, you're just burning through your material, having to expand ever more further. Still playing it very much safe here, not trying to find himself under any enemy builds. Yamzo and Rise have worked their way up to 2nd height, and so has Cold. Cold is still in this game, by the way. Top 17 now. We already saw how difficult it is to make these types of plays as a solo, and Aviv is in this conversation here too. So far, so good here. Miro and Cooper continue to march their way to the tune of their own song, but Cooper hurt big time here, finds himself right in between a world of trouble. Re and Ritual down low, the Juggernauts that are comfortable up above, and the Surge now active for the remaining few that haven't done enough. But Cold continues to do enough to at least stay in this game here, to stay in the conversation, to continue to earn points. Mira and Cooper fall somehow before Cold giving him a runway here to earn more points.
And Cole, it's a blessing in disguise here for him as well. And use that Flowberry Fizz, just trying to do what he can to maintain staying towards the front side of these moving zones. No one seeming to spot out this solo just yet. And it's Quanti and Byla who have ultimate high ground currently. Rise Yamzo on a completely different layer, but they are just tearing through everyone they encounter. A massive pickoff as far as point eliminations are concerned. But Rise and Yamzo, they're still moving. And Aviv can't be said for them because that's going to be an easy elimination. Solo in the backside, no chance.
Fully finished. Cole also gets taken out to the hands of Baka. So Baka and Pars also earning points here to get back inside that top 10 to start their day off to a strong number 2. But it's Rise and Yamzo right now who are literally climbing to the occasion here, trying to get that first place spot as Cooper and Miro is out of the game. Cold and Acorn are no longer a factor here, and so is Reet and Ritual, looking to make up for the downed game in the previous run. But Rise and Yamzo could be setting themselves up for this victory royale right here. We could be seeing repeat performances, back-to-backs happen here for teams that are consistent enough. Reet and Ritual now taking the low ground fight. These points are worth a lot. Reet's going to be so upset he misses the edits there, but Yamzo falls a huge tag, not before Rise finishes off Suscript, so the trades are real. A solo here, right next to Rise, and the pressure's on. Luke falls from above. He needs those materials, but it's not going to be enough. And Reet and Ritual continue to rack up here, and they need these points more than anyone else, and down goes Baka. Pars is a solo now in the water here, and the damage is done.
But way up above all this calamity taking place in the low ground, it's going to be Quanti up top. Byla looking to try and ruin Reet and Ritual's opportunity for another victory around the day. Byla gets some decent damage into Reet, but now it's all hinging upon whether or not Quanti has enough heals to sustain this one out. Ritual gonna have to wait with this final medkit. Quanti actually opting to drop to the low ground, finds Ritual, but he needs to get the finishing blow. Ritual gonna box up immediately, and it's just enough space. It's just enough between him and Quanti at the end. An unfortunate story for Quanti and Byla as they watch the 6th lobby of the day slip away from them, but a second place finish, nothing to beat themselves up over.
I promise you, my jaw dropped, and Ritual is walking with a medkit out in the open for information. I just couldn't believe he was willing to throw it all for a second there, and he gets tagged first and still somehow manages to turn that engagement around. You just don't win those, but Ritual is different. He hits the tag that matters most right here, and then he just holds the wall. That is all he had to do, so he gets the credit to Reet and Ritual. Do it again to put them back inside, likely of the top 5 here, Taco.
Look, we've been harping on it all day, the importance behind these forecast towers. But if Peterbot and Pollo weren't enough to convince you, then surely Reet and Ritual have managed to seal the deal with this one, MDF. An impressive performance to close the day.
Yeah, listen, and this is just the start of the FNCS Grand Finals as day 1 comes to a close. Well, for myself, Monster D-Face, and of course the best Taco, we thank you guys for tuning in. Let's jump on over to see the results with the rest of the gang at the desk.
I cannot believe Reet and Ritual got themselves the VR. They've been hunting for it. They've gotten close several times. And like Monster said, to go out in those moments. Now, keep in mind, he had 11 builds, right? He had just enough. He's probably thinking, okay, if it's just a 1v1 and they're healing off, likely they don't have builds. Especially if I'm looking up, I'm seeing this crazy base in the sky. If he jumps at me, I at least can put a wall between me. I could put a couple things between us, but wow, the confidence is just to say, I'm down. This is the last game of the day. Let's go for the 1v1. Let's go for the VR.
Quanti, what an early play for the med kit. I mean, we went to a drone shot and we looked up there and there was like 10 to 15 seconds where he was tanking zone and maybe he didn't necessarily need to. Expended a lot of his med kits on that and gave Ritual the opportunity. But Kelly, what a heads up play from Ritual right there. I mean, to have Quanti drop down, right? He knows that his shields got cracked. So Ritual knows that he took a big amount of damage. but the heads-up play to know somehow that it wasn't enough damage to mess with the amount of white HP that he had to still give him the advantage to win that takes some serious guts and some serious, like, in-the-moment awareness to feel confident enough that you're going to win if you just build off the other player.
And, I mean, don't get me wrong, Reet is an absolutely incredible player. I'm a big fan of Reet, but Ritual just throughout the qualifiers, the semifinals, and now into the grand finals has just pulled out so much for this duo. I just love to see both of them playing together. They complement each other so well. And Zeke, I know it seems like it's impossible for two teams to get 2 victory royales, but that was actually Reet and Ritual's second victory royale. So to see them do that, I just cannot wait to see what our leaderboard is going to look like. I'm being a little too impatient, chat. I know you guys want to see it as well, because we know that these are the biggest names in NA, and I feel like we have not seen such a stacked top 7 in potentially the history of NA Fortnite.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a really good day of Fortnite, and like you're saying, it kind of feels like maybe they're looking to repeat that week number 1. Remember, they got themselves a 5 VRs. They were so far ahead. They're just saying, how do we do that again, but in grand finals? Let's just make sure no one has any questions about our skill. Now, you talked about the standings. Let's take a look together with the Victory Royale, with the eliminations, with that final play on the day. Where do they end? They end in 4th place. And if we just turn our attention going from first down to that top 5, look at the point differential. Iamzo and Rise, after that last game, they overtake Cooper and Miro. But Viv, this is still anyone's game in this top 5, and any of these players in that top 5 could strike that number 1 spot.
Oh, I 100% agree with you, Zeke, but we're not going to hold back. We're going to make things spicy for sure. I'm going to remind everybody of something that I said a little bit earlier on, right after game number 3. The past 3 NA FNCSs have been won by the team that is in first place at the end of day number 1. Now, like I said, Zeke, what you said is 100% true. This is anybody's game, but I'm just saying, if history can repeat itself, it's looking good for Iamzo and Rise right now.
I mean, they want the title, right? They have looked and played so hard to try and get themselves the Axe of Champions, to add another accolade under their belts, and they've come up close a couple times, right? And to your point, if history repeats itself, we could be looking and talking about the first duo in NA to claim themselves a spot to globals and the Axe of Champions. But there's still several duos and several, like, just amazing plays that happen across NA today. Like, I don't know what NA was about, or what everybody had for breakfast. Please, I'll take one of all of them, because there was just moments across the day where duos were constantly trading back and forth, all allowing to just kind of have that moment to show, like, hey, this is why we've made it to grand finals. We've worked so hard, and now, like, take a look. Why are you not cheering us on, you know?
I mean, it's been absolutely crazy. And Kelly, to back up your point of how competitive this leaderboard looks, this is actually the first time in NA that every player in the top 10 are returning finalists from the previous season.
Ooh.
How crazy is that?
It's impressive, and it just showcases how top heavy NA is, and I think especially compared to other regions, these are not only consistent players, but these are competitors that have strived to be the best and will compete in every tournament. They VOD review, and there's a reason why we see them every major, every chapter up on top. I mean, just look at these names. Look how many previous champions they are, how many fan favorites there are, and to see it be so close from first all the way down to like 7th place. I am absolutely just enthralled with what tomorrow is going to bring.
I mean, these are what champions are made of, seriously. I mean, we have seen some incredible storylines throughout the day. Cooper and Miro, the ability to stay on top while contested. Acorn and Cold absolutely dominating off spawn. You know what I mean? Coming out of fencing fields, a mythic POI. Reet and Ritual able to claim a forecast tower every single game. These are not easy things to overcome, but our finalists, our NA Grand Finals is proving that all of these players are worthy of being here, and they have shown us incredible things in just 6 games. Zeke, I cannot wait to see what what more is in store over the course of the next 6 games tomorrow, not to mention more points on the line. Oh my gosh.
That's right. Tomorrow, 1.5 times points. So you thought today was crazy.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we could see the last place duo suddenly explode into that top 10, right?
Yeah.
So many things could happen. It is the first time we're going to see something like this in this type of setting. For now, though, I know you want to watch more games. I do too, but we have to say goodbye for the duos. They have to go back, VOD review, and say, what's our plan of attack going into tomorrow? Remember, Acts of Champions and a global championship spot both on the line. Don't forget, EU is also before us. They will be able to claim their champions and then come back, check us out. We will claim champions here for ourselves. Fortnite fam, as always, we love hanging out with you guys. Thanks for doing this with us. We love watching Fortnite, talking Fortnite. It's been incredible. Until tomorrow, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
That's my show. Run up and see the goal. I'm gonna